Section 16 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thor Van Walsum. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16, by Various. Excerpts from Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship by Goethe. Mignon's Love and Longing from Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship. Carlyle's translation. Nothing is more touching than the first disclosure of a love which has been nursed in silence, of a faith grown strong in secret, and which at last comes forth in the hour of need and reveals itself to him who formerly has reckoned it of small account. The bud which has been closed so long and firmly was now ripe to burst its swathings, and Wilhelm's heart could never have been readier to welcome the impressions of affection. She stood before him and noticed his disquietude. "Master," she cried, "if thou art unhappy, what will become of Mignon?" "Dear little creature," said he, taking her hands, "thou too art part of my anxieties. I must go hence." She looked at his eyes, glistening with restrained tears, and knelt down with vehemence before him. He kept her hands. She laid her head upon his knees, and remained quite still. He played with her hair, patted her, and spoke kindly to her. She continued motionless for a considerable time. At last he felt a sort of palpitating movement in her, which began very softly, and then by degrees, with increasing violence, diffused itself all over her frame. "What ails thee, Mignon?" cried he. "What ails thee?" She raised her little head, looked at him, and all at once laid her hand upon her heart, with the countenance of one repressing the utterance of pain. He raised her up, and she fell upon his breast. He pressed her towards him and kissed her. She replied not by any pressure of the hand, by any motion whatsoever. She held firmly against her heart, and all at once gave a cry, which was accompanied by spasmodic movements of the body. She started up, and immediately fell down before him, as if broken in every joint. It was an excruciating moment. "My child!" cried he, raising her up and clasping her fast. "My child, what ails thee?" The palpitations continued, spreading from the heart all over the lax and powerless limbs. She was merely hanging in his arms. All at once she again became quite stiff, like one enduring the sharpest corporeal agony, and soon with a new vehemence all her frame once more became alive, and she threw herself about his neck, like a bent spring that is closing, while in her soul, as it were, a strong rent took place, and at the same moment a stream of tears flowed from her shut eyes into his bosom. He held her fast. She wept, and no tongue can express the force of these tears. Her long hair had loosened, and was hanging down before her. It seemed as if her whole being was melting incessantly into a brook of tears. Her rigid limbs were again become relaxed. Her innermost soul was pouring itself forth. In the wild confusion of the moment, Wilhelm was afraid she would dissolve in his arms, and leave nothing there for him to grasp. He held her faster and faster. "My child!" cried he. "My child, thou art indeed mine, if that word can comfort thee. Thou art mine. I will keep thee. I will never forsake thee." Her tears continued flowing. At last she raised herself. A faint gladness shone upon her face. "My father!" cried she. "Thou wilt not forsake me? Wilt be my father? I am thy child?" Softly, at this moment, the harp began to sound before the door. The old man brought his most affecting songs as an evening offering to our friend, who, holding his child ever faster in his arms, enjoyed the most pure and undescribable felicity. "Knowest thou the land where citron apples bloom, and oranges like gold in leafy gloom. A gentle wind from deep blue heaven blows, the myrtle thick, and high the laurel grows. Know'st thou it then? 'Tis there, 'tis there! O my true loved one, thou with me must go. Know'st thou the house, its porch with pillars tall? The rooms do glitter, glitters bright the hall, and marble statues stand, and look each one. What's this, poor child, to thee they've done? Know'st thou it then? 'Tis there, 'tis there! O my protector, thou with me must go. Know'st thou the hill, the bridge that hangs on cloud? The mules in mist grope o'er the torrent loud. In caves lie coiled the dragon's ancient brood. The crag leaps down, and over it the flood. Know'st thou it then? 'Tis there, 'tis there! Our way runs. O my father, wilt thou go? Next morning, on looking for Mignon about the house, Wilhelm did not find her, but was informed that she had gone out early with Melina, who had risen betimes to receive the wardrobe and other apparatus of his theatre. After the space of some hours, Wilhelm heard the sound of music before his door. At first he thought it was the harper come again to visit him, but as soon as he distinguished the tones of a cithern, and the voice which began to sing was Mignon's, Wilhelm opened the door, the child came in, and sang him the song we have just given above. The music and general expression of it pleased our friend extremely, though he could not understand all the words. He made her once more repeat the stanzas and explain them. He wrote them down, and translated them into his native language. But the originality of its turns he could imitate only from afar. Its childlike innocence of expression vanished from it in the process of reducing its broken phraseology to uniformity, and combining its disjointed parts. The charm of the tune, moreover, was entirely incomparable. She began every verse in a stately and solemn manner, as if she wished to draw attention towards something wonderful, as if she had something weighty to communicate. In the third line her tones became deeper and gloomier. The "Knowest thou it then?" was uttered with a show of mystery and eager circumspectness. In the "'Tis there, 'tis there," lay a boundless longing, and her "With me must go" she modified at each repetition, so that now it appeared to entreat and implore, now to impel and persuade. On finishing her song for the second time, she stood silent for a moment, looked keenly at Wilhelm, and asked him, "Knowest thou the land?" "It must mean Italy," said Wilhelm. "Where didst thou get the little song?" "Italy," said Mignon, with an earnest air. "If thou go to Italy, take me along with thee, for I am too cold here." "Hast thou been there already, little dear?" said Wilhelm. But the child was silent, and nothing more could be got out of her. Wilhelm Meister's Introduction to Shakespeare. From Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Carlyle's translation. "Have you never," said Jarno, taking him aside, "read one of Shakespeare's plays?" "No," replied Wilhelm. "Since the time when they became more known in Germany, I have myself grown unacquainted with the theatre. I know not whether I should now rejoice that an old taste and occupation of my youth has been by chance renewed. In the meantime, all that I have heard of these plays has excited little wish to become acquainted with such extraordinary monsters, which appear to set probability and dignity alike at defiance." "I would advise you," said the other, "to make a trial, notwithstanding. It can do one no harm to look at what is extraordinary with one's own eyes. I will lend you a volume or two, and you cannot better spend your time than by casting everything aside and retiring to the solitude of your old habitation, to look into the magic lantern of that unknown world. It is sinful of you to waste your hours in dressing out these apes to look more human, and teaching dogs to dance. One thing only I require. You must not cavil at the form. The rest I can leave you to your own good sense and feeling." The horses were standing at the door, and Jarno mounted with some other cavaliers, to go and hunt. Wilhelm looked after him with sadness. He would fain have spoken much with this man, who, though in a harsh, unfriendly way, gave him new ideas that he had need of. Oftentimes a man, when approaching some development of his powers, capacities, and conceptions, gets into a perplexity from which a prudent friend might easily deliver him. He resembles a traveller who, at but a short distance from the inn he is to rest at, falls into the water. Were any one to catch him then, and pull him to the bank, with one good wetting it were over, whereas, though he struggles out himself, it is often at the side where he tumbled in, and he has to make a wide and weary circuit before reaching his appointed object. Wilhelm now began to have an inkling that things went forward in the world differently from what he had supposed. He now viewed close at hand the solemn and imposing life of the great and distinguished, and wondered at the easy dignity which they contrived to give it. An army on its march, a princely hero at the head of it, such a multitude of cooperating warriors, such a multitude of crowding worshippers, exalted his imagination. In this mood he received the promised books, and ere long, as may be easily supposed, the stream of that mighty genius laid hold of him and led him down to a shoreless ocean, where he soon completely forgot and lost himself. Wilhelm had scarcely read one or two of Shakespeare's plays, till their effect on him became so strong that he could go no further. His whole soul was in commotion. He sought an opportunity to speak with Jarno, to whom, on meeting him, he expressed his boundless gratitude for such delicious entertainment. "I clearly enough foresaw," said Jarno, "that you would not remain insensible to the charms of the most extraordinary and most admirable of all writers." "Yes," exclaimed our friend, "I cannot recollect that any book, any man, any incident on my life has produced such important effects on me as the precious works to which by your kindness I have been directed. They seem as if they were performances of some celestial genius descending among men, to make them by the mildest instructions acquainted with themselves. They are no fictions. You would think, while reading them, you stood before the enclosed awful books of fate, while the whirlwind of most impassioned life was howling through the leaves and tossing them fiercely to and fro. The strength and tenderness, the power and peacefulness of this man have so astonished and transported me, that I long vehemently for the time when I shall have it in my power to read further." "Bravo!" said Jarno, holding out his hand and squeezing our friend's. "This is as it should be, and the consequences which I hope for will likewise surely follow." "I wish," said Wilhelm, "I could but disclose to you all that is going on within me, even now. All the anticipations I have ever had regarding man and his destiny, which have accompanied me from youth upwards, often unobserved by myself, I find developed and fulfilled in Shakespeare's writings. It seems as if he cleared up every one of our enigmas to us, though we cannot say here or there is the word of solution. His men appear like natural men, and yet they are not. These, the most mysterious and complex productions of creation, here act before us as if they were watches, whose dial plates and cases were of crystal, which pointed out according to their use the course of the hours and minutes, while at the same time you could discern the combination of wheels and springs that turned them. The few glances I have cast over Shakespeare's world incite me, more than anything beside, to quicken my footsteps forward into the actual world, to mingle in the flood of destinies that is suspended over it, and at length, if I shall prosper, to draw a few cups from the great ocean of true nature, and to distribute them from off the stage among the thirsting people of my native land." Wilhelm Meister's Analysis of Hamlet. From Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship. Seeing the company so favourably disposed, Wilhelm now hoped he might further have it in his power to converse with them on the poetic merit of the pieces which might come before them. "It is not enough," said he the next day, when they were all again assembled, "for the actor merely to glance over a dramatic work, to judge of it by his first impression, and thus without investigation to declare his satisfaction or dissatisfaction with it. Such things may be allowed in a spectator, whose purpose it is rather to be entertained and moved than formally to criticize. But the actor, on the other hand, should be prepared to give a reason for his praise or censure. And how shall he do this if he have not taught himself to penetrate the sense, the views, the feelings of his author? A common error is to form a judgment of a drama from a single part in it, and to look upon this part itself in an isolated point of view, not in its connection with the whole. I have noticed this within a few days so clearly in my own conduct that I will give you the account as an example, if you please to hear me patiently. You all know Shakespeare's incomparable Hamlet. Our public reading of it at the castle yielded every one of us the greatest satisfaction. On that occasion we proposed to act the piece, and I, not knowing what I undertook, engaged to play the prince's part. This I conceived that I was studying while I began to get by heart the strongest passages, the soliloquies, and those scenes in which force of soul, vehemence, and elevation of feeling have the freest scope, where the agitated heart is allowed to display itself with touching expressiveness. I further conceived that I was penetrating quite into the spirit of the character, while I endeavoured, as it were, to take upon myself the load of deep melancholy under which my prototype was labouring, and in this humour to pursue him through the strange labyrinths of his caprices and his singularities. Thus learning, thus practising, I doubted not but I should by and by become one person with my hero. But the farther I advanced, the more difficult did it become for me to form any image of the whole, in its general bearings, till at last it seemed as if impossible. I next went through the entire piece, without interruption, but here too I found much that I could not away with. At one time the characters, at another time the manner of displaying them, seemed inconsistent, and I almost despaired of finding any general tint in which I might present my whole part with all its shadings and variations. In such devious paths I toiled, and wandered long in vain, till at length a hope arose that I might reach my aim in quite a new way. I set about investigating every trace of Hamlet's character, as it had shown itself before his father's death. I endeavoured to distinguish what in it was independent of this mournful event, independent of the terrible events that followed, and what most probably the young man would have been, had no such thing occurred. Soft, and from a noble stem, this royal flower had sprung up under the immediate influences of majesty. The idea of moral rectitude with that of princely elevation, the feeling of the good and dignified with the consciousness of high birth, had in him been unfolded simultaneously. He was a prince, by birth a prince, and he wished to reign, only that good men might be good without obstruction. Pleasing in form, polished by nature, courteous from the heart, he was meant to be the pattern of youth and the joy of the world. Without any prominent passion, his love for Ophelia was a still presentiment of sweet wants. His zeal in knightly accomplishments was not entirely his own. It needed to be quickened and inflamed by praise bestowed on others for excelling in them. Pure in sentiment, he knew the honourable minded, and could prize the rest which an upright spirit tastes on the bosom of a friend. To a certain degree he had learned to discern and value the good and the beautiful in arts and sciences. The mean, the vulgar, was offensive to him, and if hatred could take root in his tender soul, it was only so far as to make him properly despise the false and changeful insects of a court, and play with them in easy scorn. He was calm in his temper, artless in his conduct, neither pleased with idleness nor too violently eager for employment. The routine of a university he seemed to continue when at court. He possessed more mirth of humour than of heart. He was a good companion, pliant, courteous, discreet, and able to forget and forgive an injury, yet never able to unite himself with those who overstepped the limits of the right, the good, and the becoming. When we read the piece again, you shall judge whether I am yet on the proper track. I hope at least to bring forward passages that shall support my opinion in its main points. This delineation was received with warm approval. The company imagined they foresaw that Hamlet's manner of proceeding might now be very satisfactorily explained. They applauded this method of penetrating into the spirit of a writer. Each of them proposed to himself to take up some piece and study it on these principles, and so unfold the author's meaning. Loving Shakespeare as our friend did, he failed not to lead round the conversation to the merits of that dramatist. Expressing, as he entertained, the liveliest hopes of the new epoch which these exquisite productions must form in Germany, he ere long introduced his Hamlet, who had busied him so much of late. Serlo declared that he would long ago have played the piece, had this been possible, and that he himself would willingly engage to act Polonius. He added with a smile, "An Ophelia, too, will certainly turn up, if we had but a prince." Wilhelm did not notice that Aurelia seemed a little hurt at her brother's sarcasm. Our friend was in his proper vein, becoming copious and didactic, expounding how he would have Hamlet played. He circumstantially delivered to his hearers the opinions we before saw him busied with, taking all the trouble possible to make his notion of the matter acceptable, sceptical as Serlo showed himself regarding it. "Well, then," said the latter finally, "suppose we grant you all this, what will you explain by it?" "Much, everything," said Wilhelm. "Conceive a prince such as I have painted him, and that his father suddenly dies. Ambition and the love of rule are not the passions that inspire him. As a king's son he would have been contented, but now he is first constrained to consider the difference which separates a sovereign from a subject. The crown was not hereditary, yet a longer possession of it by his father would have strengthened the pretensions of an only son, and secured his hopes of the succession. In place of this he now beholds himself excluded by his uncle, in spite of specious promises, most probably forever. He is now poor in goods and favour, and a stranger in the scene which from youth he had looked upon as his inheritance. His temper here assumes its first mournful tinge. He feels that now he is not more, that he is less, than a private nobleman. He offers himself as the servant of every one. He is not courteous and condescending, he is needy and degraded. His past condition he remembers as a vanished dream. It is in vain that his uncle strives to cheer him, to present his situation in another point of view. The feeling of his nothingness will not leave him. The second stroke that came upon him wounded deeper, bowed still more. It was the marriage of his mother. The faithful, tender son had yet a mother when his father passed away. He hoped, in the company of his surviving, noble-minded parent, to reverence the heroic form of the departed. But his mother, too, he loses, and it is something worse than death that robs him of her. The trustful image which a good child loves to form of its parents are gone. With the dead there is no help, on the living no hold. She also is a woman, and her name is frailty, like that of all her sex. Now first does he feel himself completely bent and orphaned, and no happiness of life can repay what he has lost. Not reflective or sorrowful by nature, reflection and sorrow have become for him a heavy obligation. It is thus that we see him first enter on the scene. I do not think that I have mixed aught foreign with the piece, or overcharged a single feature of it. Serlo looked at his sister and said, "Did I give thee a false picture of our friend? He begins well. He has still many things to tell us, many to persuade us of." Wilhelm asseverated loudly that he meant not to persuade, but to convince. He begged for another moment's patience. "Figure to yourselves this youth," cried he, "this son of princes. Conceive him vividly, bring his state before your eyes, and then observe him when he learns that his father's spirit walks. Stand by him in the terrors of the night, when the venerable ghost itself appears before him. A horrid shudder passes over him. He speaks to the mysterious form. He sees it beckon him. He follows it and hears. The fearful accusation of his uncle rings in his ears, the summons to revenge, and the piercing, oft-repeated prayer, 'Remember me!' And when the ghost has vanished, who is it that stands before us? A young hero, panting for vengeance? A prince by birth, rejoicing to be called to punish the usurper of his crown? No! Trouble and astonishment take hold of the solitary young man. He grows bitter against smiling villains, swears that he will not forget the spirit, and concludes with the significant ejaculation, "The time is out of joint. O cursed spite, that ever I was born to set it right!" In these words, I imagine, will be found the key to Hamlet's whole procedure. To me it is clear that Shakespeare meant, in the present case, to represent the effects of a great action laid upon a soul unfit for the performance of it. In this view, the whole piece seems to me to be composed. There is an oak tree planted in a costly jar, which should have borne only pleasant flowers in its bosom. The roots expand, the jar is shivered. A lovely, pure, noble, and most moral nature, without the strength of nerve which forms a hero, sinks beneath a burden which it cannot bear and must not cast away. All duties are holy for him. The present is too hard. Impossibilities have been required of him, not in themselves impossibilities, but such for him. He winds and turns and torments himself. He advances and recoils, is ever put in mind, ever puts himself in mind, at last does all but lose his purpose from his thoughts, yet still without recovering his peace of mind. Aurelia seemed to give but little heed to what was passing. At last she conducted Wilhelm to another room, and going to the window, and looking out at the starry sky, she said to him, "You have still much to tell us about Hamlet. I will not hurry you. My brother must hear it as well as I, but let me beg to know your thoughts about Ophelia." "Of her there cannot much be said," he answered, "for a few master strokes complete her character. The whole being of Ophelia floats in sweet and ripe sensation. Kindness for the prince, to whose hand she may aspire, flows so spontaneously, her tender heart obeys its impulses so unresistingly, that both father and brother are afraid. Both give her warning harshly and directly. Decorum, like the thin lawn upon her bosom, cannot hide the soft, still movements of her heart. It, on the contrary, betrays them. Her fancy is smit. Her silent modesty breathes amiable desire, and if the friendly goddess Opportunity should shake the tree, its fruit would fall." "And then," said Aurelia, "when she beholds herself forsaken, cast away, despised, when all is inverted in the soul of her crazed lover, and the highest changes to the lowest, and instead of the sweet cup of love he offers her the bitter cup of woe—" "Her heart breaks," cried Wilhelm. "The whole structure of her being is loosened from its joinings. The father's death strikes fiercely against it, and the fair edifice altogether crumbles into fragments." Serlo, at this moment of entering, inquired about his sister, and, looking in the book which our friend had hold of, cried, "So you are again at Hamlet! Very good. Many doubts have arisen in me which seem not a little to impair the canonical aspect of the piece as you would have viewed it. The English themselves have admitted that its chief interest concludes with the third act, and the last two lagging sorrowly on, and scarcely uniting with the rest. And certainly about the end it seems to stand stock still." "It is very possible," said Wilhelm, "that some individuals of a nation which has so many masterpieces to feel proud of may be led by prejudice and narrowness of mind to form false judgments. But this cannot hinder us from looking with our own eyes, and doing justice where we see it due. I am very far from censuring the plan of Hamlet. On the other hand, I believe there never was a grander one invented. Nay, it is not invented, it is real." "How do you demonstrate that?" inquired Serlo. "I will not demonstrate anything," said Wilhelm. "I will merely show you what my own conceptions of it are." Aurelia rose up from her cushion, leaned upon her hand, and looked at Wilhelm, who, with the firmest assurance that he was in the right, went on as follows: "It pleases us, it flatters us, to see a hero acting on his own strength, loving and hating as his heart directs him, undertaking and completing, casting every obstacle aside, and at length attaining some great object which he aimed at. Poets and historians would willingly persuade us that so proud a lot may fall to man. In Hamlet we are taught another lesson. The hero is without a plan, but the piece is full of plan. Here we have no villain punished on some self-conceived and rigidly accomplished scheme of vengeance. A horrid deed occurs. It rolls itself along with all its consequences, dragging guiltless persons also in its course. The perpetrator seems as if he would evade the abyss which is made ready for him, yet he plunges in at the very point by which he thinks he shall escape and happily complete its course. For it is the property of crime to extend its mischief over innocence, as it is of virtue to extend its blessings over many that deserve them not, while frequently the author of the one or of the other is not punished or rewarded at all. Here in this play of ours, how strange! The pit of darkness sends its spirit and demands revenge. In vain! All circumstances tend one way and hurry to revenge in vain. Neither earthly nor infernal thing may bring about what is reserved for fate alone. The hour of judgment comes. The wicked falls with the good. One race is mowed away, that another may spring up. After a pause, in which they looked at one another, Serlo said, "You pay no great compliment to Providence in thus exalting Shakespeare. And besides, it appears to me that for the honour of your poet, as others for the honour of Providence, you ascribe to him an object and a plan which he himself had never thought of." "Let me also put a question," said Aurelia. "I have looked at Ophelia's part again. I am contented with it, and conceive that under certain circumstances I could play it. But tell me, should not the poet have furnished the insane maiden with another sort of songs? Could not one select some fragments out of melancholy ballads for this purpose? What have double meanings and lascivious insipidities to do in the mouth of such a noble-minded person?" "Dear friend," said Wilhelm, "even here I cannot yield you one iota. In these singularities, in this apparent impropriety, a deep sense is hid. Do we not understand from the very first what the mind of the good, soft-hearted girl was busied with? Silently she lived within herself, yet she scarce concealed her wishes. Her longing, the tones of desire, were in secret ringing through her soul, and how often may she have attempted, like an unskilful nurse, to lull her senses to repose with songs which only kept them more awake. But at last, when her self-command is altogether gone, when the secrets of her heart are hovering on her tongue, that tongue betrays her, and in the innocence of insanity she solaces herself, unmindful of king or queen, with the echo of her loose and well-beloved songs. Tomorrow is St. Valentine's Day, and by Gis and by St. Charity." "I am much mistaken," cried he, "if I have not now discovered how the whole is to be managed. Nay, I am convinced that Shakespeare himself would have arranged it so, had not his mind been too exclusively directed to the ruling interest, and perhaps misled by the novels which furnished him with his materials." "Let us hear," said Serlo, placing himself with an air of solemnity upon the sofa. "I will listen calmly, but judge with rigour." "I am not afraid of you," said Wilhelm. "Only hear me. In the composition of this play, after the most accurate investigation and the most mature reflection, I distinguish two classes of objects. The first are the grand internal relations of the persons and events, the powerful effects which arise from the characters and proceedings of the main figures. These, I hold, are individually excellent, and the order in which they are presented cannot be improved. No kind of interference must be suffered to destroy them, or even essentially to change their form. These are the things which stamp themselves deep into the soul, which all men long to see, which no one dares to meddle with. Accordingly, I understand they have almost wholly been retained in all our German theatres. But our countrymen have erred, in my opinion, with regard to the second class of objects which may be observed in this tragedy. I allude to the external relations of the persons, whereby they are brought from place to place, or combined in various ways by certain accidental incidents. These they have looked upon as very unimportant, have spoken of them only in passing, or left them out altogether. Now, indeed, it must be owned that these threads are slack and slender, yet they run through the entire piece, and bind together much more that would otherwise fall asunder, and does actually fall asunder when you cut them off, and imagine you have done enough and no more if you have left the ends hanging. Among these external relations I include the disturbances in Norway, the war with the young Fortinbras, the embassy to his uncle, the settling of that feud, the march of young Fortinbras to Poland, and his coming back at the end. Of the same sort are Horatio's return from Wittenberg, Hamlet's wish to go thither, the journey of Laertes to France, his return, the dispatch of Hamlet into England, his capture by pirates, the death of the two courtiers by the letter which they carried. All these circumstances and events would be very fit for expanding and lengthening a novel, but here they injure exceedingly the unity of the piece, particularly as the hero had no plan, and are in consequence entirely out of place. "For once in the right!" cried Serlo. "Do not interrupt me," answered Wilhelm. "Perhaps you will not always think me right. These errors are like temporary props of an edifice. They must not be removed till we have built a firm wall in their stead. My project, therefore, is not at all to change those first mentioned grand situations, or at least as much as possible to spare them, both collectively and individually, but with respect to these external, single, dissipated and dissipating motives, to cast them all at once away, and substitute a solitary one instead of them." "And this?" inquired Serlo, springing up from his recumbent posture. "It lies in the piece itself," answered Wilhelm. "I only employ it rightly. There are disturbances in Norway. You shall hear my plan, and try it. After the death of Hamlet, the father, the Norwegians, lately conquered, grow unruly. The viceroy of that country sends his son Horatio, an old school friend of Hamlet's, and distinguished above every other for his bravery and prudence, to Denmark, to press forward the equipment of the fleet, which, under the new luxurious king, proceeds but slowly. Horatio has known the former king, having fought in his battles, having even stood in favour with him, a circumstance by which the first ghost scene will be nothing injured. The new sovereign gives Horatio audience, and sends Laertes into Norway with intelligence that the fleet will soon arrive, whilst Horatio is commissioned to accelerate the preparation of it, and the queen, on the other hand, will not consent that Hamlet, as she wishes, should go to sea along with him." "Heaven be praised!" cried Serlo. "We shall now get rid of Wittenberg and the university, which was always a sorry piece of business. I think your idea is extremely good, for except these two distant objects, Norway and the fleet, the spectator will not be required to fancy anything. The rest he will see. The rest takes place before him, whereas his imagination, on the other plan, was hunted over all the world." "You easily perceive," said Wilhelm, "how I shall contrive to keep the other parts together. When Hamlet tells Horatio of his uncle's crime, Horatio counsels him to go to Norway in his company, to secure the affections of the army and return in warlike force. Hamlet also is becoming dangerous to the king and queen. They find no readier method of deliverance than to send him in the fleet, with Rosencrantz and Guildenstern to be spies upon him, and as Laertes in the meantime comes from France, they determine that this youth, exasperated even to murder, shall go after him. Unfavourable winds detain the fleet. Hamlet returns. For his wandering through the churchyard perhaps some lucky motive might be thought of. His meeting with Laertes in Ophelia's grave is a grand moment, which we must not part with. After this, the king resolves that it is better to get quit of Hamlet on the spot. The festival of his departure, the pretended reconcilement with Laertes, are now solemnized, on which occasion nightly sports are held, and Laertes fights with Hamlet. Without the four corpses I cannot end the piece. Not one of them can possibly be left. The right of popular election now again comes in force, and Hamlet gives his dying voice for Horatio. "Quick, quick," said Serlo. "Sit down and work the piece. Your plan has my entire approbation. Only do not let your zeal for it evaporate." Wilhelm had already been for some time busied with translating Hamlet, making use, as he laboured, of Wieland's spirited performance, by means of which he had first become acquainted with Shakespeare. What in Wieland's work had been omitted he replaced, and he had at length procured himself a complete version, at the very time when Serlo and he finally agreed about the way of treating it. He now began, according to his plan, to cut out and insert, to separate and unite, to alter and often to restore, for satisfied as he was with his own conception, it still appeared to him as if in executing it he were but spoiling the original. So soon all was finished. He read his work to Serlo and the rest. They declared themselves exceedingly contented with it. Serlo, in particular, made many flattering observations. "You have felt very justly," said he, among other things, "that some external circumstances must accompany this piece, that they must be simpler than those which the great poet has employed. What takes place without the theatre, what the spectator does not see, but must imagine for himself, is like a background in front of which the acting figures move. Your large and simple prospect of the fleet and Norway will very much improve the piece. If this were altogether taken from it, we should have but a family scene remaining. And the great idea, that here a kingly house by internal crimes and incongruities goes down to ruin, would not be presented with its proper dignity. But if the former background were left standing, so manifold, so fluctuating and confused, it would hurt the impression of the figures." Wilhelm again took Shakespeare's part, alleging that he wrote for the islanders, for Englishmen, who, generally in the distance, were accustomed to see little else than ships and voyages, the coast of France and privateers, and thus what perplexed and distracted others was to them quite natural. Serlo assented, and both of them were of opinion that as the piece was now to be produced upon the German stage, this more serious and simple background was the best adapted for the German mind. The parts had been distributed before. Serlo undertook Polonius, Aurelia undertook Ophelia, Laertes was already designated by his name, a young, thick-set, jolly newcomer was to be Horatio. The king and the ghost alone occasioned some perplexity. For both of these was no one but old Boisterous remaining. Serlo proposed to make the pedant king, but against this our friend protested in the strongest terms. They could resolve on nothing. Wilhelm had allowed both Rosencrantz and Guildenstern to continue in his piece. "Why not compress them into one?" said Serlo. "This abbreviation will not cost you much." "Heaven keep me from such curtailments," answered Wilhelm. "They destroy at once the sense and the effect. What these two persons are and do, it is impossible to represent by one. In such small matters we discover Shakespeare's greatness. These soft approaches, this smirking and bowing, this assenting, wheedling, flattering, this whisking agility, this wagging of the tail, this allness and emptiness, this legal knavery, this ineptitude and insipidity, how can they be expressed by a single man? There ought to be at least a dozen of these people if they could be had, for it is only in society that they are anything. They are society itself, and Shakespeare showed no little wisdom and discernment in bringing a pair of them. Besides, I need them as a couple that they may be contrasted with the single, noble, excellent Horatio." THE INDENTURE. From Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship. Art is long, life short, judgment difficult, opportunity transient. To act is easy, to think is hard. To act according to our thought is troublesome. Every beginning is cheerful. The threshold is the place of expectation. The boy stands astonished. His impressions guide him. He learns sportfully. Seriousness comes on him by surprise. Imitation is born with us. What should be imitated is not easy to discover. The excellent is rarely found, more rarely valued. The height charms us. The steps to it do not. With the summit in our eye, we love to walk along the plain. It is but a part of art that can be taught. The artist needs it all. Who knows it half, speaks much, and is always wrong. Who knows it wholly, inclines to act, and speaks seldom or late. The former have no secrets and no force. The instruction they can give is like baked bread, savory and satisfying for a single day. But flour cannot be sown, and seed corn ought not to be grounded. Words are good, but they are not the best. The best is not to be explained by words. The spirit in which we act is the highest matter. Action can be understood and again represented by the spirit alone. No one knows what he is doing while he acts aright, but of what is wrong we are always conscious. Whoever works with symbols is only a pedant, a hypocrite, or a bungler. There are many such, and they like to be together. Their babbling detains the scholar, their obstinate mediocrity vexes even the best. The instruction which the true artist gives us opens the mind, for where words fail him, deeds speak. The true scholar learns from the known to unfold the unknown, and approaches more and more to being a master. The Harper's Songs from Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship. What notes are those without the wall, across the portal sounding? Let's have the music in our hall, back from its roof rebounding. So spoke the king, the henchman flies, his answer heard, the monarch cries, Bring in that ancient minstrel. Hail, gracious king, each noble knight, each lovely dame, I greet you. What glittering stars salute my sight, what heart unmoved may meet you? Such lordly pomp is not for me, far other scenes my eyes must see, yet deign to list my harping. The singer turns him to his art, a thrilling strain he raises, each warrior hears with glowing heart, and on his loved one gazes. The king, who liked his playing well, commands, for such a kindly spell, a golden chain be given him. The golden chain give not to me, thy boldest knight may wear it, who crossed the battle's purple sea, on lion breast may bear it. Or let it be thy chancellor's prize, amid his heaps to feast his eyes, its yellow glance will please him. I sing but as the linnets sing, that on the green bough dwelleth. A rich reward his music brings, as from his throat it swelleth. Yet might I ask, I'd ask of thine, one sparkling draught of purest wine, to drink it here before you. He viewed the wine, he quaffed it up. O draught of sweetest savour! O happy house where such a cup is thought a little favour! If well you fare, remember me, and thank kind heaven, from envy free, as now for this I thank you. Who never ate his bread in sorrow, who never spent the darksome hours weeping and watching for the morrow, he knows ye not, ye gloomy powers. To earth, this weary earth, ye bring us, to guilt ye let us heedless go, then leave repentance fierce to wring us, a moment's guilt, an age of woe. Binion's Song from Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship. Such let me seem till such I be, take not my snow-white dress away. Soon from this dusk of earth I flee, up to the glittering lands of day. There first a little space I rest, then wake so glad, to scenes so kind, in earthly robes no longer dressed, this band, this girdle left behind. And those calm shining sons of morn, they ask not who is maid or boy, no robes, no garments there are worn, our body pure from sin's alloy. Through little life, not much I toiled, yet anguish long this heart has wrung, untimely woe my blossoms spoiled, make me again forever young. Philena's Song from Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship. Sing me not with such emotion how the night so lonesome is. Pretty maids, I've got a notion, it is the reverse of this. For as man and wife are plighted, and the better half the wife, so is night to day united, night's the better half of life. Can you joy in bustling daytime, day, when none can get his will? It is good for work, for hay-time, but for much other it is ill. But when in the nightly gloaming social lamp on table glows, face for faces dear illuming, and such jest and joyance goes. The fiery pert young fellow, wont by day to run or ride, whispering now some tale would tell, oh, all so gentle by your side. When the nightingale to lovers lovingly her songlet sings, which for exiles and sad rovers like mere woe and wailing rings. With a heart how lightsome feeling do ye count the kindly clock, which 12 times deliberate pealing tells you none to-night shall knock. Therefore on all fit occasions mark it, maidens, what I sing. Every day its own vexations, and the night its joys will bring. End of section 16. Recording by Thor Van Walsum in Tartu, Estonia. To read things I have written, visit thorvwis.cool. Section 17 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thor Van Walsum. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16, by Various. Selected poems by Goethe. Prometheus. Blacken thy heavens, Jove, with thunder clouds, and exercise thee like a boy who thistles crops with smiting oaks and mountain tops, yet must leave me standing my own firm earth, must leave my cottage, which thou didst not build, and my warm hearth, whose cheerful glow thou enviest me. I know naught more pitiful under the sun than you, gods. Ye nourish scantily with altar taxes and with cold lip service this your majesty would perish, were not children and beggars credulous fools. When I was a child and knew not whence or whither, I would turn my wildered eye to the sun, as if up yonder were an ear to hear my complaining, a heart like mine on the oppressed to feel compassion. Who helped me when I braved the Titan's insolence? Who rescued me from death, from slavery? Hast thou not all thyself accomplished, holy glowing heart? And glowing, young, and good, most ignorantly thanked the slumberer above there? I honour thee. For what? Hast thou the miseries lightened of the downtrodden? Hast thou the tears ever banished from the afflicted? Have I not to manhood been moulded by omnipotent time, and by fate everlasting, my lord's and thine? Dream'st thou ever I should grow weary of living, and fly to the desert, since not all our pretty dream buds ripen? Here sit I, fashioned men in mine own image, a race to be like me, to weep and to suffer, to be happy and enjoy themselves, to be careless of thee, too, as I. Translation of John S. Dwight. Wanderers' Night Songs. Thou that from the heavens art, every pain and sorrow stillest, and the doubly wretched heart doubly with refreshment fillest. I am weary with contending. Why this rapture and unrest? Peace descending, come, ah, come into my breast. O'er all the hill tops is quiet now, in all the tree tops hearest thou hardly a breath. The birds are asleep in the trees. Wait, soon like these thou too shalt rest. Longfellow's translation. Reprinted by permission of Houghton, Mifflin and Co., Publishers, Boston. The Elfin King. Who rides so late through the midnight blast? 'Tis a father spurs on with his child full fast. He gathers the boy well into his arm, he clasps him close, and he keeps him warm. My son, why thus to my arm dost cling? Father, dost thou not see the Elfin King? The Elfin King with his crown and train? My son, 'tis a streak of the misty rain. Come hither, thou darling, come go with me. Fine games I know that I'll play with thee. Flowers many and bright do my kingdom hold. My mother has many a robe of gold. O father, dear father, and dost thou not hear What the Elfin King whispers so low in mine ear? Calm, calm thee, my boy, it is only the breeze, As it rustles the withered leaves under the trees. Wilt thou go, bonny boy, wilt thou go with me? My daughters shall wait on thee daintily. My daughters around thee in dance shall sweep, And rock thee and kiss thee, and sing thee to sleep. O father, dear father, and dost thou not mark the elf king's daughters move by in the dark? I see it, my child, but it is not they. 'Tis the old willow nodding, its head so grey. I love thee, thy beauty it charms me so, and I'll take thee by force if thou wilt not go. O father, dear father, he's grasping me, my heart is as cold can be. The father rides swiftly, with terror he gasps, the sobbing child in his arms he clasps. He reaches the castle with spurring and dread, but alack, in his arms the child lay dead. Translation of Martin and Aytoun. From the Wanderer's Storm Song. Whom thou desertest not, O genius, neither blinding rain nor storm breathes upon his heart a chill. Whom thou desertest not, O genius, to the lowering clouds, to the beating hail, he will sing cheerily, as the lark there, thou that soarest. Whom thou desertest not, O genius, him thou'lt lift o'er miry places on thy flaming pinions. He will traverse, as on feet of flowers, slime of Deucalion's deluge, slaying Python, strong, great, Pythias Apollo. Whom thou desertest not, O genius, thou wilt spread thy downy wings beneath him, when he sleeps upon the crags. Thou wilt cover him with guardian pinions in the midnight forest depths. Whom thou desertest not, O genius, thou wilt in whirling snowstorm warmly wrap him round. To the warmth fly the muses, to the warmth fly the graces. Around me float, ye muses, and float, ye graces. This is water, this is earth, and the son of water and of earth, over whom I wander like the gods. You are pure like the heart of water. You are pure like the core of earth. You float around me, and I float over water, over earth, like the gods. Translation of Charles Harvey Genung. The godlike. Noble be man, helpful and good, for that alone doth distinguish him from all the beings which we know. Hail to the unknown, the higher beings felt within us. His pattern teach us faith in them. For unfeeling is nature. Still shineth the sun over good and evil, and to the sinner smile as to the best the moon and the stars. Wind and waters, thunder and hailstones, rustle on their way, smiting down as they dash along, one for another. Just so does fate grope round in the crowd, seize now the innocent, curly-haired boy, now on the old, bald crown of the villain. By great adamantine laws everlasting, here we must all our round of existence faithfully finish. There can none but man perform the impossible. He understandeth, chooseth, and judgeth. He can impart to the moment duration. He alone may the good reward, the guilty punish, mend and deliver, all the wayward anomalous bind in the useful. And the immortals, them we reverence, as if they were men and did, on a grand scale, what the best man in little does, or fain would do. Let noble man be helpful and good, ever creating the right and the useful, type of those loftier beings of whom the heart whispers. Translation of John S. Dwight. Solitude. O ye kindly nymphs who dwell mongst the rocks and thickets, grant unto each whatsoever he may in silence desire. Comfort impart to the mourner, and give to the doubter instruction, and let the lover rejoice, finding the bliss that he craves. For from the gods ye received what they ever denied unto mortals, power to comfort and aid all who in you may confide. Translation of E. A. Bowring. Ergo bibimus. For a praiseworthy object we're now gathered here, so, brethren, sing ergo bibimus. Though talk may be hushed, yet the glasses ring clear. Remember then, ergo bibimus. In truth, 'tis an old, 'tis an excellent word, With its sound so befitting each bosom is stirred, And an echo the festal hall filling is heard, A glorious ergo bibimus. I saw mine own love in her beauty so rare, And bethought me of ergo bibimus. So I gently approached, and she let me stand there, While I helped myself, thinking, bibimus. And when she's appeared, and will clasp you and kiss, Or when those embraces and kisses ye miss, Take refuge, till found is some worthier bliss, In the comforting ergo bibimus. I am called by my fate, far away from each friend, Ye loved ones, then ergo bibimus. With wallet light laden from hence I must wend, So double our ergo bibimus. Whatever to his treasure the niggard may add, Yet regard for the joyous will ever be had, For gladness lends ever its charms to the glad, So brethren sing ergo bibimus. And what shall we say of to day as it flies? I thought but of ergo bibimus. 'Tis one of those truly that seldom arise, So again and again sing bibimus. For joy through a wide open portal it guides, Bright glitter the clouds as the curtain divides, And a form, a divine one, to greet us in glides, While we thunder our ergo bibimus. Translation of E.A. Bowring. Alexis and Dora. Farther and farther away, alas! At each a moment the vessel Hastens as onward it glides, Cleaving the foam-covered flood. Long is the track ploughed up by the keel Where dolphins are sporting, Following fast in its rear while it seems flying pursuit. All forebodes a prosperous voyage. The sailor with calmness leans 'gainst the sail Which alone all that is needed performs. Forward presses the heart of each seaman, Like colours and streamers. Backward one only is seen, Mournfully fixed near the mast, While on the blue-tinged mountains which fast are receding He gazeth, and they sink in the sea. Joy from his bosom departs. Vanished from thee, too, O Dora, is now the vessel that robs thee Of thine Alexis, thy friend, ah, thy betrothed as well. Thou, too, art after me gazing in vain. Our hearts are still throbbing, though for each other, yet, ah, 'gainst one other no more. O thou single moment, wherein I found life, Thou outweighest every day which had else coldly from memory fled. 'Twas in that moment alone, the last, that upon me descended Life, such as deities grant, though thou perceivedst not. Phoebus, in vain with thy rays dost thou clothe The ether in glory. Thine all-brightening day Hateful alone is to me. Into myself I retreat for shelter, And there, in the silence, strive to recover The time when she appeared with each day. Was it possible beauty like this to see, And not feel it? Worked not those heavenly charms E'en on a mind dull as thine? Blame not thyself, unhappy one. Oft doth the bard an enigma thus propose to the throng, Skilfully hidden in words. Each one enjoys the strange commingling of images graceful, Yet still is wanting the word which will discover the sense. When at length it is found, the heart of each hearer is gladdened, And in the poem he sees meaning of twofold delight. Wherefore so late didst thou remove the bandage, O Amor, Which thou hadst placed o'er mine eyes? Wherefore remove it so late? Long did the vessel, when laden, lie waiting for favouring breezes, Till in kindness the wind blew from the land o'er the sea. Vacant times of youth, and vacant dreams of the future, Ye all vanish, and naught, saving the moment, remains. Yes, it remains. My joy still remains. I hold thee, my Dora, and thine image alone, Dora, by hope is disclosed. Oft have I seen thee go, with modesty clad, To the temple, while thy mother so dear Solemnly went by thy side. Eager and nimble thou wert in bearing thy fruit to the market, boldly the pail from the well didst thou sustain on thy head. Then was revealed thy neck, then seen thy shoulders so beauteous, then before all things the grace filling thy motions was seen. Oft have I feared that the pitcher perchance was in danger of falling, yet it ever remained firm on the circular cloth. Thus, fair neighbour, yes, thus I oft was wont to observe thee, as on the stars I might gaze, as I might gaze on the moon, glad indeed at the sight, yet feeling within my calm bosom not the remotest desire ever to call them mine own. Years thus fleeted away. Although our houses were only 20 paces apart, yet I thy threshold ne'er crossed. Now by the fearful flood are we parted. Thou liest to heaven. Below, thy beautiful blue seems to me dark as the night. All were now in movement. A boy to the house of my father ran at full speed and exclaimed, "Hasten thee quick to the strand! Hoisted the sail is already, e'en now in the wind it is fluttering, while the anchor they weigh, heaving it up from the sand. Come, Alexis, oh come!" My worthy stout-hearted father, pressing with a blessing his hand down on my curly locked head, while my mother carefully reached me a newly made bundle. "Happy mayst thou return," cried they, "both happy and rich." Then I sprang away, and under my arm held the bundle. Running along by the wall, standing I found thee hard by, at the door of thy garden. Thou smilingly saidst then, "Alexis, say, are yon boisterous crew going thy comrades to be? Foreign coasts wilt thou visit, and precious merchandise purchase, ornaments meet for the rich matrons who dwell in the town. Bring me also, I pray thee, a light chain. Gladly I'll pay thee. Oft have I wished to possess some such a trinket as that." There I remained, and asked, as merchants are wont, with precision, after the form and the weight which thy commission should have. Modest indeed was the price thou didst name. I meanwhile was gazing on thy neck, which deserved ornaments worn but by queens. Loudly now the cry from the ship, then kindly thou spakest, "Take, I entreat thee, some fruit out of the garden, my friend. Take the ripest oranges, figs of the whitest. The ocean beareth no fruit, and in truth 'tis not produced by each land." So I entered in. Thou pluck'st the fruit from the branches, and the burden of gold was in thy apron upheld. Oft did I cry enough, but fairer fruits were still falling into thy hand as I spake, ever obeying thy touch. Presently didst thou reach the arbor. There lay a basket, sweet blooming myrtle trees waved as we drew nigh o'er our heads. Then thou beganst to arrange the fruit with skill and silence. First the orange, which, heavy as though 'twere of gold, then the yielding fig, by the slightest pressure disfigured, and with myrtle the gift soon was both covered and graced. But I raised it not up. I stood. Our eyes met together, and my eyesight grew dim, seeming obscured by a film. Soon I felt thy bosom on mine. Mine arm was soon twining round thy beautiful form. 1,000 times I kissed thy neck. On my shoulder sank thy head. Thy fair arms encircling soon rendered perfect the ring knitting a rapturous pair. Amor's hands I felt. He pressed us together with ardor, and from the firmament clear thrice did it thunder. Then tears streamed from mine eyes in torrents. Thou weptest, I wept, both were weeping. And mid our sorrow and bliss, even the world seemed to die. Louder and louder they called from the strand. My feet would no longer bear my weight, and I cried, "Dora, and art thou not mine?" "Thine forever," thou gently didst say. Then the tears we were shedding seemed to be wiped from our eyes as by the breath of a god. Nearer was heard the cry, "Alexis!" The stripling who sought me suddenly peeped through the door. How he the basket snatched up! How he urged me away! How pressed I thy hand! Dost thou ask me how the vessel I reached? Drunken I seemed. Well, I know, drunken my shipmates believed me, and so had pity upon me. And as the breeze drove us on, distance the town soon obscured, thine forever, thou Dora, didst murmur. It fell on my senses with the thunder of Zeus, while by the Thunderer's throne stood his daughter, the goddess of love. The Graces were standing close by her side, so the bond beareth an impress divine. Oh, then hasten, thou ship, with every favouring zephyr, onward, thou powerful keel, cleaving the waves as they foam. Bring me unto the foreign harbour, so that the goldsmith may in his workshop prepare straightway the heavenly pledge. Ay, of a truth, the chain shall indeed be a chain, O my Dora, 9 times encircling thy neck, loosely around it entwined. Other and manifold trinkets I'll buy thee, gold-mounted bracelets, richly and skilfully wrought, also shall grace thy fair hand. There shall be the ruby and emerald vie, the sapphire so lovely, be to jacinth opposed, seeming its foil, while the gold holds all the jewels together, in beauteous union commingled. Oh, how the bridegroom exults when he adorns his betrothed! Pearls, if I see, of thee they remind me; each ring that is shown me brings to my mind thy fair hand's graceful and tapering form. I will barter and buy; the fairest of all shalt thou choose thee. Joyously would I devote all of the cargo to thee. Yet not trinkets and jewels alone is thy loved one procuring. With them he brings thee whate'er gives to a housewife delight: fine and woollen coverlets, wrought with an edging of purple, fit for a couch where we both, lovingly, gently may rest; costly pieces of linen, thou sittest and sewest, and clothest me and thyself, and perchance even a third with it too. Visions of hope, deceive ye my heart, ye kindly immortals, soften this fierce raging flame, wildly pervading my breast. Yet how I long to feel them again, those rapturous torments, when in their stead care draws nigh, coldly and fearfully calm. Neither the Furies' torch nor the hounds of hell with their barking awe the delinquent so much. Down in the plains of despair, as by the motionless spectre I'm awed, that shows me the fair one, far away. Of a truth, open the garden door stands, and another one cometh. For him the fruit too is falling, and for him also the fig strengthening honey doth yield. Doth she entice him as well to the arbour? He follows? Oh, make me blind, ye immortals! Efface visions like this from my mind! Yes, she is but a maiden, and she who to one doth so quickly yield, to another ere long doubtless will turn herself round. Smile not, Zeus, for this once at an oath so cruelly broken. Thunder more fearfully! Strike! Stay, thy fierce lightnings withhold. Hurl at me thy quivering bolt, in the darkness of midnight. Strike with thy lightning this mast, make it a pitiful wreck. Scatter the planks all around, and give to the boisterous billows all these wares, and let me be to the dolphins a prey. Now, ye Muses, enough. In vain would ye strive to depicture how, in a love-laden breast, anguish alternates with bliss. Ye cannot heal the wounds, it is true, that love hath inflicted, yet from you only proceeds, kindly ones, comfort and balm. Translation of E. A. Bowring. End of section 17. Recording by Thor Van Walsum in Tartu, Estonia. To read things I have written, visit thorvwis.cool. Section 18 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thor Van Walsum. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16, by Various. Maxims and Reflections and Nature, by Goethe. Maxims and Reflections. From Maxims and Reflections of Goethe, translation of Bailey Saunders. Copyright 1892 by Macmillan and Co. It is not always needful for truth to take a definite shape. It is enough if it hovers about us like a spirit and produces harmony, if it is wafted through the air like the sound of a bell, grave and kindly. I must hold it for the greatest calamity of our time, which lets nothing come to maturity, that one moment is consumed by the next, and the day is spent in the day, so that a man is always living from hand to mouth, without having anything to show for it. Have we not already newspapers for every hour of the day? A good head could assuredly intercalate one or other of them. They publish abroad everything that every one does, or is busy with, or meditating. Nay, his very designs are thereby dragged into publicity. No one can rejoice or be sorry, but as a pastime for others, and so it goes on from house to house, from city to city, from kingdom to kingdom, and at last from one hemisphere to the other, all in post haste. During a prolonged study of the lives of various men both great and small, I came upon this thought: in the web of the world the one may be well regarded as the warp, the other as the woof. It is the little men, after all, who give breadth to the web, and the great men firmness and solidity, perhaps also the addition of some sort of pattern. But the scissors of the Fates determine its length, and to that all the rest must join in submitting itself. There is nothing more odious than the majority. It consists of a few powerful men to lead the way, of accommodating rascals and submissive weaklings, and of a mass of men who trot after them without in the least knowing their own mind. Translators are like busy matchmakers. They sing the praises of some half-veiled beauty, and extol her charms, and arouse an irresistible longing for the original. Nature. Nature! We are surrounded by her and locked in her clasp, powerless to leave her and powerless to come closer to her. Unasked and unwarned, she takes us up into the whirl of her dance, and hurries on with us till we are weary and fall from her arms. There is constant life in her, motion and development, and yet she remains where she was. She is eternally changing, nor for a moment does she stand still. Of rest she knows nothing, and to all stagnation she has affixed her curse. She is steadfast, her step is measured, her exceptions rare, her laws immutable. She loves herself, and clings eternally to herself with eyes and hearts innumerable. She has divided herself that she may be her own delight. She is ever making new creatures spring up to delight in her, and imparts herself insatiably. She rejoices in illusion. If a man destroys this in himself and others, she punishes him like the hardest tyrant. If he follows her in confidence, she presses him to her heart as it were her child. She spurts forth her creatures out of nothing, and tells them not whence they come and whither they go. They have only to go their own way. She knows the path. Her crown is love. Only through love can we come near her. She puts gulf between all things, and all things strive to be interfused. She isolates everything, that she may draw everything together. With a few draughts from the cup of love, she repays for a life full of trouble. She is all things. She rewards herself and punishes herself, and in herself rejoices and is distressed. She is rough and gentle, loving and terrible, powerless and almighty. In her everything is always present. Past or future she knows not. The present is her eternity. She is kind. I praise her with all her works. She is wise and still. No one can force her to explain herself, or frighten her into a gift that she does not give willingly. She is crafty, but for a good end. and it is best not to notice her cunning. End of section 18. Recording by Thor Van Walsum in Tartu, Estonia. To read things I have written, visit thorvwis.cool.
Section 19 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16, by Various. Nikolai Vasilievitch Gogol, 1809 to 1852, by Isabel F. Hapgood. Gogol has been called the father of modern Russian realism, and he has been credited with the creation of all the types which we meet in the great novelists who followed him. This is in great measure true, especially so far as the male characters are concerned. The germs, at least, if not the condensed characterization in full, are recognizable in Gogol's famous novel, Dead Souls, his Little Russian Stories, Tales from a Farmhouse near Dikanka and Mirgorod, and his comedy, The Inspector, which still holds the stage. It was precisely because of his genius in seizing the national types that the poet Pushkin, one of Gogol's earliest and warmest admirers, gave to him the plans of Dead Souls and The Inspector, which he had intended to make use of himself. That he became the father of Russian realism was due not only to his own genius, but to the epoch in which he lived, though he solved the problem for himself quite independently of the continental literatures which were undergoing the same process of transformation from Romanticism to realism. For, nearly 100 years before Gogol and his foreign contemporaries of the 40s, the pioneers in their respective countries of the new literature, won the public, Europe had been living a sort of modern epoch. In imitation of the ancient epics, writers portrayed heroes of gigantic powers in every direction, and set them in a framework of exceptional crises which arouse their powerful emotions in the cause of right, or their superhuman conflict with masterful persons or overwhelming woes. But the daily experience of those who suffered from the manifold miseries of battle and invasion in this modern epoch made it impossible for them to disregard longer the claim on their sympathies of the common things and people of their world, though these can very easily be ignored when one reads the ancient epics. Thus did realism have its dawn in many lands when the era of peace gave men time to define their position, and when pseudo-classicism had at last palled on their taste, which had begun to recognize its coldness and inherent falsity. Naturally, in this new quest of truth, Romanticism and realism were mingled at first. This was the case with Gogol Yarnovsky, to give him his full name, but he soon struck out in the right path. He was born and reared in Little Russia, at Sorokinsky, government of Poltava. He was separated by only 2 generations from the epoch of the Zaporozhian Kazakh army, whose life he has recorded in his famous historical novel, Taras Bulba, his grandfather having been regimental scribe of the Kazakhs, an office of honor. The spirit of the Zaporozhian Kazakhs still lingered over the land, which was overflowing with legends, and with fervent, childlike piety of the superstitious order. At least one half of the Little Russian stories which made Gogol's fame he owes to his grandfather, who appears as Rudy Panko, the bee farmer, in the Tales from a Farmhouse near Dikanka. His father, who represented the modern spirit, was an inimitable narrator of comic stories, and the talents of his father and grandfather rendered their house the social center of a very wide neighborhood. At school, Gogol did not distinguish himself in his studies, but wrote a great deal, all of an imitative character, and got up school plays in emulation of those which he had seen at his own home. His lack of scholarship made it impossible for him to pursue the learned career of professor of history, on which he embarked after he had with labor obtained and shortly renounced the career of copying clerk in St. Petersburg. His vast but dimly defined ambition to accomplish great things for his fatherland in some mysterious way, and fame for himself, equally suffered shipwreck to his mind, though if we consider the part which the realistic literature he founded has played on the world stage, we may count his apparent defeat a solid victory. His brief career as professor of history at the university was brought about by his ambition and through the influence of the literary men whose friendship he had won by his first Little Russian tales. They recognized his genius, and at last he himself recognized that the new style of writing which he had created was his vocation, and devoted himself wholly to literature. At the close of 1831, the first volume of Tales from a Farmhouse appeared, and had an immense success. The second volume, Mirgorod, followed with equal success. It contained a new element. The merriment of the first volume had been pure, unmixed. In the second volume he had developed not only the realism, but that special trait of his genius, laughter piercing through a mist of tears, of which Old-Fashioned Gentry and How the Two Ivans Quarreled offer celebrated examples. But success always flew to Gogol's head. He immediately began to despise these products of his true vocation, and to plan grandiose projects far beyond his powers of education and entirely outside the range of his talent. Now, for instance, he undertook a colossal work in 9 volumes on the history of the Middle Ages. Happily, he abandoned that after his studies of Little Russian history, incidental thereto, had resulted in his epic of the highest art, Taras Bulba. The first outcome of his recognition that literary work was his moral duty, not a mere pastime, was his great play, The Inspector. It was produced in April 1836. The authorities steadfastly opposed its production, but the Emperor Nicholas I heard of it, read it, ordered it produced, and upheld Gogol in enthusiastic delight. Officials, merchants, police, literary people, everybody attacked the author. They had laughed at his pathos. Now they raged at his comedy, refused to recognize their own portraits, and still tried to have the play prohibited. Gogol's health and spirits were profoundly affected by this unexpected enmity. He fled abroad and returned to Russia thereafter only at intervals for brief visits, and chiefly to Moscow, where most of his faithful friends lived. He traveled much, but spent most of his time in Rome, where his lavish charities kept him always poor, even after the complete success of The Inspector and of the first part of Dead Souls would have enabled him to exist in comfort. He was accustomed to say that he could only see Russia clearly when he was far from her, and in a measure he proved this by his inimitable first volume of Dead Souls. Herein he justified Pushkin's expectations in giving him that subject which would enable him to paint, in types, the classes and localities of his fatherland. But this long residence in Rome was fatal to his mind and health, and eventually extinguished the last sparks of genius. The Russian mind is peculiarly inclined to mysticism, and Russian writers of eminence seem to be even more susceptible in that direction than ordinary men. Of the noted writers in this century, Pushkin and Lermontov had leaned decidedly in that direction towards the end of their careers, brief as their lives were. Gogol was their intimate friend in Russia, and after he went abroad he was the intimate friend of the aged poet Zhukovsky, who became a mystic in his declining years. Even in his school days, Gogol had shown, in his letters to his mother, a marked tendency to religious exaltation. Now, under the combined pressure of his personal inclinations, friendships, and the clerical atmosphere of Rome, he developed into a mystic, an ascetic of the most pronounced type. In this frame of mind, he looked upon all his earlier writings as sins which must be atoned for, and yet his immense self-esteem was so flattered by the tremendous success of The Inspector and of the first part of Dead Souls that he began to regard himself as a kind of divinely commissioned prophet, whose duty it was to exhort his fellow men. The extract from these hortatory letters to his friends, which he published, convinced his countrymen that nothing more was to be expected from him. The failure of this volume only helped to plunge him into deeper depths of self-torture. In the few remaining lucid moments of his genius, he worked at the second part of Dead Souls, but destroyed what he had written in the moments of ecstatic remorse which followed. Thus, the greatest work of his mature genius remains uncompleted. In 1848, he made a pilgrimage to Jerusalem and returned through Odessa to Moscow, where he lived until his death, growing constantly more mystical, more ascetic. Sleepless nights spent in prayer, fasting to the extent of trying to nourish himself, as it is affirmed that practiced ascetics successfully can, for a week on one of the tiny double loaves which are used in the Holy Communion, completed the ravages of his long-endured maladies. It was for publishing in a Moscow paper an enthusiastic obituary of the dead genius, which he had been forbidden to publish in St. Petersburg, that Turgenev was sent into residence on his estate and enriched the world with the first work of his rising genius, the Diary of a Sportsman. Acuteness of observation, natural, infectious, genuine humor, vivid realism, and an inimitable power of depicting national types are Gogol's distinguishing characteristics, and these in varying degrees are precisely the ingredients which have entered into the works of his successors and rendered Russian literature famous as a school. In reviewing Gogol's work, we may set aside, with but cursory mention, his youthful idyll, written while still in the gymnasium, published anonymously and overwhelmed with ridicule. Hans Kuckelgarten, his arabesques, which are useful chiefly as a contribution to the study of the man and his opinions, not as permanent additions to the literature. His extracts from correspondence with friends, which belong to the sermonizing, clouded period of his life's close, and the diverse fragments, both of prose and dramatic writing, all of which are conscientiously included in the complete editions of his writings. The only complete play which he wrote, except The Inspector, is the comedy Marriage, which is still acted, though very seldom. It is full of naturalness and his own peculiar humor, but its subject does not appeal to the universal public of all lands as nearly as does the plan of The Inspector. The plot, in brief, is founded on a young girl's meditations on marriage and her actions which lead up to and follow those meditations. The heroine, desirous of marrying, invokes the aid of the matchmaker, the old-time matrimonial agent in the Russian merchant and peasant classes, by conventional etiquette. The matchmaker offers for her consideration several suitable men, all strangers. The heroine makes her choice and is very well content with her suitor, but she begins to meditate on the future, becomes moved to tears by the thought of her daughter's possible unhappiness in a hypothetical wretched marriage in the dim future, and at last, unable to endure this painful prospect, she evades her betrothed and breaks off the match. While the characteristic and national touches are keen and true, precursors of the vein which Ostrovsky so happily developed later, the play must remain a matter of greater interest to Russians than to foreigners. The interest of The Inspector, on the other hand, is universal. Official negligence and corruption, bribery, masculine boastfulness and vanity, and feminine qualities to correspond, are the private prerogatives of no one nation, of no one epoch. The comedy possesses all the elements of social portraiture and satire without caricature, concentrations of time, place, action, language, and a tremendous condensation of character traits which are not only truly, typically national, but which come within the ken of all fair-minded persons in other countries. The volume with which he scored his first success, and which must remain a classic, is Evenings at a Farmhouse near Dikanka. As the second volume, Mirgorod, and his volume of St. Petersburg Tales all combine essentially the same ingredients, though in varying measure, we may consider them together. All the tales from his first 2 volumes are from his beloved birthplace, Little Russia. Some of them are simply the artistic and literary rendering of popular legends whose counterparts may be found in the folk literature of other lands. Such are the story of the vampire Vi, St. John's Eve, and the exquisite A May Night, where the famous poetical spirit of the Ukraina is displayed in its full force and beauty. The Lost Document, Sorokinsky Fair, The Enchanted Spot, and others of like legendary but more exclusively national character show the same fertility of wit and skill of management, with close study of everyday customs, superstitions, and life, which render them invaluable to both Russians and foreigners. More important than these, however, are such stories as Old-Fashioned Gentry, or Farmers, where keen but kindly wit, more tempered than the mirth of youthful high spirits which had imbued the fantastic tales, is mingled with the purest, deepest pathos and minute delineation of character and customs in an inimitable work of the highest art. To this category belong also How the Two Ivans Quarreled, the full title, How Ivan Ivanitch and Ivan Nikiforovitch Quarreled, is rather unwieldy for the foreign ear, and The Cloak from the volume of St. Petersburg Tales. We may also count the Nevsky Prospect with these, while the portrait is semi-fantastic. The Nose and the Kalash are wholly so, though not legendary, and the Diary of a Madman is unexcelled as an amusing but touching study of a diseased mind in the ranks of petty officialdom. Gogol's capital work, however, is his Dead Souls. In it he carried to its highest point his talent for accurate delineation of his countrymen and the conditions of their life. There is less pathos than in some of his short tales, but all the other elements are perfected. Pushkin's generosity and sound judgment were never better shown than in the gift which he made to Gogol of the plan of this book. He could not have executed it himself as well. The work must forever rank as a Russian classic. It ought to rank as a universal classic. The types are as fresh, true, and vivid to one who knows the Russia of today as they were when they were first introduced to the enthusiastic public of 1842. In the pre-emancipation days, a soul meant a male serf. The women were not counted in the periodical revisions, though the working unit, a tiaglo, consisted of a man, his wife, and his horse, the indispensable trinity to agricultural labor. In the interval between the revisions, a landed proprietor continued to pay for all the serfs accredited to him on the official list, the births being reckoned for convenience as an exact offset to the deaths. Another provision of the law was that no one should purchase serfs without the land to which they belonged, except for the purpose of colonization. An ingenious fraud suggested by a combination of these two laws forms the foundation of Dead Souls. The hero, Chichikov, is an official who has struggled up ambitiously and shrewdly through numerous vicissitudes of bribe-taking, extortion, and ensuing discomfiture, to a snug berth in the custom house service from which he is ejected under circumstances which render further flights difficult if not impossible. In this strait he hits upon the idea of purchasing from landed proprietors of mediocre probity the souls who are dead, though still nominally alive, and on whom they are forced to pay taxes. Land is being given away gratuitously in the southern governments of Kherson and Taurus to anyone who will settle upon it, as everyone knows. His plan is to buy 1,000 non-existent serfs, dead souls, at a maximum of 100 rubles apiece for colonization on an equally non-existent estate in the south, and then by mortgaging them to the loan bank for the nobility known as a Council of Guardians, obtain a capital of 200,000 rubles. In pursuance of this clever scheme, he sets out on his travels, visits provincial towns and the estates of landed gentry of every shade of character, dishonesty, and financial standing, where he either buys for a song or cajoles from them as a gift large numbers of dead souls. It is unnecessary and impossible to do more than reinforce the hint which this statement contains by the assurance that Gogol used to the uttermost the magnificent opportunity thus afforded him of showing up Russian life and manners. Though the scene of Chichakov's wanderings does not include either capital, the life there does not escape the author's notice in his asides and illustrative arguments. It may also be said that while his talent lies preeminently in the delineation of men, he does not fail in his portraits of women, though as a rule these are more general in the nature of a composite photograph than particular. The day for minute analysis of feminine character had not arrived, and in all Gogol's works there is, properly speaking, no such thing as the heroine playing a first-class role, whether of the antique or the modern pattern. Gogol's great historical novel, Taras Bulba, which deals with the famous Kazakh Republic of the Dnieper Falls, Zaporozhye, stands equally with his other volumes of the first rank in poetry, dramatic power, and truth to life. It possesses also a force of tragedy and passion in love, which are altogether lacking, or but faintly indicated, in his other masterpieces. Isabel F. Hapgood. End of section 19. Read by Bryce Kreis, Youngstown, USA. Section 20 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16. Selected Scenes by Gogol. From The Inspector. Scene: a room in the house of the Chief of Police. Present: Chief of Police, Curator of Benevolent Institutions, Superintendent of Schools, Judge, Commissary of Police, Doctor, 2 policemen. Chief: I have summoned you gentlemen in order to communicate to you an unpleasant piece of news. An inspector is coming. Judge: What? An inspector? Chief: An inspector from St. Petersburg, incognito, and with secret orders to boot. Judge: I thought so. Curator: If there's not trouble, then I'm mistaken. Superintendent: Heavens, and with secret orders, too. Chief: I foresaw it. All last night I was dreaming of 2 huge rats. I never saw such rats. They were black and of supernatural size. They came and smelled and went away. I will read you the letter I have received from Andrei Ivanitch Tokorikov, whom you know, Artemy Philippich. This is what he writes. Dear friend, gossip and benefactor, mutters in an undertone as he runs his eye quickly over it, I hasten to inform you, among other things, that an official has arrived with orders to inspect the entire government and our district in particular. Raises his finger significantly. I have heard this from trustworthy people, although he represents himself as a private individual. As I know you are not quite free from faults, since you are a sensible man and do not like to let slip what runs into your hands. Pauses. Well, here are some remarks about his own affairs. So I advise you to be on your guard, for he may arrive at any moment, if he has not already arrived and living somewhere incognito. Yesterday. Well, what follows is about family matters. My sister Anna Kirillovna has come with her husband. Ivan Kirillich has grown very fat and still plays the violin, and so forth and so forth. So there you have the whole matter. Judge: Yes, the matter is so unusual, so remarkable, something unexpected. Superintendent: And why? Anton Antonitch, why is this? Why is this inspector coming hither? Chief sighs. Why? Evidently it is fate. Sighs. Up to this time, God be praised, they have attended to other towns. Now our turn has come. Judge: I think, Anton Antonitch, that there is some fine political cause at the bottom of this. This means something. Russia, yes, Russia, wants to go to war, and the minister, you see, has sent an official to find out whether there is any treason. Chief: What's got a hold of him? A sensible man, truly. Treason in a provincial town? Is it a border town? Is it now? Why, you could ride away from here for 3 years and not reach any other kingdom. Judge: No, I tell you, you don't. The government has subtle reasons. No matter if it is out of the way, they don't care for that. Chief: Whether they care or not, I have warned you, gentlemen. See to it. I have made some arrangements in my own department, and I advise you to do the same. Especially you, Artemy Philippich. Without doubt, this traveling official will wish first of all to inspect your institutions, and therefore you must arrange things so that they will be decent. The nightcaps should be clean, and the sick people should not look like blacksmiths as they usually do in private. Curator: Well, that's a mere trifle. We can put clean nightcaps on them. Chief: And then you ought to have written up over the head of each bed, in Latin or some other language, that's your business, the name of each disease, when each patient was taken sick, the day and hour. It is not well that your sick people should smoke such strong tobacco that one has to sneeze every time he goes in there. Yes, and it would be better if there were fewer of them. It will be set down at once to bad supervision or to lack of skill on the doctor's part. Curator: Oh, so far as the doctoring is concerned, Christian Ivánich and I have already taken measures. The nearer to nature, the better. We don't use any expensive medicines. Man is a simple creature. If he dies, why, then he dies. If he gets well, why, then he gets well. And then it would have been difficult for Christian Ivánich to make them understand him. He doesn't know one word of Russian. Chief: I should also advise you, Amos Fyodorich, to turn your attention to court affairs. In the ante-room, where the clients usually assemble, your janitor has got a lot of geese and goslings which waddle about underfoot. Of course, it is praiseworthy to be thrifty in domestic affairs, and why should not the janitor be so too? Only, you know, it is not proper in that place. I meant to mention it to you before, but always forgot it. Judge: I'll order them to be taken to the kitchen this very day. Will you come and dine with me? Chief: And moreover, it is not well that all sorts of stuff should be put to dry in the courtroom, and that over the very desk, with the documents, there should be a hunting whip. I know that you are fond of hunting, but there is a proper time for everything, and you can hang it up there again when the inspector takes his departure. And then your assistant. He is a man of experience, but there's a smell about him as though he had just come from a distillery, and that's not as it should be. I meant to speak to you about it long ago, but something, I don't recall now precisely what, put it out of my mind. There is a remedy. If he really was born with the odor, as he asserts, you might advise him to eat onions or garlic or something. In that case, Christian Ivánich could assist you with some medicaments. Judge: No, it's impossible to drive it out. He says that his mother injured him when he was a child, and an odor of whiskey has emanated from him ever since. Chief: Yes, I just remarked on it. As for internal arrangements, and what Andrei Ivánich in his letter calls faults, I can say nothing. Yes, and strange to say, there is no man who has not his faults. God himself arranged it so, and it is useless for the free-thinkers to maintain the contrary. Judge: What do you mean by faults, Anton Antonitch? There are various sorts of faults. I tell everyone frankly that I take bribes, but what sort of bribes? Greyhound pups. That's quite another thing. Chief: Well, greyhound pups or anything else, it's all the same. Judge: Well, no, Anton Antonitch. But for example, if someone has a fur coat worth 500 rubles and his wife has a shawl. Chief: Well, and how about your taking greyhound pups as bribes? Why don't you trust in God? You never go to church. I am firm in the faith, at all events, and go to church every Sunday. But you, oh, I know you. If you begin to talk about the creation of the world, one's hair rises straight up on his head. Judge: It came of itself, of its own accord. Chief: Well, in some cases, it is worse to have brains than to be entirely without them. Besides, I only just mentioned the district court, but to tell the truth, it is only very rarely that anyone ever looks in there. 'Tis such an enviable place that God himself protects it. And as for you, Luka Lukic, as superintendent of schools, you must bestir yourself with regard to the teachers. They are educated people, to be sure, and were reared at divers academies, but they have very peculiar ways which go naturally with that learned profession. One of them, for instance, the fat-faced one, I don't recall his name, cannot get along without making grimaces when he takes his seat. Like this, makes a grimace, and then he begins to smooth his beard out from under his neckerchief with his hand. In short, if he makes such faces at the scholars, there is nothing to be said. It must be necessary. I am no judge of that. But just consider, if he were to do that to a visitor, it might be very unpleasant. The inspector or anyone else might take it personal. The devil knows what might come of it. Superintendent: what am I to do with him? I've spoken to him about it several times already. A few days ago, when our chief went into the classroom, he made such a grimace as I never beheld before. He made it out of good will, but it is a judgment on me, because free thinking is being inculcated in the young people. Chief: and I must also mention the teacher of history. He is a wise man, that's plain, and has acquired a great mass of learning, but he expresses himself with so much warmth that he loses control of himself. I heard him once, well, so long as he was talking about the Assyrians and Babylonians, it was all right, but when he got to Alexander of Macedon, I can't describe to you what came over him. I thought there was a fire, by heavens. He jumped from his seat and dashed his chair to the floor with all his might. Alexander of Macedon was a hero, no doubt, but why smash the chairs? There will be a deficit in the accounts just as a result of that. Superintendent: yes, he is hasty. I remarked on it to him several times. He says, "What would you have? I would sacrifice my life for science." Chief: yes, such is the incomprehensible decree of fate. A learned man is always a drunkard, or else he makes faces that would scare the very saints. Superintendent: God forbid that he should inspect the educational institutions. Everybody meddles and tries to show everybody else that he is a learned man. Chief: that would be nothing, that cursed incognito. All of a sudden you hear, "Ah, here you are, my little dears, and who," says he, "is the judge here?" Liapkin Tiapkin. And who is the superintendent of the hospital? Zemlyanika. That's the worst of it. Enter postmaster. Chief: well, how do you feel, Ivan Kuzmich? Postmaster: how do I feel? How do you feel, Anton Antonich? Chief: how do I feel? I'm not afraid, yet I am, a little. The merchants and citizens cause me some anxiety. They say I've been hard with them, but God knows, if I've ever taken anything from them, it was not out of malice. I even think, takes him by the arm and leads him aside, I even think there may be a sort of complaint against me. Why, in fact, is the inspector coming to us? Listen, Ivan Kuzmich, why can't you, for our common good, you know, open every letter which passes through your office, going or coming, and read it, to see whether it contains a complaint or is simply correspondence. If it does not, then you can seal it up again. Besides, you could even deliver the letter unsealed. Postmaster: I know, you can't tell me anything about that. I always do it, not out of circumspection, but out of curiosity. I am deadly fond of knowing what's going on in the world. It's very interesting reading, I can tell you. It's a real treat to read some letters. They contain such descriptions of occurrences, and they're so improving, better than the Moscow news. The play proceeds. Two men, the town busybodies, happen to find at the inn a traveler who has been living on credit and going nowhere for 2 weeks. The landlord is about to put his lodger in prison for debt, when these men jump to the conclusion that he is the inspector. The prefect and other terrified officials accept the suggestion, in spite of his plain statement as to his identity. They set about making the town presentable, entertain and bribe him, and bow down to him. He accepts their hospitality, asks loans, makes love to the prefect's silly wife and daughter, betroths himself to the latter, receives the petitions and bribes of the oppressed townspeople, and drives off with the best post horses the town can furnish, ostensibly to ask the blessing of his rich old uncle on his marriage. The postmaster intercepts a letter which he has written to a friend. Its revelations and the ridicule which he therein casts on his hosts open their eyes at last. At that moment a gendarme appears and announces that the inspector has arrived. Tableau. Old-fashioned gentry. From Mirjam. I am very fond of the modest life of those isolated owners of remote estates which are generally called old-fashioned in Little Russia, and which, like ruinous and picturesque houses, are beautiful through their simplicity and complete contrast to a new and regular building whose walls have never yet been washed by the rain, whose roof has not yet been overgrown with moss, and whose porch, still possessed of its stucco, does not yet display its red bricks. I can see the low-roofed little house, with its veranda of slender, black and wooden columns, surrounding it on all sides, so that in case of a thunderstorm or a hailstorm, you could close the window shutters without getting wet. Behind it, fragrant wild cherry trees, row upon row of dwarf fruit trees, overtopped by crimson cherries and a purple sea of plums, covered with a lead-colored bloom, luxuriant maples under whose shade rugs were spread for repose. In front of the house, the spacious yard, with short fresh grass, through which paths had been worn from the storehouses to the kitchen, from the kitchen to the apartments of the family, a long-necked goose drinking water with the young goslings, soft as down, the picket fence festooned with bunches of dried apples and pears, and rugs hung out to air, a cartload of melons standing near the storehouse, the oxen unyoked and lying lazily beside it. All this has for me an indescribable charm, perhaps because I no longer see it, and because anything from which we are separated pleases us. But more than all else, the owners of this distant nook, an old man and old woman, hastening eagerly out to meet me, gave me pleasure. Alphonsy Ivanovich Tavstogub and his wife, Pulcheria Ivanovna Tavstogubaka, according to the neighboring peasants' way of expressing it, were the old people of whom I began to speak. If I were a painter and wished to depict Philemon and Baucis on canvas, I could have found no better models than they. Alphonsy Ivanovich was 60 years old. Pulcheria Ivanovna was 55. Alphonsy Ivanovich was tall, always wore a short sheepskin coat covered with camlet, sat all doubled up, and was almost always smiling, whether he were telling a story or only listening to one. Pulcheria Ivanovna was rather serious and hardly ever laughed, but her face and eyes expressed so much goodness, so much eagerness to treat you to all the best they owned, that you would probably have found a smile too repelling on her kind face. The delicate wrinkles were so agreeably disposed on their countenances that an artist would certainly have appropriated them. It seemed as though to them you might read their whole life, the pure, peaceful life led by the old, patriotic, simple-hearted, and at the same time wealthy families, which always present a marked contrast to those baser Little Russians who work up from tar-burners and peddlers, throng the courtrooms like grasshoppers, squeeze the last copper from their fellow countrymen, crowd Petersburg with scandal-mongers, finally acquire capital, and triumphantly add an F to their surnames which end in O. No, they did not resemble those despicable and miserable creatures, but all ancient and native Little Russian families. They never had any children, so all their affection was concentrated on themselves. The rooms of the little house in which our old couple dwelt were small, low-ceilinged, such as are generally to be seen with old-fashioned people. In each room stood a huge stove, which occupied nearly one-third of the space. These little rooms were frightfully hot because both Afanassy Ivanovitch and Pulcheria Ivanovna were fond of heat. All their fuel was stored in the anteroom, which was always filled nearly to the ceiling with straw, which is generally used in Little Russia in place of wood. The chairs of the room were of wood and massive in the style which generally marked those of the olden times. All had high, turned backs of natural wood, without any paint or varnish. They were not even upholstered, and somewhat resembled those which are still used by bishops. Triangular tables stood in the corners, a square table stood in front of the sofa, and there was a large mirror in a slender gilt frame, carved in foliage, which the flies had covered with black spots. In front of the sofa was a mat with flowers which resembled birds, and birds which resembled flowers, and these things constituted almost the entire furniture of the far from elegant little house where my old people lived. The maid's room was filled with young and elderly serving women in striped chemises, to which Pulcheria Ivanovna sometimes gave trifles to sew, and whom she set to picking over berries, but who ran about the kitchen or slept the greater part of the time. Pulcheria Ivanovna regarded it as a necessity that she should keep them in the house, and she kept a strict watch of their morals, but to no purpose. Afanassy Ivanovitch very rarely occupied himself with the farming, although he sometimes went out to see the mowers and reapers, and gazed with great intensity at their work. All the burden of management devolved upon Pulcheria Ivanovna. Pulcheria Ivanovna's housekeeping consisted of a constant locking and unlocking of the storehouses, of salting, drying, and preserving incalculable quantities of fruits and vegetables. Her house was exactly like a chemical laboratory. A fire was constantly laid under an apple tree, and the kettle or the brass pan with preserves, jelly, marmalade, made with honey, with sugar, and with I know not what else, was hardly ever taken from the tripod. Under another tree the coachman was forever distilling vodka with peach leaves, with wild cherry, cherry flowers, wild gentian, or cherry stones, in a copper still. And at the end of the process he was never able to control his tongue, but chattered all sorts of nonsense which Pulcheria Ivanovna did not understand, and took himself off to the kitchen to sleep. Such a quantity of all this stuff was preserved, salted, and dried, that it would probably have overwhelmed the whole yard at least, for Pulcheria Ivanovna liked to lay in a store far beyond what was calculated for consumption. If the greater part of it had not been devoured by the maid-servants, who crept into the storehouse and overate themselves to such a fearful extent that they groaned and complained of their stomachs for a whole day afterwards. Both the old folks, in accordance with old-fashioned customs, were very fond of eating. As soon as daylight dawned, they always rose early, and the doors had begun their many-toned concert of squeaks, they sat down at the table and drank coffee. When Afanassy Ivanovitch had drunk his coffee, he went out, flirted his handkerchief, and said, "Kish, kish, go away from the veranda, geese." In the yard he generally encountered the steward. He usually entered into conversation with him, inquired about the work of the estate with the greatest minuteness, and imparted to him such a multitude of observations and orders as would have caused anyone to marvel at his understanding of business, and no novice would have ventured to conjecture that so acute a master could be robbed. But his steward was a clever rascal. He knew well what answers he must give, and better still how to manage things. This done, Afanassy Ivanovitch returned to the house, and approaching Pulcheria Ivanovna, said, "Well, Pulcheria Ivanovna, is it time to eat something, do you think?" "What shall we have to eat now, Afanassy Ivanovitch? Some wheat and suet cakes, or some patties with poppy seeds, or some salted mushrooms?" "Some mushrooms, then, or some patties, if you please," said Afanassy Ivanovitch, and then suddenly a tablecloth would make its appearance on the table with the patties and mushrooms. An hour before dinner, Afanassy Ivanovitch took another snack and drank vodka from an ancient silver cup, ate mushrooms, divers dried fishes, and other things. They sat down to dine at 12 o'clock. There stood upon the table, in addition to the platters and sauce boats, a multitude of pots with covers pasted on, that the appetizing products of the savory, old-fashioned cooking might not be exhaled abroad. At dinner, the conversations turned upon subjects closely connected with the meal. After dinner, Afanasy Ivanovitch went to lie down for an hour, at the end of which time Pulcheria Ivanovna brought him a sliced watermelon and said, "Here, try this, Afanasy Ivanovitch. See what a good melon it is." "Don't put faith in it because it is red in the center, Pulcheria Ivanovna," said Afanasy Ivanovitch, taking a good-sized chunk. "Sometimes they are not good, though they are red." But the watermelon slowly disappeared. Then Afanasy Ivanovitch ate a few pears and went out into the garden for a walk with Pulcheria Ivanovna. When they returned to the house, Pulcheria Ivanovna went about her own affairs, but he sat down on the veranda facing the yard and observed how the interior of the storeroom was alternately disclosed and revealed, and how the girls jostled each other as they carried in or brought out all sorts of stuff in wooden boxes, sieves, trays, and other receptacles for fruit. After waiting a while, he sent for Pulcheria Ivanovna, or went in search of her himself, and said, "What is there for me to eat, Pulcheria Ivanovna?" "What is there?" asked Pulcheria Ivanovna. "Shall I go tell them to bring you some curd dumplings with berries, which I had set aside for you?" "That would be good," answered Afanasy Ivanovitch. "Or perhaps you could eat some kisel, a jelly-like pudding made of potato flour and flavored with some sour fruit juice." "That is good also," replied Afanasy Ivanovitch, whereupon all of them were immediately brought and eaten in due course. Before supper, Afanasy Ivanovitch took another appetizing snack. At 9:30 they sat down to supper. After supper they went directly to bed, and universal silence settled down upon this busy yet quiet nook. The chamber in which Afanasy Ivanovitch and Pulcheria Ivanovna slept was so hot that very few people could have stayed in it more than a few hours, but Afanasy Ivanovitch, for the sake of more warmth, slept upon the stove bench, although the excess of heat caused him to rise several times in the course of the night and walk about the room. Sometimes Afanasy Ivanovitch groaned as he walked thus about the room. Then Pulcheria Ivanovna inquired, "Why do you groan, Afanasy Ivanovitch?" "God knows, Pulcheria Ivanovna. It seems to me that my stomach aches a little," said Afanasy Ivanovitch. "Hadn't you better eat something, Afanasy Ivanovitch?" "I don't know. Perhaps it would be well, Pulcheria Ivanovna. By the way, what is there to eat?" "Sour milk or some stewed dried pears." "If you please, I will try them," said Afanasy Ivanovitch. A sleepy maid was sent to ransack the cupboards, and Afanasy Ivanovitch ate a plateful, after which he remarked, "Now I seem to feel relieved." I loved to visit them, and though I overate myself horribly, like all their guests, and although it was very bad for me, still I was always glad to go to them. Besides, I think that the air of Little Russia must possess some special properties which aid digestion, for if anyone were to undertake to eat in that way here, there is not a doubt that they would find themselves lying on the table a corpse instead of in bed. Pulcheria Ivanovna had a little gray cat, which almost always lay coiled up in a ball at her feet. Pulcheria Ivanovna stroked her occasionally and tickled her neck with her finger. The petted cat stretched it out as long as possible. It would not be correct to affirm that Pulcheria Ivanovna loved her so very much, but she had simply become attached to her from seeing her continually about. Afanasy Ivanovitch often joked about the attachment. Behind their garden lay a large forest, which had been spared by the enterprising steward, possibly because the sound of the axe might have reached the ears of Pulcheria Ivanovna. It was dense, neglected, the old tree trunks were concealed by luxuriant hazel bushes, and resembled the feathered legs of pigeons. In this wood dwelt wild cats. These cats had a long conference with Pulcheria Ivanovna's tame cat through a hole under the storehouse, and at last led her astray, as a detachment of soldiers leads astray a dull-witted peasant. Pulcheria Ivanovna noticed that her cat was missing, and caused search to be made for her, but no cat was to be found. 3 days passed. Pulcheria Ivanovna felt sorry, but in the end forgot all about her loss. The cat returns to the place half-starved and is coaxed to come into the house and eat, but runs away on Pulcheria Ivanovna's trying to pet her. The old woman became pensive. "It is my death which has come for me," she said to herself, and nothing could cheer her. All day she was sad. In vain did Afanassy Ivanovitch jest and seek to discover why she had suddenly grown so grave. Pulcheria Ivanovna either made no reply, or one which did not in the least satisfy Afanassy Ivanovitch. The next day she had grown visibly thinner. "What is the matter with you, Pulcheria Ivanovna? You are not ill?" "No, I am not ill, Afanassy Ivanovitch. I want to tell you about a strange occurrence. I know that I shall die this year. My death has already come for me." Afanassy Ivanovitch's mouth was distorted with pain. Nevertheless, he tried to conquer the sad feeling in his mind, and said, smiling, "God only knows what you are talking about, Pulcheria Ivanovna. You must have drunk some of your peach infusion instead of your usual herb tea." "No, Afanassy Ivanovitch, I have not drunk my peach infusion," replied Pulcheria Ivanovna. "I beg of you, Afanassy Ivanovitch, to fulfill my wishes. When I die, bury me by the church wall. Put on me my grayish gown, the one with the small flowers on a cinnamon ground. My satin gown with the red stripes you must not put on me. A corpse needs no clothes. Of what use are they to her? But it will be good for you. Make yourself a fine dressing gown, in case visitors come, so that you may make a good appearance when you receive them." "God knows what you are saying, Pulcheria Ivanovna," said Afanassy Ivanovitch. "Death will come some time, but you frighten me with such remarks." "Mind, Yevtuka," she said, turning to the housekeeper, whom she had sent for expressly, "that you look after your master when I am dead, and cherish him like the apple of your eye, like your own child. See that everything he likes is prepared in the kitchen, that his linen and clothes are always clean, that when visitors happen in, you dress him properly, otherwise he will come forth in his old dressing gown, for he often forgets now whether it is a festival or an ordinary day." Poor old woman! She had no thought for the great moment which was awaiting her, nor of her soul, nor of the future life. She thought only of her poor companion, with whom she had passed her life, and whom she was about to leave an orphan and unprotected. After this fashion did she arrange everything with great skill, so that after her death Afanassy Ivanovitch might not perceive her absence. Her faith in her approaching end was so firm, and her mind was so fixed upon it, that in a few days she actually took to her bed and was unable to swallow any nourishment. Afanassy Ivanovitch was all attention and never left her bedside. "Perhaps you could eat something, Pulcheria Ivanovna," he said, gazing uneasily into her eyes. But Pulcheria Ivanovna made no reply. At length, after a long silence, she moved her lips as though desirous of saying something, and her spirit fled. Afanassy Ivanovitch was utterly amazed. It seemed to him so terrible that he did not even weep. He gazed at her with troubled eyes, as though he did not understand the meaning of a corpse. 5 years passed. Being in the vicinity of the end of the 5 years, I went to the little estate of Afanassy Ivanovitch to inquire after my old neighbor, with whom I had spent the day so agreeably in former times, dining always on the choicest delicacies of his kind-hearted wife. When I drove up to the door, the house seemed twice as old as formerly. The peasants' cottages were lying on one side, without doubt exactly like their owners. The fence and hedge around the yard were dilapidated, and I myself saw the cook pull out a paling to heat the stove, when she had only a couple of steps to take in order to get the kindling wood which had been piled there expressly for her use. I stepped sadly upon the veranda. The same dogs, now blind or with broken legs, raised their bushy tails, all mangled with burrs, and barked. The old man came out to meet me, so this was he. I recognized him at once, but he was twice as bent as formerly. He knew me and greeted me with the smile which was so familiar to me. I followed him into the room. All there seemed as in the past, but I observed a strange disorder, a tangible loss of something. In everything was visible the absence of the painstaking Pulcheria Ivanovna. At table they gave us a knife without a handle. The dishes were prepared with little art. I did not care to inquire about the management of the estate. I was even afraid to glance at the farm buildings. I tried to interest Afanassy Ivanovitch in something, and told him divers bits of news. He listened with his customary smile, but his glance was at times quite unintelligent, and thoughts did not wander therein. They simply disappeared. "This is a dish," said Afanassy Ivanovitch, when they brought us curds and flour with cream. "This is a dish," he continued, and I observed that his voice began to quiver, and that tears were on the point of bursting from his leaden eyes, but he collected all his strength in the effort to repress them. "This is a dish which and his tears suddenly gushed forth. His hand fell over his plate, and the plate was overturned, flew from the table, and was broken. He sat stupidly, holding the spoon, and tears like a never-ceasing fountain flowed in streams down upon his napkin. He did not live long after this. I heard of his death recently. What was strange, though, was that the circumstances attending it somewhat resembled those connected with the death of Pulcheria Ivanovna. One day Afanassy Ivanovitch decided to take a short stroll in the garden. As he went slowly down the path with his usual heedlessness, a strange thing happened to him. All at once he heard someone behind him say in a distinct voice, "Afanassy Ivanovitch." He turned round, but there was no one there. He looked on all sides. He peered into the shrubbery. No one anywhere. The day was calm and the sun was shining brightly. He pondered for a moment. Then his face lighted up, and at last he cried, "It is Pulcheria Ivanovna calling me." He surrendered himself utterly to the moral conviction that Pulcheria Ivanovna was calling him. He yielded with the meekness of a submissive child, withered up, coughed, melted away like a candle, and at last expired like it when nothing remains to feed its poor flame. "Lay me beside Pulcheria Ivanovna." That was all he said before his death. His wish was fulfilled, and they buried him beside the churchyard wall close to Pulcheria Ivanovna's grave. The guests at the funeral were few, but there was a throng of common and poor people. The house was already quite deserted. The enterprising clerk and village elder carried off to their cottages all the old household utensils which the housekeeper did not manage to appropriate. End of section 20, read by Bryce Cries, Youngstown, USA.
Section 21 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Carlo Goldoni, 1707 to 1793, by William Cranston Lawton. Italy is generally felt to be, above all other lands, the natural home of the drama. In acting as in music, indeed, the scepter has never wholly passed from her. Ristori and Salvini certainly are not yet forgotten. The Greco-Roman comedies of Plautus and Terence, the rhetorical tragedy of Seneca, have had a far more direct hand in molding the modern dramatist's art than have the loftier creative masterpieces of the great Attic Four. Indeed, Latin has never become in Italy a really dead language, remote from the popular consciousness. The splendor of the church ritual, the great mass of the educated clergy, the almost purely Latin roots of the vernacular, have made such a loss impossible. In the 14th and 15th centuries, Terence and Plautus were often revived on the stage, still oftener imitated in Latin. Many of the greatest names in modern Italian literature are in some degree associated with drama. Thus Machiavelli made free Italian versions from both the comic Latin poets, and wrote a powerful though immoral prose comedy, The Magic Draught, Mandragola. Tasso's Aminta is as sweet and musical, and hardly so artificial, as that famous Pastor Fido of Guarini, which has become the ideal type of all the mock pastoral comedy, out of which the modern opera has risen. So when Goldoni is hailed as the father of modern Italian comedy, it can only mean that his prolific muse has dominated the stage in our own century and in its native land. In his delightfully naive memoir, he frequently announces himself as the leader of reform in the dramatic art, and this claim is better founded, though there is a startling discrepancy between the character, the temper, the life of this child of the sun, and the Anglo-Saxon ideal of man the reformer, as delineated, for instance, by our own cooler-blooded Emerson. Under the lead of Goldoni's elder contemporary Metastasio, the lyrical drama of pastoral and artificial love had become fully wedded to music, and it is rightly felt that the resulting modern opera is a genius of its own, not essentially nor chiefly dramatic in character and aims. An opera can be sung without action; it cannot be acted without music. On the other hand, the farce had become almost restricted to the stock masked characters, Pantaloon, the Dottore, Arlecchino, and the rest, with a narrow range of childish buffoonery in the action. The companies of professional actors, endowed with that marvelous power of improvisation, which the very language of Italy seems to stimulate, hardly permitted the poet to offer them more than a mere outline of a shallow plot, to be filled in from scene to scene at the impulse of the moment on the stage. Under these circumstances, it was indeed necessary to reclaim the rights of the dramatic poet, to reduce to decent limits the gag which the comic actor has doubtless always been eager to use, and also to educate or beguile his public up to the point of lending a moderately attentive ear to a play of sustained interest and culminating plot. In this seemingly modest but really most difficult task, Goldoni scored a decided success, a triumph. Even his checkered life as a whole was, at 80, in his own retrospect, a happy comedy, mingled with few serious reverses, and hardly darkened at all by remorse. Such lives at best are nowise numerous. Adequate self-portraitures of successful artists are so rare that the autobiographies of the gentle Goldoni and of his savage fellow-countryman Benvenuto Cellini almost form a class of literature by themselves. Born in Venice in fair social position, Goldoni spent his childhood chiefly in Chiozza, a ruder and humbler miniature of the island city, some 25 miles away. Though an incurable wanderer, indeed so filled with the true Bohemian's feverish love for change that he never could endure even success anywhere for many summers, he yet gave more of his best years and a heartier loyalty to Venice than to any other home. He knew best and delineated best the ordinary life of the lagoons. Mr. Howells, himself by long residence and love a half Venetian, declares that the comedies in the local dialect are invariably the best, and next best the Italian plays, whose scenes are at least laid in Venice. Perhaps the critic is here himself unduly swayed by his affections. Goldoni knew well nearly all Italian lands. He had even, for a series of years, a career as an advocate in Pisa. My comic genius was not extinguished, but suppressed, he explains. He did not even then give up play writing, and a traveling theater manager easily beguiled him back to Venice. This was in 1747, and this same manager, Medibach, setting up a new theater in Venice, absorbed Goldoni's energies for several years. It was in 1750 that he successfully carried out a rash vow to produce 16 new comedies in a single year. Among these are a goodly number of his best, including The Coffee House, from which a few scenes are given below. Though he passed over into the service of a different theater, traveled constantly with his actors, accepted invitations to Parma, Rome, etc., to oversee the performance of his plays, yet he never gave up his home in Venice altogether, until summoned to Paris in 1761. These 14 years, moreover, form the happiest period of his life. His income from the theaters, from published editions of his comedies, and from his inherited property would have made him wealthy, but for his extravagant and careless mode of life. Despite one notable success in French with the comedy The Surly Benefactor, 1771, Goldoni's life in France was relatively unprofitable and ignoble. He became Italian teacher of various royal princesses, with the utmost uncertainty and delay as to his salaries or pensions. Yet he could never break the fascination of Paris. The art of the French actors was a never-failing delight to him. There, at the age of 80, in French, he wrote and published his Memoir. The Revolution swept away his negligent patrons. In poverty and utter neglect he died at last, just as the Republicans were ready to restore his royal pension. Goldoni was the child of Italy and of the 18th century. He had no serious quarrel with his environment. He was not greatly superior, in actual character or aspirations, to his associates. His affection for his devoted wife did not save him from many a wandering passion. The promising prima donnas, in particular, found in him an all too devoted instructor and protector. The gaming table and the lottery are apparently irresistible to any true Italian, and Goldoni knew by heart the passions which he ridicules or condemns, though without bitterness, upon his stage. His oft-repeated claim to have reformed the Italian theater meant chiefly this, that between the lyrical drama of Metastasio on the one hand, and the popular masque with stock characters on the other, and while contributing to both these forms of art, he did firmly establish the comedy of plot and dialogue, carefully learned and rehearsed, in which the players must speak the speech as it is pronounced to them by the poet. Goldoni himself acknowledges, perhaps not too sincerely, in his Parisian Memoir, the superiority, the mastership of Molière. In truth, the great Frenchman stands, with Aristophanes and Shakespeare, upon a lonely height, quite unapproached by lesser devotees of Thalia. We must not seek in Goldoni a prober of the human heart, not even a fearless satirist of social conditions. In his rollicking good humor and content with the world as he finds it, Goldoni is much like Plautus. He is, moreover, under a censorship hardly less severe. He dares not, for instance, introduce upon his stage any really offensive type of Venetian nobleman. As for a religious dictation, the convent must not even be mentioned, though the aunt with whom the young lady is visiting sometimes becomes as transparent an idiom as the uncle of a spendthrift cockney. The audience, moreover, demand only diversion, not serious instruction, as Goethe complains even of his grave Germans in the Prologue im Theater. It is remarkable under all these conditions how healthy, how kindly, how proper most of Goldoni's work is. Doubtless, like Goldsmith, he could preach the more gracefully, persuasively, and unobservedly, because he never attempted to escape from the very vices or indulgences that he satirizes. But even the most determined seeker for the moral element in art will find little indeed thereof in Goldoni's merry comedies. Incredible as it seems to us Puritans, he really made it his mission to amuse. Thoroughly in love with the rather ignoble, trivial life of his day, he holds the dramatic mirror up to it with lifelong optimism and enjoyment. His wit is not keen, his poetic imagination is slight indeed. Aside from the true dramatist's skill in construction, in plot, his power lies chiefly in the rapid, clear, firm outlines of his character drawing. These characters are, for the most part, just about such men and women, such creatures of impulse and whim, such genial mingling of naughtiness and good intentions as we see about us. He never delineates a saint or a hero, hardly a monster of wickedness. He had never known either, and would not have been interested if he had. The charm of Goldoni is felt chiefly in Venice, or at least in Italy, while listening to his comedy and watching the enjoyment mirrored in the faces of his own audience. It evaporates in translation, and his plays are meant only to be heard, not read. To Mr. Howell's own affectionate testimony we may add his happy citation from Goethe, who is writing from Venice in 1786. Yesterday at the theatre of St. Luc was performed Le Barouf Chiozot, which I should interpret the frays and feuds of Chiozza. The dramatis personae are principally seafaring people, inhabitants of Chiozza, with their wives, sisters, and daughters. The usual noisy demonstrations of such sort of people, in their good or ill luck, their dealings one with another, their vehemence but goodness of heart, commonplace remarks and unaffected manners, their naive wit and humor, all this was excellently imitated. The piece, moreover, is Goldoni's, and as I had been only the day before in the place itself, and as the tones and manners of the sailors and people of the seaport still echoed in my ears and floated before my eyes, it delighted me very much, and although I did not understand a single allusion, I was nevertheless, on the whole, able to follow it pretty well. I never witnessed anything like the noisy delight the people evinced at seeing themselves and their mates represented with such truth of nature. It was one continued laugh and tumultuous shout of exultation from beginning to end. Great praise is due to the author, who, out of nothing, has here created the most amusing divertissement. However, he never could have done it with any other people than his own merry and light-hearted countrymen. Of Goldoni's 160 comedies, only a scanty handful have been tolerably translated in English. As accessible and agreeable an introduction as any, perhaps, is the version of 4 notable plays by Miss Helen Zimmern in the series Masterpieces of Foreign Authors. The memoirs have been fairly rendered by John Black, and this version, considerably abridged, was served up by Mr. Howells in 1877 among his series of choice autobiographies. Mr. Howell's introductory essay appeared also in the Atlantic Monthly. It has been drawn upon somewhat in the present sketch. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16, Carlo Goldoni. Selections. First Love and Parting, from the Memoir of Carlo Goldoni. I was entrusted some time afterwards with another commission of a much more agreeable and amusing nature. This was to carry through an investigation 10 leagues from the town into the circumstances of a dispute where firearms had been made use of and dangerous wounds received. As the country where this happened was flat, and the road lay through charming estates and country houses, I engaged several of my friends to follow me. We were in all 12, 6 males and 6 females, and 4 domestics. We all rode on horseback, and we employed 12 days in this delicious expedition. In this party there were 2 sisters, one married and the other single. The latter was very much to my liking, and I may say I made the party for her alone. She was as prudent and modest as her sister was headstrong and foolish. The singularity of our journey afforded us an opportunity of coming to an explanation, and we became lovers. My investigation was concluded in 2 hours. We selected another road for our return, to vary our pleasure. The 6 gentlemen of our party proposed another species of entertainment. In the palace of the governor there was a theatre, which they wished to put to some use, and they did me the honor to tell me that they had conceived the project on my account, and they left me the power of choosing the pieces and distributing the characters. I thanked them and accepted the proposition, and with the approbation of His Excellency and my Chancellor, I put myself at the head of this new entertainment. I could have wished something comic, but I was not fond of buffoonery, and there were no good comedies. I therefore gave the preference to tragedy. As the operas of Metastasio were then represented everywhere, even without music, I put the airs into recitative. I endeavored, as well as I could, to approximate the style of that charming author, and I made choice of Didone and Seroi for our representation. I distributed the parts according to the characters of my actors, whom I knew, and I reserved the worst for myself. In this I acted wisely, for I was completely unsuited for tragedy. Fortunately, I had composed 2 small pieces in which I played 2 parts of character, and redeemed my reputation. The first of these pieces was The Good Father, and the second La Cantatrice. Both were approved of, and my acting was considered passable for an amateur. I saw the last of these pieces some time afterwards at Venice, where a young advocate thought proper to give it out as his own work, and to receive compliments on the subject; but having been imprudent enough to publish it with his name, he experienced the mortification of seeing his plagiarism unmasked. I did what I could to engage my beautiful Angelica to accept a part in our tragedies, but it was impossible. She was timid, and had she even been willing, her parents would not have given their permission. She visited us, but this pleasure cost her tears, for she was jealous, and suffered much from seeing me on such a familiar footing with my fair companions. The poor little girl loved me with tenderness and sincerity, and I loved her also with my whole soul. I may say she was the first person whom I ever loved. She aspired to become my wife, which she would have been if certain singular reflections, that, however, were well founded, had not turned me from the design. Her elder sister had been remarkably beautiful, and after their first child she became ugly. The youngest had the same skin and the same features. She was one of those delicate beauties whom the air injures, and whom the smallest fatigue or pain discomposes, of all of which I saw a convincing proof. The fatigue of our journey produced a visible change upon her. I was young, and if my wife were in a short time to have lost her bloom, I foresaw what would have been my despair. This was reasoning curiously for a lover, but whether from virtue, weakness, or inconstancy, I quitted Feltre without marrying her. Selection: The Origin of Masks in the Italian Comedy. From the Memoir of Carlo Goldoni. The amateurs of the old comedy, on seeing the rapid progress of the new, declared everywhere that it was unworthy of an Italian to give a blow to a species of comedy in which Italy had attained great distinction, and which no other nation had ever yet been able to imitate. But what made the greatest impression on the discontented was the suppression of masks, which my system appeared to threaten. It was said that these personages had for 2 centuries been the amusement of Italy, and that it ought not to be deprived of a species of comic diversion which it had created and so well supported. Before venturing to give any opinion on this subject, I imagine the reader will have no objection to listen for a few minutes to a short account of the origin, employment, and effects of these 4 masks. Comedy, which in all ages has been the favorite entertainment of polished nations, shared the fate of the arts and sciences, and was buried under the ruins of the empire during the decay of letters. The germ of comedy, however, was never altogether extinguished in the fertile bosom of Italy. Those who first endeavored to bring about its revival, not finding in an ignorant age writers of sufficient skill, had the boldness to draw out plans, to distribute them into acts and scenes, and to utter extempore the subjects, thoughts, and witticisms which they had concerted among themselves. Those who could read, and neither the great nor the rich were of the number, found that in the comedies of Plautus and Terence there were always duped fathers, debauched sons, enamored girls, knavish servants, and mercenary maids. And running over the different districts of Italy, they took the fathers from Venice and Bologna, the servants from Bergamo, and the lovers and waiting maids from the dominions of Rome and Tuscany. Written proofs are not to be expected of what took place in a time when writing was not in use, but I prove my assertion in this way. Pantaloon has always been a Venetian, the doctor a Bolognese, and Brighella and Harlequin Bergamasques, and from these places, therefore, the comic personages called the 4 masks of the Italian comedy were taken by the players. What I say on this subject is not altogether the creature of my imagination. I possess a manuscript of the 15th century, in very good preservation, and bound in parchment, containing 120 subjects, or sketches of Italian pieces, called comedies of art, and of which the basis of the comic humor is always Pantaloon, a Venetian merchant, the doctor a Bolognese jurisconsult, and Brighella and Harlequin Bergamasque valets, the first clever and sprightly, and the other a mere dolt. Their antiquity and their long existence indicate their origin. With respect to their employment, Pantaloon and the doctor, called by the Italians the 2 old men, represent the part of fathers, and the other parts where cloaks are worn. The first is a merchant, because Venice in its ancient times was the richest and most extensively commercial country of Italy. He has always preserved the ancient Venetian costume. The black dress and the woolen bonnet are still worn in Venice, and the red under waistcoat and breeches, cut out like drawers, with red stockings and slippers, are a most exact representation of the equipment of the first inhabitants of the Adriatic marshes. The beard, which was considered as an ornament in those remote ages, has been caricatured and rendered ridiculous in subsequent periods. The second old man, called the doctor, was taken from among the lawyers, for the sake of opposing a learned man to a merchant, and Bologna was selected because in that city there existed a university, which, notwithstanding the ignorance of the times, still preserved the offices and emoluments of the professors. In the dress of the doctor we observe the ancient costume of the university and bar of Bologna, which is nearly the same at this day. And the idea of the singular mask which covers his face and nose was taken from a wine stain which disfigured the countenance of a jurisconsult in those times. This is a tradition still existing among the amateurs of the comedy of art. Brighella and Harlequin, called in Italy the two Zanni, were taken from Bergamo, because, the former being a very sharp fellow and the other a stupid clown, these two extremes are only to be found among the lower orders of that part of the country. Brighella represents an intriguing, deceitful, and knavish valet. His dress is a species of livery. His swarthy mask is a caricature of the color of the inhabitants of those high mountains, tanned by the heat of the sun. Some comedians in this character have taken the name of Finocchio, Ficquetto, and Scapin, but they have always represented the same valet and the same burgomask. The harlequins have also assumed other names. They have been sometimes Tracanin, Truffaldin, Gradelin, and Mezzatin, but they have always been stupid burgomasks. Their dress is an exact representation of that of a poor devil who has picked up pieces of stuffs of different colors to patch his dress. His hat corresponds with his mendicity, and the hare's tail with which it is ornamented is still common in the dress of the peasantry of Bergamo. I have thus, I trust, sufficiently demonstrated the origin and employment of the four masks of the Italian comedy. It now remains for me to mention the effects resulting from them. The mask must always be very prejudicial to the action of the performer, either in joy or sorrow, whether he be in love, cross, or good-humored. The same features are always exhibited. And however he may gesticulate and vary the tone, he can never convey by the countenance, which is the interpreter of the heart, the different passions with which he is inwardly agitated. The masks of the Greeks and Romans were a sort of speaking trumpets, invented for the purpose of conveying the sound through the vast extent of their amphitheaters. Passion and sentiment were not in those times carried to the pitch of delicacy now actually necessary. The actor must, in our days, possess a soul, and the soul under a mask is like a fire under ashes. These were the reasons which induced me to endeavor the reform of the Italian theatre, and to supply the place of farces with comedies. But the complaints became louder and louder. I was disgusted with the two parties, and I endeavored to satisfy both. I undertook to produce a few pieces merely sketched, without ceasing to give comedies of character. I employed the masks in the former, and I displayed a more noble and interesting comic humor in the others. Each participated in the species of pleasure with which they were most delighted. With time and patience I brought about a reconciliation between them, and I had the satisfaction at length to see myself authorized in following my own taste, which became in a few years the most general and prevailing in Italy. I willingly pardoned the partisans of the comedians with masks the injuries they laid to my charge, for they were very able amateurs, who had the merit of giving themselves an interest to sketched comedies. Selection: Purus and Pedantry, from the Memoir of Carlo Goldoni. My journey to Parma, and the pension and diploma conferred on me, excited the envy and rage of my adversaries. They had reported at Venice during my absence that I was dead, and there was a monk who had even the temerity to say he had been at my funeral. On arriving home safe and sound, the evil disposed began to display their irritation at my good fortune. It was not the authors, my antagonists, who tormented me, but the partisans of the different theatres of Venice. I was defended by literary men who entertained a favorable opinion of me, and this gave rise to a warfare in which I was very innocently the victim of the irritation which had been excited. My system has always been never to mention the names of my adversaries, but I cannot avoid expressing the honor which I feel in proclaiming those of my advocates. Father Roberti, a Jesuit, at present the Abbé Roberti, one of the most illustrious poets of the suppressed society, published a poem in blank verse entitled Comedy, and by dwelling on the reformation effected by me, and analyzing several scenes in my pieces, he encouraged his countrymen and mine to follow the example and the system of the Venetian author. Count Verri, a Milanese, followed the Abbé Roberti. Other patricians of Venice wrote in my favor, on account of the disputes, which were every day growing warmer and warmer. Every day witnessed some new composition for or against me, but I had this advantage, that those who interested themselves for me, from their manners, their talents, and their reputation, were among the most prudent and distinguished men in Italy. One of the articles for which I was most keenly attacked was a violation of the purity of the language. I was a Venetian, and I had had the disadvantage of sucking in with my mother's milk the use of a very agreeable and seductive patois, which, however, was not Tuscan. I learned by principle, and cultivated by reading, the language of the good Italian authors. But first impressions will return at times, notwithstanding every attention used in avoiding them. I had undertaken a journey into Tuscany, where I remained for 4 years, with the view of becoming familiar with the language, and I printed the first edition of my works at Florence, under the eyes and the criticism of the learned of that place, that I might purify them from errors of language. All my precautions were insufficient to satisfy the rigorous. I always failed in one thing or other, and I was perpetually reproached with the original sin of Venetianism. Amidst all this tedious trifling, I recollected one day that Tasso had been worried his whole lifetime by the academicians della Crusca, who maintained that his Jerusalem Delivered had not passed through the sieve which is the emblem of their society. I was then in my closet, and I turned my eyes towards the 12 quarto volumes of the works of that author, and exclaimed, "O heavens, must no one write in the Italian language who has not been born in Tuscany?" I turned up mechanically the 5 volumes of the Dictionary della Crusca, where I found more than 600 words, and a number of expressions. approved of by the Academy, and rejected by the world. I ran over several ancient authors considered as classical, whom it would be impossible to imitate in the present day without censure, and I came to this conclusion, that we must write in good Italian, but write at the same time so as to be understood in every corner of Italy. Tasso was therefore wrong in reforming his poem to please the academicians della Crusca. His Jerusalem Delivered is read by everybody, while nobody thinks of reading his Jerusalem Conquered. Selection: A Poet's Old Age, from the Memoir of Carlo Goldoni. I return to my regimen. You will say here also, perhaps, that I ought to omit it. You are in the right. But all this is in my head, and I must be delivered of it by degrees. I cannot spare you a single comma. After dinner I am not fond of either working or walking. Sometimes I go to the theatre, but I am most generally in parties till 9 o'clock in the evening. I always return before 10 o'clock. I take 2 or 3 small cakes with a glass of wine and water, and this is the whole of my supper. I converse with my wife till midnight. I very soon fall asleep, and pass the night tranquilly. It sometimes happens to me, as well as every other person, to have my head occupied with something capable of retarding my sleep. In this case I have a certain remedy to lull myself asleep, and it is this. I had long projected a vocabulary of the Venetian dialect, and I had even communicated my intention to the public, who are still in expectation of it. While laboring at this tedious and disgusting work, I soon discovered that it threw me asleep. I laid it therefore aside, and I profited by its narcotic faculty. Whenever I feel my mind agitated by any moral cause, I take at random some word of my national language, and translate it into Tuscan and French. In the same manner I pass in review all the words which follow in the alphabetical order, and I am sure to fall asleep at the 3rd or 4th version. My recipe has never once failed me. It is not difficult to demonstrate the cause and effect of this phenomenon. A painful idea requires to be replaced by an opposite or indifferent idea, and the agitation of the mind once calmed, the senses become tranquil and are deadened by sleep. But this remedy, however excellent, might not be useful to everyone. A man of too keen and feeling a disposition would not succeed. The temperament must be such as that with which nature has favored me. My moral qualities bear a resemblance to my physical. I dread neither cold nor heat, and I neither allow myself to be inflamed by rage nor intoxicated by joy. I am now arrived at the year 1787, which is the 80th of my age, and that to which I have limited the course of my memoir. I have completed my 80th year. My work is also finished. All is over, and I proceed to send my volumes to the press. This last chapter does not therefore touch on the events of the current year, but I have still some duties to discharge. I must begin with returning thanks to those persons who have reposed so much confidence in me as to honor me with their subscriptions. I do not speak of the kindness and favors of the king and court. This is not the place to mention them. I have named in my work some of my friends, and even some of my protectors. I beg pardon of them. If I have done so without their permission, it is not through vanity. The occasion has suggested it, their names have dropped from my pen. The heart has seized on the instant, and the hand has not been unwilling. For example, the following is one of the fortunate occasions I allude to. I was unwell a few days ago. The Count Alfieri did me the honor to call on me. I knew his talents, but his conversation impressed on me the wrong which I should have done in omitting him. He is a very intelligent and learned literary man, who principally excels in the art of Sophocles and Euripides, and after these great models he has framed his tragedies. They have gone through 2 editions in Italy, and are at present in the press of Didon at Paris. I shall enter into no details respecting them, as they may be seen and judged of by everyone. During my convalescence, Monsieur Cassier, a banker in Paris, my friend and countryman, sent me a book addressed to him from Italy for me. It was a collection of French epigrams and madrigals, translated into Italian by the Count Roncalli, of the city of Brescia in the Venetian dominions. This charming poet has merely translated the thoughts. He has said the same things in fewer words, and he has fallen upon as brilliant and striking points in his own language as those of his originals. I had the honor of seeing Monsieur Roncalli 12 years ago at Paris, and he allows me to hope that I shall have the good fortune to see him again. This is infinitely flattering to me, but I earnestly entreat him to make haste, as my career is far advanced, and, what is still worse, I am extremely fatigued. I have undertaken too long and too laborious a work for my age, and I have employed 3 years on it, always dreading lest I should not have the pleasure of seeing it finished. However, I am still in life, thanks to God, and I flatter myself that I shall see my volumes printed, distributed, and read. If they be not praised, I hope at least they will not be despised. I shall not be accused of vanity or presumption in daring to hope for some share of favor for my memoir, for had I thought that I should absolutely displease, I would not have taken so much pains. And if, in the good and ill which I say of myself, the balance inclines to the favorable side, I owe more to nature than to study. All the application employed by me in the construction of my pieces has been that of not disfiguring nature, and all the care taken by me in my memoir has been that of telling only the truth. The criticism of my pieces may have the correction and improvement of comedy in view, but the criticism of my memoir will be of no advantage to literature. However, if any writer should think proper to employ his time on me for the sole purpose of vexing me, he would lose his labor. I am of a pacific disposition. I have always preserved my coolness of character. At my age I read little, and I read only amusing books. Selection: The Café by Carlo Goldoni. Editor's note: a few of the opening scenes from one of the popular Venetian comedies are here given with occasional abridgment. They illustrate the entirely practical theatrical skill of Goldoni's plots, his rapid development of his characters, and the sound morality which prevails without being aggressively prominent. The permanent scene represents a small open square in Venice, or a rather wide street, with 3 shops. The middle one is in use as a café. To the right is a barber's. The one on the left is a gambling house. Beyond the barber's, across a street, is seen the dancer's house, and beyond the gambler's, a hotel with practicable doors and windows. End of note. Actors: Ridolfo, master of the café; Trappolo, a waiter, and other waiters. Ridolfo: come, children, look alive, be wide awake, ready to serve the guests civilly and properly. Trappolo: master dear, to tell you the truth, this early rising doesn't suit my complexion a bit. There is no one in sight. We could have slept another hour yet. They'll be coming presently. Besides, 'tis not so very early, don't you see? The barber is open. He's in his shop working on hair. And look, the playing house is open too. Oh, yes, indeed. The gambling house has been open a good bit. They've made a night of it. Good. Master Pandolfo will have had a good profit. That dog always has good profit. He wins on the cards, he profits by usury, he shares with the sharpers. He is sure of all the money of whoever enters there. That poor Signor Eugenio, he has taken a header. Just look at him, how little sense he has. With a wife, a young woman of grace and sense, but he runs after every petticoat. And then he plays like a madman. But come, go roast the coffee and make a fresh supply. Shan't I warm over yesterday's supply? No, make it good. Master has a short memory. How long since this shop opened? You know very well. 'Tis about 8 months. Then 'tis time for a change. What do you mean by that? When a new shop opens, they make perfect coffee. After 6 months, hot water, thin broth. Exits. He's a wit. I'm in hopes he'll help the shop. To a shop where there's a fun maker everyone goes. Pandolfo, keeper of the gambling house, comes in, rubbing his eyes sleepily. Master Pandolfo, will you have coffee? Yes, if you please. Boys, serve coffee for Master Pandolfo. Be seated. Make yourself comfortable. No, no, I must drink it at once and get back to work. Are they playing yet in the shop? They are busy at 2 tables. So early? They are at it since yesterday. What game? An innocent game, first and second. Editor's note, i.e. Faro. And how does it go? For me it goes well. Have you amused yourself playing too? Yes, I took a little hand also. Excuse me, my friend, I've no business to meddle in your affairs, but it doesn't look well when the master of the shop plays, because if he loses he's laughed at, and if he wins he's suspected. I am content if they haven't the laugh on me. As for the rest, let them suspect as they please. I pay no attention. Dear friend, we are neighbors. I shouldn't want you to get into trouble. You know, by your play before, you have brought up in the court. I'm easily satisfied. I won a pair of sequins and wanted no more. That's right. Pluck the quail without making it cry out. From whom did you win them? A jeweler's boy. Bad, very bad. That tempts the boys to rob their masters. Oh, don't moralize to me. Let the greenhorns stay at home. I keep open for anyone who wants to play. And has Signor Eugenio been playing this past night? He's playing yet. He hasn't dined, he hasn't slept, and he's lost all his money. Poor young man. And how much has he lost? 100 sequins in cash, and now he is playing on credit. With whom is he playing? With the Count. And whom else? With him alone. It seems to me an honest man shouldn't stand by and see people assassinated. Oh, my friend, if you're going to be so thin-skinned, you'll make little money. I don't care for that. Till now I have been in service and did my duty honestly. I saved a few pennies, and with the help of my old master, who was Signor Eugenio's father, you know, I have opened this shop. With it I mean to live honorably and not disgrace my profession. Editor's note. People from the gambling shop call, "Cards!" End of note. At your service. For mercy's sake, get poor Signor Eugenio away from the table. For all me, he may lose his shirt. I don't care. Note starts out. End of note. And the coffee, shall I charge it? Not at all. We'll deal a card for it. I'm no greenhorn, my friend. Oh, well, what does it matter? You know my visitors make trade for you. I am surprised that you trouble yourself about these little matters. Note. Exit. A gentleman, Don Marzio, enters. Here is the man who never stops talking and always must have it his own way. Coffee? At once, sir. What's the news, Ridolfo? I couldn't say, sir. Has no one appeared here at your cafe yet? 'Tis quite early still. Early? It has struck 9 already. Oh no, honored sir, 'tis not 7 yet. Get away with your nonsense. I assure you it hasn't struck 7 yet. Get out, stupid. You abuse me without reason, sir. I counted the strokes just now, and I tell you it is 9. Besides, look at my watch. It never goes wrong. Very well, then. If your watch is never wrong, it says 7:15. What? That can't be. Note. Takes out his eyeglass and looks. What do you say? My watch is wrong. It is 9 o'clock. I heard it. Where did you buy that watch? I ordered it from London. They cheated you. Cheated me? How so? It is the very first quality. If it were a good one, it wouldn't be 2 hours wrong. It is always exactly right. But the watch says 7:15, and you say it is 9. My watch is right. Then it really is a little before 7, as I said. You're an insolent fellow. My watch is right. You talk foolishly, and I've half a mind to box your ears. Note. His coffee is brought. Oh, what a beast. Have you seen Signor Eugenio? No, honored sir. At home, of course, petting his wife. What an uxorious fellow. Always a wife, always a wife. Note. Drinks his coffee. Anything but his wife. He's been gambling all night at Pandolfo's. Just as I tell you, always gambling. Always gambling, always his wife, always the devil. I hope he'll catch him. He came to me the other day in all secrecy to beg me to lend him 10 sequins on a pair of earrings of his wife's. Well, you know, every man is liable to have these little difficulties, but they don't care to have them known, and that is doubtless why he came to you, certain that you would tell no one. Oh, I say nothing. I help all, and take no credit for it. See, here are his wife's earrings. I lent him 10 sequins on them. Do you think I am secured? I'm no judge, but I think so. Hello, Trapelo. Note. Trapelo enters. Here, go to the jeweler's yonder, show him these earrings of Signor Eugenio's wife, and ask him for me if they are security for 10 sequins that I lent him. Trapelo. And it doesn't harm Signor Eugenio to make his affairs public? I am a person with whom a secret is safe. Note. Exit Trapelo. Say, Ridolfo, what do you know of that dancer over there? I really know nothing about her. I've been told the Count Leandro is her protector. To be frank, I don't care much for other people's affairs. But 'tis well to know things, to govern oneself accordingly. She has been under his protection for some time now, and the dancer's earnings have paid the price of the protection. Instead of spending anything, he devours all the poor wretch has. Indeed, he forces her to do what she should not. Oh, what a villain! But I am here all day, and I can swear that no one goes to her house except Leandro. It has a back door! Fool! Fool! Always the back door! Fool! I attend to my shop. If she has a back door, what is it to me? I put my nose into no one's affairs. Beast! Do you speak like that to a gentleman of my station? Editor's note. This character of Don Marzio, the slanderer, is the most effective one in the comedy. He finally brings upon himself the bitterest ill will of all the other characters, and feels himself driven out of Venice. a land in which all men live at ease, all enjoy liberty, peace, and amusement, if only they know how to be prudent, discreet, honorable. End of section 22. Section 23 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16. Meïr Aaron Goldschmidt, 1819 to 1887. In the first line of his Memoirs, Goldschmidt states that he was of the tribe of Levi, a fact of which he was never unconscious, and which has given him his peculiar position in modern Danish literature, as the exponent of the family and social life of the Orthodox Jew. Brandes writes of Goldschmidt that, in spite of his cosmopolitan spirit, he has always loved two nationalities above all others, and equally well, the Jewish and the Danish. He has looked upon himself as a sort of noble-born bastard, and with the bat of the fable he has said alternately to the mice, "I am a mouse," and to the birds, "I have wings." He has endeavored to give his answer to the questions of the Jew's place in modern culture. Goldschmidt was born on the 26th of October, 1819. His early childhood was spent partly in the country, in the full freedom of country life, and partly in the city, where he was sent to school in preparation for the professional career his father had planned for him, in preference to a business life like his own. Goldschmidt took part in the religious instruction of the school, at the same time observing the customs of the Jewish ritual at home, without a full understanding of its meaning, somewhat as he was taught to read Hebrew, without being able to translate a word of it into Danish. In the senior class, his religious instructor let him join in the Bible reading, but refused to admit him to the catechism class. As a consequence, he failed to answer a few questions on his examination papers, and fell just short of a maximum. This made him feel that he was ostracized by his Jewish birth, and put an end to his desire for further academic studies. At the age of 18, he began his journalistic career as editor of a provincial paper, the care of which cost him a lawsuit and subjected him to a year's censorship. Soon after, he sold the paper for $200, and with this money he started the Copenhagen weekly, The Corsair, which in no time gained a large reading public, and whose Friday appearance was awaited with weekly increasing interest. The editorials were given up to aesthetic and poetic discussions, and the small matter treated the questions of the day with a pointed wit that soon made the Corsair as widely feared as it was eagerly read. He had reached only the third number when it was put under censorship, and lawsuits followed in quick succession. Goldsmith did not officially assume the responsibility of editor, although it was an open secret that he was author of most of the articles. Publicly, the blows were warded off by pretended owners, whose names were often changed. One of the few men whom the Corsair left unattacked was Søren Kierkegaard, for whose literary and scholarly talents Goldschmidt had great respect. That the Corsair was under the ban of the law, so to speak, and had brought him even a 4 days' imprisonment, was a small matter to Goldschmidt. But when Kierkegaard passed a scathing moral judgment on the paper, Goldschmidt sold out for $4,000 and started with this sum on his travels to get rid of wit and learn something better. In 1847 he was again back in Copenhagen, and began life anew as editor of North and South, a weekly containing excellent aesthetic and critical studies, but mainly important on account of its social and political influence. Already in the time of The Corsair, Goldschmidt had begun his work as novelist with A Jew, written in 1843–45, and had taken possession of the field which became his own. It was a promising book that met with immediate appreciation. Even Kierkegaard forgot for a moment the editor of The Corsair in his praise. The Jews, however, looked upon the descriptions of intimate Jewish family life somewhat as a desecration of the Holy of Holies, and, if broad-minded enough to forgive this, thought it unwise to accentuate the Jew's position as an element apart in social life. It argues a certain narrowness in Goldschmidt that he has never been able to refrain from striking this note, and Brandes blames him for the bad taste of continually serving his grandmother with sharp sauce. Goldschmidt wrote another long novel, Homeless, but it is principally in his shorter works, such as Love Stories from Many Countries, Meißer, and Avromchi Nightingale, that he has left a great and good gift to Danish literature. The shorter his composition, the more perfect was his treatment. He was, above all, a stylist. He always had a tendency to mysticism, and in his last years he was greatly taken up with his theory of Nemesis, on which he wrote a book, containing much that is suggestive, but also much that is obviously the result of the wish to make everything conform to a pet theory. His lasting importance will be as the first and foremost influence on modern Danish prose. Selection: Assar and Mirjam, from Love Stories from Many Countries, by Meïr Aaron Goldschmidt. Assar, son of Judah, a valiant and jealous youth, came walking toward Modin, when from one of the hills he saw a great sight on the plain. Here warriors rode a chariot race in a great circle. Many people stood about, calling loudly to the drivers and the spirited horses. Yonder were horsemen in golden armor, trying to catch rings on their spears, and drums were beaten in honor of the winner. On the outskirts of the plain was a little grove of olive trees. It was not dense. In the grove stood a nude woman hewn in marble. Her hair was of gold, and her eyes were black, and young girls danced around her with garlands of flowers. Then Assar said, "Woe unto us! These are Jewish maidens dancing around the idol, and these are Greek men carrying arms on our holy ground, and playing at games as if they were in their home, and no Jewish man makes the game dangerous for them." He went down the hill and came to a thicket reaching down to a little brook. On the other side of the brook stood a Greek centurion, a young man, and he was talking to a girl who stood on this side of the brook on the edge of the thicket. The warriors said, "Thou sayest that thy God forbids thee to go over into the grove. What a dark and unfriendly God they have given thee, beautiful child of Judah! He hates thy youth and the joy of life, and the roses which ought to crown thy black hair. My gods are of a friendlier mind toward mortals. Every morning Apollo drives his glorious span over the arch of the heavens, and lights warriors to their deeds. Selene's milder torch glows at night for lovers, and to those who have worshipped her in this life, beautiful Aphrodite gives eternal life on her blessed isle. It is her statue standing in the grove. When thou givest thyself under her protection, she gives thee in return a hero for thy faithful lover, and later on, graceful daughter of Judah, some god will set thee with thy radiant eyes among the stars, to be a light to mortals, and a witness of the beauty of earthly love. The young girl might have answered, but at this moment Assar was near her, and she knew him, and he saw that it was Mirjam, Rabbi Mattateu's daughter, the woman he loved, and who was his promised bride. She turned and followed him, but the warrior on the other side of the brook called out, "What right hast thou to lead this maiden away?" Assar replied, "I have no right." "Then why dost thou go with him, sweet daughter of Judah?" cried the warrior. Mirjam did not answer, but Assar said, "Because she has not yet given up serving her master." "Who is her master?" asked the warrior. "I can buy thee freedom, my beautiful child." Assar replied, "I wish thou mayest see him." The warrior, who could not cross the brook at this place, or anywhere near it, called as they went away, "Tell me thy master's name." Assar turned and answered, "I will beg him come to thee." A hill hid them from the eyes of the warrior, and Mirjam said, "Assar." Assar replied, "Mirjam, I have never loved thee as dearly as I do today. I do not know if it is a curse or a blessing which is in my veins. Thou hast listened to the words of the heathen." "I listened to them because he spoke kindly, but I have not betrayed the Lord nor thee." "Thou hast permitted his words to reach thy ear and thy soul." "What could I do, Assar? He spoke kindly." Assar stood still and said to himself, "Yes, he spoke kindly. They do speak kindly." And they spoke kind words to the poor girls who danced around the idol in the grove. Had they spoken harsh and threatening words, they would not have danced. Again he stood still and said to himself, "If they came using force, the rabbi would kill her and then himself, or she would throw herself from a rock of her own free will. But who can set a guard to watch over kind words?" The third time he stood still and said, "O Israel, thou canst not bear kind words." Mirjam thought that he suspected her, and she stood still and said, "I am a rabbi's daughter." Assar replied, "O Mirjam, I am Assar, and I will be the son of my own actions." "For God's sake," exclaimed Mirjam, "do not seek that warrior, and do not enter into a quarrel with him. He will kill thee, or have thee put into prison. There is misery enough in Israel. The strangers have entered our towns. Let us bend our heads and await the will of God, but not challenge. Assar, I should die if anything happened to thee." "And what would I do if anything happened to thee? My head swims. Whither should I flee? Would thy father and thy brothers flee to the wilds of the mountains?" "They have spoken of that. But there is no place to flee to, and not much to flee from. For although the heathen have taken gold and goods, yet they are kind this time." Assar replied, "Oh yes, they are kind. I had almost forgotten it. Mirjam, if I go away, wilt thou believe, and go on believing, that I go on God's errand?" "Assar, a dark look from thee is dearer to me than the kindest from any heathen, and a word of thine is more to me than many witnesses. But do not leave me. Stay and protect me." "I go to protect thee. I go to the heights and to the depths to call forth the God of Israel. Await his coming. Assar went to the king. Antiochus Epiphanes bent low before him and said, May the Master of the world guide thy steps. The king looked at him well pleased and asked his name, whereupon Assar answered that he was a man of the tribe of Judah. The king said, Few of thy countrymen come to serve me. Assar replied, If thou wilt permit thy servant a bold word, king, the fault is thine. And when the king, astonished, asked how this might be, Assar answered, Because thou art too kind, Lord. The king turned to his adviser and said laughingly, When we took the treasures of the temple in Jerusalem, they found it hard enough. O king, said Assar, silver and gold and precious stones can be regained, and the Israelites know this. But thou lettest them keep that which cannot be regained, whence once it is lost. The king answered quickly, What is that? And Assar replied, The Israelites have a God who is very powerful, but also very jealous. He has always helped them in the time of need, if they held near to him, and did not worship strange gods. For this his jealousy will not bear. When they do this, he forsakes them. But thou, O king, hast taken their silver and gold and jewels, but hast let them keep the God who gives it all back to them. They know this, and so they smile at thee, and await that thou shalt be thrown into the dust by him, and they will arise his avengers, and persecute thy men. The king paled. He remembered his loss in Egypt, and he feared that if the enemy pursued him, he should find help in Israel, and he said, What ought we to do? Assar replied, If thou wilt permit thy servant to utter his humble advice, thou shouldst use severity, and forbid their praying to the God they call Jehovah, and order them to pray to thy gods. The king's adviser looked at Assar and asked, Hast thou offered up sacrifice to our gods? Assar replied, I am ready. They led him to the altar, and on the way thither Assar said, Lord, all-powerful God, thou who seest the heart, and not alone the deeds of the hand, be my witness. It is written, And it shall happen in that same hour that I shall wipe out the name of idols out of the land, and they shall be remembered no more, and the unclean spirit shall I cause to depart from the country. Do thou according to thy word, O Lord. Amen. When the sacrifice was brought, Assar was dressed in festive robes on the word of the king, and a place was given him among the king's friends, and orders were sent out throughout the country according to what he had said. And to Modin too came the king's messenger, and when the rabbi heard of it, he went with his 5 sons to the large prayer house, and read maledictions over those who worshipped idols, and blessings over those who were faithful to Jehovah. And those who were present noticed that the rabbi's eldest son, Judas Maccabeus, carried a sword under his mantle. And when they came out of the prayer house, they saw that a heathen altar had been built, and there was a Jew making his sacrifice. And when Rabbi Matthew saw this, he hastened to the spot, and seized the knife of sacrifice, and thrust it into the Jew's breast. The centurion who stood by, and who was the same that had previously talked to Mirjam, the rabbi's daughter, at the brook, would kill the rabbi. But Judas Maccabeus drew his sword quickly, and struck the centurion in the throat, and killed him. Then the king's men gathered, but the street was narrow, And Judas Maccabeus went last and shielded all, until the night came, and they had got their women together, and could flee to the mountains. And then began the fight of the men of Judah against the Macedonians, the Greeks, and the Assyrians, and they killed those of the king's men who pursued them into the mountains. Then King Antiochus the temple robber said to Assar, "This is thy advice." To which Assar replied, "No, king, this is the advice of thy warriors, since they allow the rebels to escape, and do not treat them without mercy. For this know, O king, that so long as thou art merciful to this people, there is no hope." Then there were issued strict orders to torture and kill all who refused to obey the king's command. And all those in Israel in whom Jehovah was still living rose to fight with Mattathieu and his sons. And men and women, yea, children even, were moved to suffer death for the Lord and his law. But at this time it happened that King Antiochus, the temple destroyer, was visited by his shameful disease, and he sent messengers with rich gifts to all oracles and temples to seek help, but they could find none. Then he said to Assar, "Thou sayedst once that the God of Israel was a mighty God. Could not he cure me of my disease?" Assar replied, "I have indeed heard from my childhood that the God of Israel is a mighty God. But, O king, thou wilt not give in to that hard people, and make peace with their God?" The king answered, "I must live. How can he be pacified?" Assar said, "It is too heavy a sacrifice for so great a king as thee. Their wise men assert that God has given them the country for a possession, and it would be necessary for thee not only to allow them to worship their God, but also to call back thy men, and make a covenant with them, so that they should merely pay a tribute to thee. But this is more than I can advise." The king answered, "Much does a man give for his life. Dost thou believe that he is a great God?" "I have seen a great proof of it, Lord." "What is that?" "This, that even a greatness like thine was as nothing to his. It is not a dishonor to be smaller than the immortals. Go and prepare all, according to what we have spoken." Then Assar prepared all, and had the king's men called back, and promised the inhabitants peace, and led the king on his way to Jerusalem, and they passed by Modin. And the king's sufferings being very great, he had himself carried into the house of prayers before the Holy, and he prayed to the God of Israel. And the men of Judah stood around him. They stood high, and he lay low, and they had saved their souls. But when the king was carried out, one of the Maccabean warriors recognized Assar, and cried out, "Thou hast offered up sacrifices to idols, and from thee have come the evil counsels, which have cost precious blood. Thou shalt be wiped off the earth." He drew his sword and aimed at him, but Mirjam, who had come up, threw herself between them with the cry, "He called forth Israel's God," and the steel which was meant for him pierced her. Translated for A Library of the World's Best Literature by Olga Flinch. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16, by Various. Oliver Goldsmith, 1728 to 1774, by Charles Mills Gayley. Oliver Goldsmith was born at Pallas, County Longford, Ireland, November 10, 1728. That was the year in which Pope issued his Dunciad, Gay his Beggar's Opera, and Thomson his Spring. Goldsmith's father was a clergyman of the Established Church. In 1730, the family removed to Lissoy, a better living than that at Pallas. Oliver's school days in and around Westmeath were unsatisfactory, so also his course at Trinity, 1744 to 1749. For the next 2 years he loafed at Ballymahon, living on his mother, then a widow, and making vain attempts to take orders, to teach, to enter a law course, to sail for America. He was a bad sixpence. Finally, his uncle Clontarine, who saw good stuff in the awkward, ugly, humorous, and reckless youth, got him off to Edinburgh, where he studied medicine till 1754. In 1754, he is studying, or pretending to study, at Leyden. In 1755 and 1756, he is singing, fluting, and otherwise beating his way through Europe, whence he returns with the mythical M.B. degree. From 1756 to 1759, he is in London, teaching, serving an apothecary, practicing medicine, reading proof, writing as a hack, planning to practice surgery in Coromandel, failing to qualify as a hospital mate, and in general, only not starving. In 1759, Dr. Percy finds him in Green Arbor Court, amid a colony of washerwomen, writing an Inquiry into the Present State of Polite Learning in Europe. Next follows the appearance of that work, and his acquaintance with publishers and men of letters. In 1761, with Percy, comes Johnson to visit him. In 1764, Goldsmith is one of the members of the famous Literary Club, where he counts among his friends, besides Percy and Johnson, Reynolds, Boswell, Garrick, Burke, and others who shone with their own or reflected light. The rest of his life, spent principally in or near London, is associated with his literary career. He died April 4th, 1774, and was buried near the Temple Church. Goldsmith was an essayist and critic, a story writer, a poet, a comic dramatist, and a literary drudge. The last all the time, the others between whiles. His drudgery produced such works as the Memoirs of Voltaire, the Life of Nash, 2 histories of England, histories of Rome and Greece, Lives of Parnell and Bolingbroke. The history of animated nature was undertaken as an industry, but it reads, as Johnson said, like a Persian tale. And of course, the more Persian, the less like nature. For the prose of Goldsmith's writing, for a suit of clothes or for immortality, is all of a piece, inimitable. Nothing, says he, in his essay on taste, has been so often explained, and yet so little understood, as simplicity in writing. It is no other than beautiful nature, without affectation or extraneous ornament. This ingenuous elegance is the accent of Goldsmith's work in verse and prose. It is nature improved, not from without, but by exquisite and esoteric art, the better to prove its innate virtue and display its artless charm. Such a style is based upon a delicate sensibility to the graces of natural and moral beauty and decorum, hence the ideographic power, the directness, the sympathy, the lambent humor that characterize the essays, the Vicar, the Deserted Village, and She Stoops to Conquer. This is the plain language of ancient faith and sincerity that, pretending to no novelty, renovated the prose of the 18th century, knocked the suits from under Addison and Steele, tipped hat the Latinity out of Johnson, and readjusted his ballast. Goldsmith goes without sprawling or tiptoeing. He sails without rolling. He borrows the carelessness but not the ostentation of the spectator, the dignity but not the ponderosity of Rasselas, and produces the prose of natural ease, the sweetest English of the century. It, in turn, prefaced the way for Charles Lamb, Hunt, and Sidney Smith. It were to be wished that we no longer found pleasure with the inflated style, writes Goldsmith in his Polite Learning. We should dispense with loaded epithet and dressing up trifles with dignity. Let us, instead of writing finely, try to write naturally, not hunt after lofty expressions to deliver mean ideas, nor be forever gaping when we only mean to deliver a whisper. Just this naturalness constitutes the charm of the essay on the bee, 1759, and of the essays collected in 1765. We do not read him for information. Whether he knows more or less of his subject, whether he writes of Charles XII, or dress, the opera, poetry, or education, we read him for simplicity and humor. Still, his critical estimates, while they may not always square with ours, evince not only good sense and aesthetic principle, but a range of reading not at all ordinary. When he condemns Hamlet's great soliloquy, we may smile, but in judicial respect of the father of our drama, he yields to none of his contemporaries. The selections that he includes in his Beauties of English Poetry would argue a conventional taste, but in his Essay on Poetry distinguished from the other arts, he not only defines poetry in terms that might content the Wordsworthians, he also, to a certain extent, anticipate Wordsworth's estimate of poetic figures. While he makes no violent breach with the classical school, he prophesies the critical doctrine of the 19th century. He calls for the energetic language of simple nature, which is now grown into disrepute. If the production does not keep nature in view, it will be destitute of truth and probability, without which the beauties of imitation cannot subsist. Still, he by no means falls into the quagmire of realism, for, continues he, if, on the other hand, the imitation is so close as to be mistaken for nature, the pleasure will then cease, because the Greek mimesis or imitation no longer appears. Even when wrong, Goldsmith is generally halfway right, and this is especially true of the critical judgments contained in his first published book. The Impudence of the Inquiry, 1759, is delicious. What this young Irishman, fluting it through Europe some 5 years before, had not learned about the condition of polite learning in its principal countries might fill a ponderous folio. What he did learn, eked out with harmless misstatement, flashes of inspiration, and a clever argument to prove that criticism has always been the foe of letters, managed to fill a respectable duodecimal, and brought him to the notice of publishers and scholars. The essay has catholicity, independence, and wit, and it carries itself with whimsical ease. Every sentence steps out sprightly. Of the French encyclopedies, wits and dunces contribute their share, and Diderot, as well as did Martes, are candidates for oblivion. The genius of the first supplies the gale of favor, and the latter adds the useful ballast of stupidity. Of the Germans, they write through volumes, while they do not think through a page. Were angels to write books, they never would write folios. And again, if criticism could have improved the taste of a people, the Germans would have been the most polite nation alive. That settles the encyclopedias and the Germans. So each nationality is sententiously reviewed and dismissed with an epigram that even today sounds not altogether unjust, rather amusing and urbane than acrimonious. But it was not until Goldsmith began the series of letters in the Public Ledger, 1760, that was afterwards published as The Citizen of the World, that he took London. These letters purport to be from a philosophic Chinaman in Europe to his friends at home. Grave, gay, serene, ironical, they were at once a musing image and a genial censor of current manners and morals. They are no less creative than critical, equally classic for the characters they contain. The Gentleman in Black, Bo Tibbs and his wife, the pawnbroker's widow, Tim's syllabub, and the procession of minor personages, romantic or ridiculous, but unique. Equally classic for these characters and for the satire of the conception. These are Goldsmith's best sketches. Though the prose is not always precise, it seems to be clear and is simple. The writer cares more for the judicious than the sublime, for the quaint, the comic, and the agreeable than the pathetic. He chuckles with sly laughter, genial, sympathetic. He loses his arrow phosphorescent with wit, but not barbed, dipped in something sub-acid. Straight for the heart. Not Irving alone, but Thackeray stands in line of descent from the Goldsmith of The Citizen. The Traveller, polished ad unguium, appeared in 1764, and placed Goldsmith in the first rank of poets then living, but of that later. There is good reason for believing that his masterpiece in prose, The Vicar of Wakefield, had been written as early as 1762, although it was not published until 1766. It made Goldsmith's mark as a storyteller. One can readily imagine how, after the grim humor of Smollett, the broad and risque realism of Fielding, the loitering of Sterne, and the moralizing of Richardson, the public would seize with a sense of relief upon this unpretentious chronicle of a country clergyman's life, his peaceful home, its ruin, its restoration. Not because the narrative was quieter and simpler, shorter and more direct than other narratives, but because to its humor, realism, grace, and depth, it added the charity of 1 Corinthians 13. England soon discovered that the borders of the humanities had been extended, that the vicar and his adorable wife, Moses, Olivia, with the prenatal tendency to romance, Sophia, the graceless Jenkinson, the habit and temper of the whole, were a new province. The prose idyll, with all its beauty and charity, does not entitle Goldsmith to rank with the great novelist, but of its kind, in spite of faults of inaccuracy, improbability, and impossibility, it is first and best. Goethe read and reread it with moral and aesthetic benefit, and the spirit of Goldsmith is not far to seek in Hermann and Dorothea. The Vicar is perhaps the most popular of English classics in foreign lands. In poetry, if Goldsmith did not write much, it was for lack of opportunity. What he did write is good, nearly all of it. The philosophy of The Traveller, 1764, and the political economy of The Deserted Village, 1770, may be dubious, but the poetry is true. There is in both a heartiness which discards the formalized emotion, prefers the touch of nature and the homely adjective. The characteristic is almost feminine in the description of Auburn. Dear lovely bowers, it is inevitable, artless, in The Traveller. His first, best country ever is at home. But on the other hand, the Curiosa Felicitas marks every line, the nice selection of just the word or phrase richest in association, redolent of tradition, harmonious, classically proper, but still natural, true, and apt. My heart untraveled fondly turns to thee. Not a word but is hearty, and for all that, the line is stamped with the academic authority of centuries. Coelum, non animum nutent, Kitran's Mari Courant. Both poems are characterized by the infrequency of epithet and figure, the infrequency that marks sincerity and that heightens pleasure, and by a cunning in the use of proper names, resonant, remote, suggestive. On Idris cliffs or Arno Shelby's side, the cunning of a musical poem. Both poems vibrate with personality, recall the experience of the writer. It would be hard to choose between them, but the deserted village strikes the homely accord, comes nearer with its natural pathos, its sidelong smile, and its perennial novelty to the heart of him who knows. Goldsmith is less eloquent but more natural than Dryden, less precise but more simple than Pope. In poetic sensibility, he has the advantage of both. Were the volume of his verse not so slight, were his conceptions more sublime, and their embodiment more epic or dramatic, he might rank with the greatest of his century. As it is, in imaginative insight he has no superior in the 18th century. In observation, pathos, representative power, no equal. Dryden, Pope, Gray, Thomson, Young, none but Collins approaches him. The reflective or descriptive poem can of course not compete with the drama, epic, or even lyric of corresponding merit in its respective kind. But Goldsmith's poems are the best of their kind, better than all but the best in other kinds. His conception of life is more generous and direct, hence truer and gentler than that of the Augustan age. Raising no revolt against classical principles, he rejects the artifices of decadent classicism, returns to nature, and expresses it simply. He is consequently, in this respect, the harbinger of Cowper, Crabbe, Bloomfield, Clare, Wordsworth, and Coleridge. In technique also he breaks away from Pope. His larger movement, his easier modulation, his richer tone, his rarer epithet and epigram, his metaphor, glowing from the heart, mark the defection from the poetry of cold conceit. For lack of space we can only refer to the romantic quality of his ballad, Edwin and Angelina, 1765, the spontaneous humor of the haunch of venison, and the exquisite satire of retaliation, 1774. To appreciate the historical position of Goldsmith's comedies, one must regard them as a reaction against the school that had held the stage since the beginning of the century, a genteel and sentimental school, fearing to expose vice or ridicule absurdity. But Goldsmith felt that absurdity was the comic poet's game. Reverting therefore to Vicar and the comedy of manners, he revived that species, at the same time infusing a strain of the humors of the tribe of Ben. Hence the approbation that welcomed his first comedy, and the applause that greeted the second. For The Good-Natured Man, 1768, and She Stoops to Conquer, 1773, did by example what Hugh Kelly's Piety in Patterns aimed to do by ridicule. Ousted the hybrid comedy. Tradesman's tragedy, Voltaire called it, of which The Conscious Lovers had been the most tolerable specimen, and The School for Lovers the most decorous and dull. But Goldie had not only the gift of weighing the times, he had the gift of the popular dramatist. His dramatist personae are on the one hand nearly all legitimate descendants of the national comedy, though none is a copy from dramatic predecessors. On the other hand, they are in every instance imitations of real life, more than once of some aspect of his own life. But none is so close an imitation as to detract from the pleasure which fiction should afford. The former quality makes his characters look familiar, the latter true. So he accomplishes the feat most difficult for the dramatist, while idealizing the individual in order to realize the type. He does not for a moment lose the sympathy of his audience. Even in his earlier comedy, these two characteristics are manifest. In the world of drama, young Honeywood is the legitimate descendant of Massinger's Wellborn on the one side and of Congreve's Valentine legend on the other, with a more distant collateral resemblance to Ben Jonson's younger Noel. But in the field of experience, this good-natured man is the aspect of Goldie himself which, when he was poorest, made him not so poor, but that Irishman poorer still could live on him. That aspect of the glorious idiot in affairs, which could make to the Earl of Northumberland, willing to be kind, no other suggestion of his wants than that he had a brother in Ireland, poor, a clergyman, and much in need of help. Similarly might those rare creations Croker and Jack Lofty be traced to their predecessors in the field of drama, even though remote, that they had their analogies in the life of Goldsmith and have them in the lives of others. It is unnecessary to prove. But graphic as these characters are, they cannot make of the good-natured man more than a passable second to She Stoops to Conquer. For the premises of the plot are absurd, if not impossible. The complication is not much more natural than that of a Punch and Judy show, and the denouement but one shade less improbable than that of the Vicar of Wakefield. The value of the play is principally historical, not aesthetic. Congreve's love for love, Vanbrugh's relapse, Farquhar's Beau's stratagem, Goldsmith's She Stoops to Conquer, and Sheridan's School for Scandal are the best comedies written since Jonson, Fletcher, and Massinger held the stage. In plot and diction, She Stoops to Conquer is equaled by Congreve, in character drawing by Vanbrugh, in dramatic ease by Farquhar, in observation and wit by Sheridan, but by none is it equaled in humor, and in naturalness of dialogue it is facile princeps. Here again, the characterization presents the twofold charm of universality and reality. Young Marlowe is the traditional lover of the type of young Belair, Mirabell, and Amwell, suggesting each in turn but different from all. He is also, in his combination of embarrassment and impudence, not altogether unlike the lad Oliver who, years ago, on a journey back to school, had mistaken Squire Featherstone's house in Ardagh for an inn. A similar adjustment of dramatic type and historic individual contributes to the durability of Tony Lumpkin. In his dramatist persona, he is a practical joker of the family of Dickon and Truewit, and first cousin on the Blenkinsop side to that horseflesh Sir Harry Beagle. But Anthony is more than the practical joker or the Squire Booby. He is a near relative of Captain O'Blunder and that whole countryside of generous, touch-and-go Irishmen, while in reality, in propria persona, he is that aspect of Noel Goldsmith that lived the Buckeen and Ballymahone. Of the other characters of the play, Hardcastle, Mrs. Hardcastle, and Kate have a like prerogative of immortality. They are royally descended and personally unique. The comedy has been absurdly called farcical. There is much less of the farcical than in many a so-called legitimate comedy. None of the circumstances are purely fortuitous, none unnecessary. Humor and caprice tend steadily to complicate the action, and by natural interaction prepare the way for the denouement. The misunderstandings are the more piquant because of their manifest irony and their ephemeral character. Indeed, if any fault is to be found with the play, it is that Goldsmith did not let it resolve itself without the assistance of Sir Charles Marlowe. One peculiarity not yet mentioned is illustrative of Goldsmith's method. A system of mutual borrowing characterizes his works. The same thought, in the same or nearly the same language, occurs in half a dozen. The enquiry, lends a phrase to the citizen, who passes it on to the vicar, who, thinking it too good to keep, hands it over to the good-natured man. Once it is borrowed by, she stoops to conquer, and turn to look like new, like a large family of sisters with a small wardrobe in common. This habit does not indicate poverty of invention in Goldsmith, but associative imagination and artistic conservatism. Goldsmith was the only Irish story writer and poet of his century. For Irishmen adorn the prose of the period. Goldsmith is as eminent in the natural style as Swift in the satiric, or Steele in the polished, or Burke in the grand. In comedy, the Irish led, but Steele, Macklin, Murphy, Kelly do not compare with Vicar, Sheridan, and Goldsmith. The worst work of these is good, and their best is the best of the century. Turning to Goldsmith the man, what the draggle-tail muses paid him, we find him spending on dress and rooms and jovial magnificence, on relatives or countrymen, or the unknown poor, with such freedom that he is never relieved of the necessity of drudgery. Still, sensitive, good-natured, improvident Irish, and a genius. Goldsmith lived as happy a life as his disposition would allow. He had the companionship of congenial friends, the love of men like Johnson and Reynolds, the final assurance that his art was appreciated by the public. To be sure, he was never out of debt, but that was his own fault. He was never out of credit either. Was there ever poet so trusted? Exclaimed Johnson, after this poet had got beyond reach of his creditors. His difficulties, however, affected him as they affect most Irishmen, only by cataclysms. He was serene or wretched, but generally the former. He packed noctes conset deum by the dozen into his life. There is no man, said Reynolds, whose company is more liked, but maybe that was because his naivete, his brogue, his absent-mindedness, and his blunders, real or apparent, made him a ready butt for ridicule, not at the hands of Reynolds or Johnson, but of Beauclerk and the rest. For though his humor was sly and his wit inimitable, Goldsmith's conversation was queer. It seemed to go by contraries. If permitted, he would ramble along in his hesitating, inconsequential fashion on any subject under heaven. Too eager, thought Johnson, to get on without knowing how he should get off. But if ignored, he would sit silent and depart, sulking, thought Boswell. In fact, both the dictator and Laird of Auchinleck were of a mind that he tried too much to shine in conversation, for which he had no temper. But Goldie's bon mots, such as the Forsitan in nostra nomen misebitur istis, to Johnson, as they passed under the heads on Temple Bar, made it evident that Garrick, with his Here Lies Poet Goldsmith, for shortness called Noll, who wrote like an angel but talked like a poor Paul. And most of the members of the literary club did not understand their Irishman. A timidity born of rough experience may have occasionally oppressed. A sensitiveness to ridicule or indifference may have confused him. A desire for approbation may frequently have led him to speak when silence had been golden. But that his conversation was foolish is the judgment of Philistines, who made conversation an industry, not an amusement or an art. Boswell himself recounts more witty sayings than incomprehensible, and the incomprehensible are so only to Boswells and Hawkinsons, who can hardly be expected to appreciate a humor, the vein of which is a mockery of their own solemn stupidity. Probably Goldsmith did say unconsidered things. He liked to think aloud in company, to rattle on for diversion. Keenly alive to the riches of language, he was the more likely to feel the embarrassment of impromptu selection. And while he was too much of a genius to keep count of every pearl, he was too considerate of his fellows to cast pearls only. but most of his fellows, Reynolds excepted, appreciated neither his drollery nor his unselfishness, had not been educated up to the type of Irishman that with an artistic love of fun is ever ready to promote the gaiety of nations by sacrificing itself in the interest of laughter. For none but an artist can, without cracking a smile, offer up his wit on the altar of his humor. Prior describes Goldsmith as something under the middle size, sturdy, active, apparently capable of endurance, pale, forehead and upper lip rather projecting, face round, pitted with smallpox, and marked with strong lines of thinking. But Reynolds' painting idealizes and therefore best expresses the man, his twofold nature. On the one hand, self-depreciatory, generous, and improvident. On the other, aspiring, hungry for approval, laborious. Just such a man as would gild poverty with a smile, decline patronage and force his last sixpence on a street singer, pile Paleon on Assar for his publishers and turn out cameos for art. End of section 24. Section 25 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16, by Various. Selections from The Vicar of Wakefield by Oliver Goldsmith. The Vicar's family become ambitious. From The Vicar of Wakefield. I now began to find that all my long and painful lectures upon temperance, simplicity, and contentment were entirely disregarded. The distinctions lately paid us by our betters awakened that pride which I had laid asleep, but not removed. Our windows again, as formerly, were filled with washers for the neck and face. The sun was dreaded as an enemy to the skin without doors, and the fire as a spoiler of the complexion within. My wife observed that rising too early would hurt her daughter's eyes, that working after dinner would redden their noses, and she convinced me that the hands that never looked so white as when they did nothing. Instead, therefore, of finishing George's shirts, we now had them new modeling their old gauzes, or flourishing upon catgut. The poor Miss Flamboroughs, their former gay companions, were cast off as mean acquaintance, and the whole conversation ran upon high life and high-lived company, with pictures, taste, Shakespeare, and the musical glasses. But we could have borne all this, had not a fortune-telling gypsy come to raise us into perfect sublimity. The tawny Sybil no sooner appeared than my girls came running to me for a shilling apiece to cross her hand with silver. To say the truth, I was tired of being always wise, and could not help gratifying their request, because I loved to see them happy. I gave each of them a shilling, though for the honor of the family it must be observed that they never went without money themselves, as my wife always generously let them have a guinea each to keep in their pockets, but with strict injunctions never to change it. After they had been closeted up with the fortune-teller for some time, I knew by their looks, upon their returning, that they had been promised something great. Well, my girls, how have you sped? Tell me, Livy, has the fortune-teller given thee a pennyworth? I protest, Papa, said the girl. I believe she deals with somebody that is not right, for she's positively declared that I am to be married to a squire in less than a 12-month. Well now, Sophie, my child, said I, and what sort of a husband are you to have? Sir, replied she, I am to have a lord soon after my sister has married the squire. How, cried I, is that all you are to have for your 2 shillings? Only a lord and a squire for 2 shillings? You fools, I could have promised you a prince and a nabob for half the money. This curiosity of theirs, however, was attended with very serious effects. We now began to think ourselves designed by the stars to something exalted, and already anticipated our future grandeur. It has been 1,000 times observed, and I must observe it once more, that the hours we pass with happy prospects in view are more pleasing than those crowned with fruition. In the first case, we cook the dish to our own appetite. In the latter, nature cooks it for us. It is impossible to repeat the train of agreeable reveries we called up for our entertainment. We looked upon our fortunes as once more rising, and as the whole parish asserted that the squire was in love with my daughter, she was actually so with him, for they persuaded her into the passion. In this agreeable interval my wife had the most lucky dreams in the world, which she took care to tell us every morning with great solemnity and exactness. It was one night a coffin and crossbones, the sign of an approaching wedding. At another time, she imagined her daughter's pockets filled with farthings, a certain sign of their being shortly stuffed with gold. The girls themselves had their omens. They felt strange kisses on their lips. They saw rings in the candle. Purses bounced from the fire, and true love knots lurked in the bottom of every teacup. Towards the end of the week we received a card from the town ladies, in which, with their compliments, they hoped to see all our family at church the Sunday following. All Saturday morning I could perceive, in consequence of this, my wife and daughters in close conference together, and now and then glancing at me with looks that betrayed a latent plot. To be sincere, I had strong suspicions that some absurd proposal was preparing for appearing with splendor the next day. In the evening, they began their operations in a very regular manner, and my wife undertook to conduct the siege. After tea, when I seemed in spirits, she began thus: "I fancy, Charles, my dear, we shall have a great deal of good company at our church tomorrow." "Perhaps we may, my dear," returned I, "though you need be under no uneasiness about that. You shall have a sermon whether there be or not." "That is what I expect," returned she. "But I think, my dear, we ought to appear there as decently as possible, for who knows what may happen?" "Your precautions," replied I, "are highly commendable. A decent behavior and appearance in church is what charms me. We should be devout and humble, cheerful and serene." "Yes," cried she, "I know that, but I mean we should go there in as proper a manner as possible, not altogether like the scrubs about us." "You are quite right, my dear," returned I, "and I was going to make the very same proposal. The proper manner of going is to go there as early as possible, to have time for meditation before the service begins." "Phoo, Charles," interrupted she, "all that is very true, but not what I would be at. I mean we should go there genteelly. You know the church is 2 miles off, and I protest I don't like to see my daughters trudging up to their pew all browsed and red with walking, and looking for all the world as if they had been winners at a small race. Now, my dear, my proposal is this. There are our 2 plough horses, the colt that has been in our family these 9 years, and his companion Blackberry that has scarcely done an earthly thing this month past. They are both grown fat and lazy. Why should not they do something as well as we? And let me tell you, when Moses has trimmed them a little, they will cut a very tolerable figure." To this proposal I objected that walking would be 20 times more genteel than such a paltry conveyance, as Blackberry was wall-eyed and the colt wanted a tail, that they had never been broke to the rein, but had 100 vicious tricks, and that we had but 1 saddle and pillion in the whole house. All these objections, however, were overruled, so that I was obliged to comply. The next morning I perceived them not a little busy in collecting such materials as might be necessary for the expedition. But as I found it would be a business of time, I walked on to the church before, and they promised speedily to follow. I waited near an hour in the reading desk for their arrival, but not finding them come, as I expected, I was obliged to begin, and went through the service, not without some uneasiness at finding them absent. This was increased when all was finished, and no appearance of the family. I therefore walked back by the horseway, which was 5 miles round, though the footway was but 2. And when I got about halfway home, perceived the procession marching slowly forward towards the church. My son, my wife, and the 2 little ones exalted upon one horse, and my 2 daughters upon the other. I demanded the cause of their delay, but I soon found by their looks they had met with 1,000 misfortunes on the road. The horses had at first refused to move from the door, till Mr. Burchell was kind enough to beat them forward for about 200 yards with his cudgel. Next, the straps of my wife's pillion broke down, and they were obliged to stop to repair them before they could proceed. After that, one of the horses took it into his head to stand still, and neither blows nor entreaties could prevail with him to proceed. They were just recovering from this dismal situation when I found them, but perceiving everything safe, I own their present mortification did not much displease me, as it would give me many opportunities of future triumph, and teach my daughters more humility. Michaelmas Eve happening on the next day, we were invited to burn nuts and play tricks at neighbor Flamborough's. Our late mortifications had humbled us a little, or it is possible we might have rejected such an invitation with contempt. However, we suffered ourselves to be happy. Our honest neighbor's goose and dumplings were fine, and the lamb's wool, even in the opinion of my wife, who was a connoisseur, was excellent. It is true his manner of telling stories was not quite so well, for they were very long and very dull, and all about himself, and we had laughed at them 10 times before. However, we were kind enough to laugh at them once more. Mr. Burchell, who was of the party, was always fond of seeing some innocent amusement going forward, and set the boys and girls to blind man's buff. My wife, too, was persuaded to join in the diversion, and it gave me pleasure to think she was not yet too old. In the meantime, my neighbor and I looked on, laughed at every feat, and praised our own dexterity when we were young. Hot cockles succeeded next, questions and commands followed that, and last of all they sat down to hunt the slipper. As every person may not be acquainted with this primeval pastime, it may be necessary to observe that the company at this play planted themselves in a ring upon the ground, all except one, who stands in the middle, whose business it is to catch a shoe which the company shove about under their hams from one to another, something like a weaver's shuttle. As it is impossible in this case for the lady who is up to face all the company at once, the great beauty of the play lies in hitting her a thump with the heel of the shoe on that side least capable of making a defense. It was in this manner that my eldest daughter was hemmed in and thumped about, all bloused in spirit, and bawling for fair play with a voice that might deafen a ballad singer. When confusion on confusion, who should enter the room but our 2 great acquaintances from town, Lady Blarney and Miss Carolina Wilhelmina Amelia Skeggs. Description would but beggar, therefore it is unnecessary to describe this new mortification. Death, to be seen by ladies of such high breeding in such vulgar attitudes. Nothing better could ensue from such a vulgar play of Mr. Flamborough's proposing. We seemed stuck to the ground for some time, as if actually petrified with amazement. The 2 ladies had been at our house to see us, and finding us from home, came after us hither, as they were uneasy to know what accident could have kept us from church the day before. Olivia undertook to be our prolocutor, and delivered the whole in the summary way, only saying, "We were thrown from our horses," at which account the ladies were greatly concerned, but being told the family received no hurt, they were extremely glad. But being informed that we were almost killed by the fright, they were vastly sorry. But hearing that we had a very good night, they were extremely glad again. Nothing could exceed their complaisance to my daughters. Their professions the last evening were warm, but now they were ardent. They protested a desire of having a more lasting acquaintance. Lady Blarney was particularly attached to Olivia. Miss Carolina Wilhelmina Amelia Skeggs, I love to give the whole name, took a greater fancy to her sister. They supported the conversation between themselves, while my daughters sat silent, admiring their exalted breeding. But as every reader, however beggarly himself, is fond of high-lived dialogues, with anecdotes of lords, ladies, and knights of the garter, I must beg leave to give him the concluding part of the present conversation. "All that I know of the matter," cried Miss Skeggs, "is this, that it may be true, or it may not be true. But this I can assure your ladyship, that the whole route was in a maze. His lordship turned all manner of colours. My lady fell into a swoon. But Sir Tomkin, drawing his sword, swore he was hers to the last drop of his blood." "Well," replied our peeress, "this I can say, that the Duchess never told me a syllable of the matter, and I believe her Grace would keep nothing a secret from me. This you may depend upon as fact, that the next morning my Lord Duke cried out 3 times to his valet de chambre, 'Jernigan, Jernigan, Jernigan, bring me my garters.' But previously I should have mentioned the very impolite behavior of Mr. Burchell, who during this discourse sat with his face turned to the fire, and at the conclusion of every sentence would cry out, 'Fudge!' an expression which displeased us all, and in some measure damped the rising spirit of the conversation. Besides, my dear Skeggs, continued our peeress, there is nothing of this in the copy of verses that Dr. Burdock made upon the occasion. Fudge! I am surprised at that, cried Miss Skeggs, for he seldom leaves anything out, as he writes only for his own amusement. But can your ladyship favour me with the sight of them? Fudge! My dear creature, replied our peeress, do you think I can carry such things about me? Though they are very fine, to be sure, and I think myself something of a judge. At least I know what pleases myself. Indeed, I was ever an admirer of all Dr. Burdock's little pieces, for except what he does, and our dear Countess at Hanover Square, there's nothing comes out but the most lowest stuff in nature, not a bit of high life among them. Fudge! Your ladyship should accept, says t'other, your own things in the Ladies' Magazine. I hope you'll say there's nothing low-lived there. But I suppose we are to have no more from that quarter. Fudge! Why, my dear, says the lady, you know my reader and companion has left me to be married to Captain Roach, and as my poor eyes won't suffer me to write myself, I have been for some time looking out for another. A proper person is no easy matter to find, and to be sure, £30 a year is a small stipend for a well-bred girl of character, that can read, write, and behave in company. As for the chits about town, there is no bearing them about one. Fudge! That I know, cried Miss Skeggs, by experience, for of the 3 companions I had this last half-year, one of them refused to do plain work an hour in the day. Another thought 25 guineas a year too small a salary, and I was obliged to send away the third because I suspected an intrigue with the chaplain. Virtue, my dear Lady Blarney, virtue is worth any price, but where is that to be found? Fudge! My wife had been for a long time all attention to this discourse, but was particularly struck with the latter part of it. £30 and 25 guineas a year made £56 5 shillings, English money, all which was in a manner going a-begging, and might easily be secured in the family. She for a moment studied my looks for approbation, and, to own a truth, I was of opinion that 2 such places would fit our 2 daughters exactly. Besides, if the squire had any real affection for my eldest daughter, this would be the way to make her every way qualified for her fortune. My wife, therefore, was resolved that we should not be deprived of such advantages for want of assurance, and undertook to harangue for the family. "I hope," cried she, "your ladyship will pardon my present presumption. It is true, we have no right to pretend to such favors, but yet it is natural for me to wish putting my children forward in the world, and I will be bold to say my 2 girls have had a pretty good education and capacity. At least the country can't show better. They can read, write, and cast accounts. They understand their needle, broad-stitch, cross, and change, and all manner of plain work. They can pink, point, and frill, and know something of music. They can do up small clothes, work upon catgut. My eldest can cut paper, and my youngest has a very pretty manner of telling fortunes upon the cards." Fudge! When she had delivered this pretty piece of eloquence, the 2 ladies looked at each other a few moments in silence, with an air of doubt and importance. At last Miss Carolina Wilhelmina Amelia Skeggs condescended to observe that the young ladies, from the opinion she could form of them from so slight an acquaintance, seemed very fit for such employments. "But a thing of this kind, madam," cried she, addressing my spouse, "requires a thorough examination into characters, and a more perfect knowledge of each other. Not, madam," continued she, "that I in the least suspect the young lady's virtue, prudence, and discretion, but there is a form in these, madam, there is a form." My wife approved her suspicions very much, observing that she was very apt to be suspicious herself, but referred her to all the neighbors for a character. But this our peeress declined as unnecessary, alleging that her cousin Thornhill's recommendation would be sufficient, and upon this we rested our petition. When we returned home, the night was dedicated to schemes of future conquest. Deborah exerted very much sagacity in conjecturing which of the 2 girls was likely to have the best place, and most opportunities of seeing good company. The only obstacle to our preferment was in obtaining the squire's recommendation, but he had already shown us too many instances of his friendship to doubt of it now. Even in bed my wife kept up the usual theme. "Well, faith, my dear Charles, between ourselves, I think we have made an excellent day's work of it." "Pretty well," cried I, not knowing what to say. "What, only pretty well?" returned she. "I think it is very well. Suppose the girls should come to make acquaintances of taste in town. This I am assured of, that London is the only place in the world for all manner of husbands. Besides, my dear, stranger things happen every day, and as ladies of quality are so taken with my daughters, what will not men of quality be? Entre nous, I protest I like my Lady Blarney vastly, so very obliging. However, Miss Carolina Wilhelmina Amelia Skeggs has my warm heart. But yet, when they came to talk of places in town, you saw how I nailed them. Tell me, my dear, don't you think I did for my children there?" "Aye," returned I, not knowing well what to think of the matter. "Heaven grant that they may both be the better for it this day 3 months." This was one of those observations I usually made to impress my wife with an opinion of my sagacity, for if the girls succeeded, then it was a pious wish fulfilled. But if anything unfortunate ensued, then it might be looked upon as a prophecy. New misfortunes, but offenses are easily pardoned where there is love at bottom. From the Vicar of Wakefield. The next morning I took my daughter behind me and set out on my return home. As we traveled along, I strove by every persuasion to calm her sorrows and fears, and to arm her with resolution to bear the presence of her offended mother. I took every opportunity, from the prospect of a fine country through which we passed, to observe how much kinder heaven was to us than we were to each other, and that the misfortune of nature's making were very few. I assured her that she should never perceive any change in my affections, and that during my life, which yet might be long, she might depend upon a guardian and an instructor. I armed her against the censures of the world, showed her that books were sweet, unreproaching companions to the miserable, and that if they could not bring us to enjoy life, they would at least teach us to endure it. The hired horse that we rode was to be put up that night at an inn by the way, within about 5 miles from my house, and I was willing to prepare my family for my daughter's reception. I determined to leave her that night at the inn, and to return for her accompanied by my daughter Sophia, early the next morning. It was night before we reached our appointed stage. However, after seeing her provided with a decent apartment, and having ordered the hostess to prepare proper refreshments, I kissed her and proceeded towards home. And now my heart caught new sensations of pleasure, the nearer I approached that peaceful mansion. As a bird that had been frighted from its nest, my affections outwent my haste, and hovered round my little fireside with all the rapture of expectation. I called up the many fond things I had to say, and anticipated the welcome I was to receive. I already felt my wife's tender embrace, and smiled the joy of my little ones. As I walked but slowly, the night waned apace. The laborers of the day were all retired to rest. The lights were out in every cottage. No sounds were heard but of the shrilling cock, and the deep-mouthed watchdog at the hollow distance. I approached my little abode of pleasure, and before I was within a furlong of the place, our honest mastiff came running to welcome me. It was now near midnight that I came to knock at my door. All was still and silent. My heart dilated with unutterable happiness, when to my amazement I saw the house bursting out in a blaze of fire, and every aperture red with conflagration. I gave a loud convulsive outcry, and fell upon the pavement insensible. This alarmed my son, who had till this been asleep, and he, perceiving the flames, instantly waked my wife and daughter, and all running out naked and wild with apprehension, recalled me to life with their anguish. But it was only to objects of new terror, for the flames had by this time caught the roof of our dwelling, part after part continuing to fall in, while the family stood with silent agony looking on, as if they enjoyed the blaze. I gazed upon them and upon it by turns, and then looked round me for my 2 little ones. But they were not to be seen. Oh, misery! Where, cried I, where are the little ones? They are burnt to death in the flames, said my wife calmly, and I will die with them. That moment I heard the cry of the babes within, who were just awaked by the fire, and nothing could have stopped me. Where are my children? Cried I, rushing through the flames and bursting the door of the chamber in which they were confined. Where are my little ones? Here, dear papa, here we are, cried they together, while the flames were just catching the bed where they lay. I caught them both in my arms and snatched them through the fire as fast as possible, while just as I was got out, the roof sunk in. Now, cried I, holding up my children, now let the flames burn on, and all my possessions perish. Here they are. I have saved my treasure. Here, my dearest, here are our treasures, and we shall yet be happy. We kissed our little darlings 1,000 times. They clasped us round the neck and seemed to share our transports, while their mother laughed and wept by turns. I now stood a calm spectator of the flames, and after some time began to perceive that my arm to the shoulder was scorched in a terrible manner. It was therefore out of my power to give my son any assistance, either in attempting to save our goods or preventing the flames spreading to our corn. By this time the neighbors were alarmed and came running to our assistance, but all they could do was to stand, like us, spectators of the calamity. My goods, among which were the notes I had reserved for my daughter's fortunes, were entirely consumed, except a box with some papers that stood in the kitchen, and 2 or 3 things more of little consequence, which my son brought away in the beginning. The neighbors contributed, however, what they could to lighten our distress. They brought us clothes and furnished one of our outhouses with kitchen utensils, so that by daylight we had another, though a wretched dwelling, to retire to. My honest next neighbor and his children were not the least assiduous in providing us with everything necessary, and offering whatever consolation untutored benevolence could suggest. When the fears of my family had subsided, curiosity to know the cause of my long stay began to take place. Having therefore informed them of every particular, I proceeded to prepare them for the reception of our lost one, and though we had nothing but wretchedness now to impart, I was willing to procure her a welcome to what we had. This task would have been more difficult but for our recent calamity, which had humbled my wife's pride and blunted it by more poignant afflictions. Being unable to go for my poor child myself, as my arm grew very painful, I sent my son and daughter, who soon returned, supporting the wretched delinquent, who had not the courage to look up at her mother, whom no instructions of mine could persuade to a perfect reconciliation, for women have a much stronger sense of female error than men. "Ah, madam," cried her mother, "this is but a poor place you have to come to after so much finery. My daughter Sophie and I can afford but little entertainment to persons who have kept company only with people of distinction. Yes, Miss Livy, your poor father and I have suffered very much of late, but I hope heaven will forgive you." During this reception, the unhappy victim stood pale and trembling, unable to weep or to reply, but I could not continue a silent spectator of her distress. Wherefore, assuming a degree of severity in my voice and manner, which was ever followed with instant submission, "I entreat, woman, that my words may now be marked once for all. I have here brought you back a poor deluded wanderer. Her return to duty demands the revival of our tenderness. The real hardships of life are now coming fast upon us. Let us not therefore increase them by dissension among each other. If we live harmoniously together, we may yet be contented, as there are enough of us to shut out the censuring world and keep each other in countenance. The kindness of heaven is promised to the penitent, and let ours be directed by the example. Heaven, we are assured, is much more pleased to view a repentant sinner than 99 persons who have supported a cause of undeviating rectitude. And this is right, for that single effort by which we stop short in the downhill path to perdition is itself a greater exertion of virtue than 100 acts of justice. Some assiduity was now required to make our present abode as convenient as possible, and we were soon again qualified to enjoy our former serenity. Being disabled myself from assisting my son in our usual occupations, I read to my family from the few books that were saved, and particularly from such as by amusing the imagination contributed to ease the heart. Our good neighbors, too, came every day with the kindest condolence, and fixed a time in which they were all to assist in repairing my former dwelling. Honest Farmer Williams was not last among these visitors, but heartily offered his friendship. He would even have renewed his addresses to my daughter, but she rejected them in such a manner as totally repressed his future solicitations. Her grief seemed formed for continuing, and she was the only person of our little society that a week did not restore to cheerfulness. She had now lost that unblushing innocence which once taught her to respect herself and to seek pleasure by pleasing. Anxiety now had taken strong possession of her mind. Her beauty began to be impaired with her constitution, and neglect still more contributed to diminish it. Every tender epithet bestowed on her sister brought a pang to her heart and a tear to her eye. And as one vice, though cured, ever plants others where it has been, so her former guilt, though driven out by repentance, left jealousy and envy behind. I strove in 1,000 ways to lessen her care, and even forgot my own pain in a concern for hers, collecting such amusing passages of history as a strong memory and some reading could suggest. Our happiness, my dear, I would say, is in the power of one who can bring it about 1,000 unforeseen ways that mock our foresight. In this manner I would attempt to amuse my daughter, but she listened with divided attention, for her own misfortunes engrossed all the pity she once had but those of another, and nothing gave her ease. In company she dreaded contempt, and in solitude she only found anxiety. Such was the color of her wretchedness when she received certain information that Mr. Thornhill was going to be married to Miss Wilmot, for whom I always suspected he had a real passion, though he took every opportunity before me to express his contempt both of her person and fortune. This news only served to increase poor Olivia's affliction. Such a flagrant breach of fidelity was more than her courage could support. I was resolved, however, to get more certain information, and to defeat, if possible, the completion of his designs, by sending my son to old Mr. Wilmot's, with instructions to know the truth of the report, and to deliver Miss Wilmot a letter intimating Mr. Thornhill's conduct in my family. My son went in pursuance of my directions, and in 3 days returned, assuring us of the truth of the account, but that he had found it impossible to deliver the letter, which he was therefore obliged to leave, as Mr. Thornhill and Miss Wilmot were visiting round the country. They were to be married, he said, in a few days, having appeared together at church the Sunday before he was there, in great splendor, the bride attended by 6 young ladies, and he by as many gentlemen. Their approaching nuptials filled the whole country with rejoicing, and they usually rode out together in the grandest equipage that had been seen in the country for years. All the friends of both families, he said, were there, particularly the squire's uncle, Sir William Thornhill, who bore so good a character. He added that nothing but mirth and feasting were going forward, that all the country praised the young bride's beauty and the bridegroom's fine person, and that they were immensely fond of each other, concluding that he could not help thinking Mr. Thornhill one of the most happy men in the world. Why, let him if he can, returned I. But my son, observe this bed of straw and unsheltering roof, those moldering walls and humid floor, my wretched body thus disabled by fire, and my children weeping round me for bread. You have come home, my child, to all this, yet here, even here, you see a man that would not for 1,000 worlds exchange situations. Oh, my children, if you could but learn to commune with your own hearts, and know what noble company you can make them, you would little regard the elegance and splendor of the worthless. Almost all men have been taught to call life a passage, and themselves the travelers. The similitude still may be improved when we observe that the good are joyful and serene, like travelers that are going towards home, the wicked, but by intervals happy, like travelers that are going into exile. My compassion for my poor daughter, overpowered by this new disaster, interrupted what I had further to observe. I bade her mother support her, and after a short time she recovered. She appeared from that time more calm. I imagine had gained a new degree of resolution. but appearances deceived me, for her tranquillity was the languor of overwrought resentment. A supply of provisions charitably sent us by my kind parishioners seemed to diffuse new cheerfulness among the rest of the family, nor was I displeased at seeing them once more sprightly and at ease. It would have been unjust to damp their satisfactions merely to condole with resolute melancholy, or to burden them with the sadness they did not feel. Thus once more the tale went round, and the song was demanded, and cheerfulness condescended to hover round our little habitation. The next morning the sun arose with peculiar warmth for the season, so that we agreed to breakfast together on the honeysuckle bank, while we sat, my youngest daughter, at my request, joined her voice to the concert of the trees about us. It was in this place my poor Olivia first met her seducer, and every object served to recall her sadness. But that melancholy which is excited by objects of pleasure, or inspired by sounds of harmony, soothes the heart instead of corroding it. Her mother, too, upon this occasion, felt a pleasing distress, and wept, and loved her daughter as before. "Do, my pretty Olivia," cried she, "let us have that little melancholy air your papa was so fond of. Your sister Sophie has already obliged us. Do, child, it will please your old father." She complied in a manner so exquisitely pathetic as moved me. When lovely woman stoops to folly, and finds too late that men betray, what charm can soothe her melancholy? What art can wash her guilt away? The only art her guilt to cover, to hide her shame from every eye, to give repentance to her lover, and wring his bosom is to die. As she was concluding the last stanza, to which an interruption in her voice from sorrow gave peculiar softness, the appearance of Mr. Thornhill's equipage at a distance alarmed us all, but particularly increased the uneasiness of my eldest daughter, who, desirous of shunning her betrayer, returned to the house with her sister. In a few minutes he was alighted from his chariot, and making up to the place where I was still sitting, inquired after my health with his usual air of familiarity. "Sir," replied I, "your present assurance only serves to aggravate the baseness of your character, and there was a time when I would have chastised your insolence for presuming thus to appear before me. But now you are safe, for age has cooled my passions, and my calling restrains me." "I vow, my dear sir," returned he, "I am amazed at all this, nor can I understand what it means. I hope you don't think your daughter's late excursion with me had anything criminal in it." "Go," cried I, "thou art a wretch, a poor pitiful wretch, in every way a liar, but your meanness secures you from my anger. Yet, sir, I am descended from a family would not have borne this, and so, thou vile thing, to gratify a momentary passion, thou hast made one poor creature wretched for life, and polluted a family that had nothing but honor for their portion." "If she or you," returned he, "are resolved to be miserable, I cannot help it. But you may still be happy, and whatever opinion you may have formed of me, you shall ever find me ready to contribute to it. We can marry her to another in a short time, and what is more, she may keep her lover beside, for I protest I shall ever continue to have a true regard for her." I found all my passions alarmed at this new degrading proposal, for although the mind may often be calm under great injuries, little villainy can at any time get within the soul and sting it into rage. "Avoid my sight, thou reptile," cried I, "nor continue to insult me with thy presence. Were my brave son at home, he would not suffer this, but I am old and disabled, and every way undone." "I find," cried he, "you are bent upon obliging me to talk in a harsher manner than I intended. But as I have shown you what may be hoped from my friendship, it may not be improper to represent what may be the consequences of my resentment. My attorney, to whom your late bond has been transferred, threatens hard, nor do I know how to prevent the course of justice except by paying the money myself, which, as I have been at some expense lately previous to my intended marriage, is not so easy to be done. And then my steward talks of driving for the rent. It is certain he knows his duty, for I never trouble myself with affairs of that nature. Yet still I could wish to serve you, and even to have you and your daughter present at my marriage, which is shortly to be solemnized with Miss Wilmot. It is even the request of my charming Arabella herself, whom I hope you will not refuse. Mr. Thornhill, replied I, hear me once for all. As to your marriage with any but my daughter, that I will never consent to. And though your friendship could raise me to a throne, or your resentment sink me to the grave, yet would I despise both. Thou hast once woefully, irreparably deceived me. I reposed my heart upon thine honor, and have found its baseness. Nevermore, therefore, expect friendship from me. Go, and possess what fortune has given thee, beauty, riches, health, and pleasure. Go and leave me to want, infamy, disease, and sorrow. Yet humbled as I am, shall my heart still vindicate its dignity, and though thou hast my forgiveness, thou shalt ever have my contempt. If so, returned he, depend upon it you shall feel the effects of this insolence, and we shall shortly see which is the fittest object of scorn, you or me, upon which he departed abruptly. Pictures from the deserted village. Sweet Auburn, parent of the blissful hour, thy glades forlorn confess the tyrant's power. Here, as I take my solitary rounds, amidst thy tangling walks and ruined grounds, and, many a year elapsed, return to view, where once the cottage stood, the hawthorn grew. Remembrance wakes with all her busy train, swells at my breast and turns the past to pain. In all my wanderings round this world of care, in all my griefs, and God has given my share, I still had hopes, my latest hours to crown, amidst these humble bowers to lay me down, to husband out life's taper at the close, and keep the flame from wasting my repose. I still had hopes, but pride attends us still, amidst the swains to show my book-learned skill. Around my fire an evening group to draw, and tell of all I felt and all I saw. And as a hare whom hounds and horns pursue, pants to the place from whence at first she flew, I still had hopes, my long vexations past, here to return and die at home at last. O blessed retirement, friend to life's decline, retreat from care that never must be mine. How blessed is he who crowns in shades like these a youth of labor with an age of ease, who quits a world where strong temptations try, and since 'tis hard to combat, learns to fly. For him no wretches born to work and weep explore the mine or tempt the dangerous deep. No surly porter stands in guilty state to spurn imploring famine from the gate. But on he moves to meet his latter end, angels around befriending virtue's friend, bends to the grave with unperceived decay, while resignation gently slopes the way. And all his prospects brightening to the last, his heaven commences ere the world be past. Sweet was the sound when oft at evening's close up yonder hill the village murmur rose. There, as I passed with careless steps and slow, the mingling notes came softened from below. The swain responsive as the milkmaid sung, the sober herd that lowed to meet their young, the noisy geese that gabbled o'er the pool, the playful children just let loose from school, the watchdog's voice that bade the whispering wind, and the loud laugh that spoke the vacant mind. These all in sweet confusion sought the shade, and filled each pause the nightingale had made. But now the sounds of population fail. No cheerful murmurs fluctuate in the gale. No busy steps the grass-grown footway tread, but all the bloomy flush of life is fled. All but yon widowed, solitary thing that feebly bends beside the plashy spring. She, wretched matron, forced in age for bread, to strip the brook with mantling cresses spread, to pick her wintry faggot from the thorn, to seek her nightly shed and weep till morn. She only left of all the harmless train the sad historian of the pensive plain. Near yonder copse, where once the garden smiled, and still where many a garden flower grows wild, there, where a few torn shrubs the place disclose, the village preacher's modest mansion rose. A man he was to all the country dear, and passing rich with 40 pounds a year. Remote from towns he ran his godly race, no air had changed, no wish to change his place. Unpractised he to fawn or seek for power, by doctrines fashioned to the varying hour. Far other aims her heart had learned to prize, more skill to raise the wretched than to rise. His house was known to all the vagrant train. He chid their wanderings, but relieved their pain. The long-remembered beggar was his guest, whose beard descending swept his aged breast. The ruined spendthrift, now no longer proud, claimed kindred there and had his claims allowed. The broken soldier, kindly bade to stay, safe by his fire and talked the night away. Wept o'er his wounds or tales of sorrow done, shouldered his crutch and showed how fields were won. Pleased with his guests, the good man learned to glow, and quite forgot their vices in their woe. Careless their merits or their faults to scan, his pity gave ere charity began. Thus to relieve the wretched was his pride, and in his failings leaned to virtue's side. But in his duty prompt at every call, he watched and wept, he prayed and felt for all. And as a bird each fond endearment tries to tempt its new-fledged offspring to the skies, he tried each art, reproved each dull delay, allured to brighter worlds and led the way. Beside the bed where parting life was laid, and sorrow, guilt, and pain by turns dismayed, the reverend champion stood at his control. Despair and anguish fled the struggling soul. Comfort came down the trembling wretch to raise, and his last faltering accents whispered praise. At church, with meek and unaffected grace, his looks adorned the venerable place. Truth from his lips prevailed with double sway, and fools who came to scoff remained to pray. The service passed around the pious man. With steady zeal each honest rustic ran. Even children followed with endearing wile, and plucked his gown to share the good man's smile. His ready smile a parent's warmth expressed. Their welfare pleased him, and their cares distressed. To them his heart, his love, his griefs were given, but all his serious thoughts had rest in heaven. As some tall cliff that lifts its awful form, swells from the vale, and midway leaves the storm, though round its breast the rolling clouds are spread, eternal sunshine settles on its head. Beside yon straggling fence that skirts the way, with blossomed firs unprofitably gay, there in his noisy mansion, skilled to rule, the village master taught his little school. A man severe he was and stern to view. I knew him well, and every truant knew. Well had the boding tremblers learned to trace the day's disasters in his morning face. Full well they laughed with counterfeited glee at all his jokes, for many a joke had he. Full well the busy whisper, circling round, conveyed the dismal tidings when he frowned. Yet he was kind, or if severe in aught, the love he bore to learning was in fault. The village all declared how much he knew. 'Twas certain he could write and cipher too. Lands he could measure, terms and tides presage, and even the story ran that he could gauge. In arguing, too, the parson owned his skill, but even though vanquished, he could still argue still. While words of learned length and thundering sound amazed the gazing rustics ranged around. And still they gazed, and still the wonder grew, that one small head could carry all he knew. But past is all his fame, the very spot where many a time he triumphed is forgot. Near yonder thorn that lifts its head on high, where once the signpost caught the passing eye, low lies that house where nut-brown draughts inspired, where graybeard mirth and smiling toil retired, where village statesmen talked with looks profound, and news much older than their ale went round. Imagination fondly stoops to trace the parlor splendors of that festive place. The whitewashed wall, the nicely sanded floor, the varnished clock that clicked behind the door, the chest contrived a double debt to pay, a bed by night, a chest of drawers by day. The pictures placed for ornament and use, the 12 good rules, the royal game of goose. The hearth, except when winter chilled the day, with aspen boughs and flowers and fennel gay, while broken teacups, wisely kept for show, ranged o'er the chimney, glistened in a row. Vain, transitory splendors could not all reprieve the tottering mansion from its fall. Obscure it sinks, nor shall it more impart an hour's importance to the poor man's heart. Thither no more the peasant shall repair to sweet oblivion of his daily care. No more the farmer's news, the barber's tale, no more the woodsman's ballad shall prevail. No more the smith his dusky brow shall clear, relax his ponderous strength, and lean to hear. The host himself no longer shall be found, careful to see the mantling bliss go round. Nor the coy maid, half willing to be pressed, shall kiss the cup to pass it to the rest. Yes, let the rich deride the proud disdain, these simple blessings of the lowly train. To me more dear, congenial to my heart, one native charm than all the gloss of art. Spontaneous joys when nature has its play, the soul adopts and owns their firstborn sway. Lightly they frolicked o'er the vacant mind, unenvied, unmolested, unconfined. But the long pomp, the midnight masquerade, with all the freaks of wanton wealth arrayed, in these ere triflers half their wish obtain, the toiling pleasure sickens into pain, and even while fashion's brightest arts decoy, the heart, distrusting, asks if this be joy. Contrasted national types from The Traveller. My soul, turn from them, turn we to survey where rougher climes a nobler race display, where the bleak Swiss their stormy mansion tread, and force a churlish soil for scanty bread. No product here the barren hills afford, but man and steel, the soldier and his sword. No vernal blooms their torpid rocks array, but winter lingering chills the lap of May. No zephyr fondly soothes the mountain's breast, but meteors glare and stormy glooms invest. Yet still, even here, content can spread a charm, redress the clime, and all its rage disarm. Though poor the peasant's hut, his feast, though small, he sees his little lot, the lot of all. Sees no contiguous palace rear its head to shame the meanness of his humble shed. No costly lord the sumptuous banquet deal to make him loathe his vegetable meal. But calm, and bred in ignorance and toil, each wish contracting fits him to the soil. Cheerful at morn he wakes from short repose, breaths the keen air, and carols as he goes. With patient angle trolls the finny deep, or drives his venturous plowshare to the steep, or seeks the den where snow tracks mark the way, and drags the struggling savage into day. At night returning, every labor sped, he sits him down, the monarch of a shed, smiles by his cheerful fire, and round surveys his children's looks that brighten at the blaze, while his loved partner, boastful of her hoard, displays her cleanly platter on the board, and haply too some pilgrim thither led, with many a tale repays the nightly bed. Thus every good his native wiles impart, imprints the patriot passion on his heart. And even those ills that round his mansion rise, enhance the bliss his scanty fund supplies. Dear is that shed to which his soul conforms, and dear that hill which lifts him to the storms. And as a child, when scaring sounds molest, clings close and closer to the mother's breast, so the loud torrent and the whirlwind's roar but bind him to his native mountains more. Such are the charms to barren states assigned, their wants but few, their wishes all confined. Yet let them only share the praises due, if few their wants, their pleasures are but few. For every want that stimulates the breast becomes a source of pleasure when redressed. Whence from such lands each pleasing science flies, that first excites desire and then supplies, unknown to them when sensual pleasures cloy, to fill the languid pause with finer joy. Unknown those powers that raise the soul to flame, catch every nerve, and vibrate through the frame. Their level life is but a smoldering fire, unquenched by want, unfanned by strong desire, unfit for raptures, or if raptures cheer, on some high festival of once a year. In wild excess the vulgar breast takes fire, till, buried in debauch, the bliss expire. But not their joys alone thus coarsely flow, their morals, like their pleasures, are but low. For as refinement stops from sire to son, unaltered, unimproved, the manners run, and love's and friendship's finely pointed dart falls blunted from each indurated heart. Some stern of virtues o'er the mountain's breast may sit, like falcons cowering on the nest, but all the gentler morals, such as play, through life's more cultured walks and charm the way. These, far dispersed, on timorous pinions fly, to sport and flutter in a kinder sky. To kinder skies where gentler manners reign, I turn, and France displays her bright domain. Gay, sprightly land of mirth and social ease, pleased with thyself, whom all the world can please. How often have I led my sportive choir, with tuneless pipe, beside the murmuring low Ire, where shading elms along the margin grew, and freshened from the wave the zephyr flew. And haply, though my harsh touch faltering still, but mocked all tune, and marred the dancer's skill, yet would the village praise my wondrous power, and dance, forgetful of the noontide hour. Alike all ages, dames of ancient days, have led their children through the mirthful maze, and the gay grandsire, skilled in jesting lore, has frisked beneath the burthen of threescore. So blessed a life these thoughtless realms display, thus idly busying rolls their world away. Theirs are those arts that mind to mind endear, for honor forms the social temper here. Honor, that praise which real merit gains, or even imaginary worth obtains, here passes current, paid from hand to hand. It shifts in splendid traffic round the land. From courts to camps to cottages it strays, and all are taught in avarice of praise. They please, are pleased, they give to get esteem, till, seeming blessed, they grow to what they seem. But while this softer art their bliss supplies, it gives their follies also room to rise. For praise too dearly loved or warmly sought, enfeebles all internal strength of thought. And the weak soul, within itself unblessed, leans for all pleasure on another's breast. Hence ostentation here with tawdry art, pants for the vulgar praise which fools impart. Here vanity assumes her pert grimace, and trims her robes of frieze with copper lace. Her beggar pride defrauds her daily cheer, to boast one splendid banquet once a year. The mind still turns where shifting fashion draws, nor weighs the solid worth of self-applause. End of section 25. Section 26 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16, by Various. Selected poems by Oliver Goldsmith. Pictures from The Deserted Village. Sweet Auburn, parent of the blissful hour, thy glades forlorn confess the tyrant's power. Here, as I take my solitary rounds amidst my tangling walks and ruined grounds, and many a year elapsed, return to view where once the cottage stood, the hawthorn grew. Remembrance wakes with all her busy train, swells at my breast and turns the past to pain. In all my wanderings round this world of care, in all my griefs, and God has given my share, I still had hopes my latest hours to crown, amidst these humble bowers to lay me down, to husband out life's taper at the close, and keep the flame from wasting by repose. I still had hopes, for pride attends us still, amidst the swains to show my book-learned skill. Around my fire an evening group to draw, and tell of all I felt and all I saw. And as a hare whom hounds and horns pursue, pants to the place from whence at first she flew, I still had hopes, my long vexations past, here to return and die at home at last. O blessed retirement, friend to life's decline, retreat from care that never must be mine. How blessed is he who crowns in shades like these a youth of labor with an age of ease, who quits a world where strong temptations try, and since 'tis hard to combat, learns to fly. For him no wretches, born to work and weep, explore the mine or tempt the dangerous deep. No surly porter stands in guilty state to spurn imploring famine from the gate. But on he moves to meet his latter end, angels around befriending virtue's friend. Bends to the grave with unperceived decay, while resignation gently slopes the way, and all his prospects brightening to the last, his heaven commences ere the world be past. Sweet was the sound, when oft at evening's close, up yonder hill the village murmur rose. There, as I passed with careless steps and slow, the mingling notes came softened from below, the swain responsive as the milkmaids sung, the sober herd that lowed to meet their young, the noisy geese that gabbled o'er the pool, the playful children just let loose from school, the watchdog's voice that bade the whispering wind, and the loud laugh that spoke the vacant mind. These all in sweet confusion sought the shade, and filled each pause the nightingale had made. But now the sounds of population fail, no cheerful murmurs fluctuate in the gale. No busy steps the grass-grown footway tread, but all the bloomy flush of life is fled. All but yon widowed, solitary thing, that feebly bends beside the plashy spring. She, wretched matron, forced in age for bread, to strip the brook with mantling cresses spread, to pick her wintry faggot from the thorn, to seek her nightly shed, and weep till morn. She only left of all the harmless train the sad historian of the pensive plain. Near yonder copse, where once the garden smiled, and still where many a garden flower grows wild. There, where a few torn shrubs the place disclose, the village preacher's modest mansion rose. A man he was to all the country dear, and passing rich with 40 pounds a year. Remote from towns he ran his godly race, nor e'er had changed, nor wished to change his place. Unpractised he to fawn or seek for power, by doctrines fashioned to the varying hour. Far other aims his heart had learned to prize, more skilled to raise the wretched than to rise. His house was known to all the vagrant train, he chid their wanderings but relieved their pain. The long-remembered beggar was his guest, whose beard descending swept his aged breast. The ruined spendthrift, now no longer proud, claimed kindred there and had his claims allowed. The broken soldier, kindly bade to stay, sate by his fire and talked the night away. Wept o'er his wounds or tales of sorrow done, shouldered his crutch and showed how fields were won. Pleased with his guests, the good man learned to glow, and quite forgot their vices in their woe. Careless their merits or their faults to scan, his pity gave ere charity began. Thus to relieve the wretched was his pride, and e'en his failings leaned to virtue's side. But in his duty prompted every call, he watched and wept, he prayed and felt for all. And as a bird each fond endearment tries to tempt its new-fledged offspring to the skies, he tried each art, reproved each dull delay, allured to brighter worlds and led the way. Beside the bed where parting life was laid, and sorrow, guilt, and pain by turns dismayed, the reverend champion stood at his control. Despair and anguish fled the struggling soul. Comfort came down, the trembling wretch to raise, and his last faltering accents whispered praise. At church, with meek and unaffected grace, his looks adorned the venerable place. Truth from his lips prevailed with double sway, and fools who came to scoff remained to pray. The service passed around the pious man, with steady zeal each honest rustic ran. Even children followed with endearing wile, and plucked his gown to share the good man's smile. His ready smile a parent's warmth expressed, their welfare pleased him and their cares distressed. To them his heart, his love, his griefs were given, but all his serious thoughts had rest in heaven. As some tall cliff that lifts its awful form, swells from the vale and midway leaves the storm, though round its breast the rolling clouds are spread, eternal sunshine settles on its head. Beside yon straggling fence that skirts the way, with blossomed firs unprofitably gay, there in his noisy mansion skilled to rule, the village master taught his little school. A man severe he was and stern to view, I knew him well, and every truant knew. Well had the boding tremblers learned to trace the day's disasters in his morning face. Full well they laughed with counterfeited glee at all his jokes, for many a joke had he. Full well the busy whisper circling round conveyed the dismal tidings when he frowned. Yet he was kind, or if severe in aught, the love he bore to learning was in fault. The village all declared how much he knew, 'twas certain he could write and cipher too. Lands he could measure, terms and tides presage, and even the story ran that he could gauge. In arguing too, the parson owned his skill, for even though vanquished he could argue still, while words of learned length and thundering sound amazed the gazing rustics ranged around. And still they gazed, and still the wonder grew, that one small head could carry all he knew. But past is all his fame, the very spot where many a time he triumphed is forgot. near yonder thorn that lifts its head on high, where once the signpost caught the passing eye. Low lies that house where nut-brown draughts inspired, where grey-beard mirth and smiling toil retired, where village statesmen talked with looks profound, and news much older than their ale went round. Imagination fondly stoops to trace the parlor splendors of that festive place. The whitewashed wall, the nicely sanded floor, the varnished clock that clicked behind the door. The chest contrived a double debt to pay, a bed by night, a chest of drawers by day. The pictures placed for ornament and use, the 12 good rules, the royal game of goose. The hearth, except when winter chilled the day, with aspen boughs and flowers and fennel gay, while broken teacups, wisely kept for show, ranged o'er the chimney glistened in a row. Vain, transitory splendors could not all reprieve the tottering mansion from its fall. Obscure it sinks, nor shall it more impart an hour's importance to the poor man's heart. Thither no more the peasant shall repair to sweet oblivion of his daily care. No more the farmer's news, the barber's tale, no more the woodman's ballad shall prevail. No more the smith his dusky brow shall clear, relax his ponderous strength and lean to hear. The host himself no longer shall be found, careful to see the mantling bliss go round. Nor the coy maid, half willing to be pressed, shall kiss the cup to pass it to the rest. Yes, let the rich deride, the proud disdain, these simple blessings of the lowly train. To me more dear, congenial to my heart, one native charm than all the gloss of art. Spontaneous joys where nature has its play, the soul adopts and owns their firstborn sway. Lightly they frolic o'er the vacant mind, unenvied, unmolested, unconfined. But the long pomp, the midnight masquerade, with all the freaks of wanton wealth arrayed, in these, ere triflers half their wish obtain, the toiling pleasure sickens into pain. And even while fashion's brightest arts decoy, the heart, distrusting, asks if this be joy. Contrasted national types from The Traveler. My soul, turn from them, turn we to survey, where rougher climes a nobler race display, where the bleak Swiss their stormy mansion tread, and force a churlish soil for scanty bread. No product here the barren hills afford, but man in steel the soldier and his sword. No vernal blooms their torpid rocks array, but winter lingering chills the lap of May. No zephyr fondly soothes the mountain's breast, but meteors glare and stormy glooms invest. Yet still, even here, content can spread a charm, redress the clime, and all its rage disarm. Though poor the peasant's hut, his feast though small, he sees his little lot, the lot of all. Sees no contiguous palace near its head, to shame the meanness of his humble shed. No costly lord the sumptuous banquet deal, to make him loathe his vegetable meal. But calm and bred in ignorance and toil, each wish contracting fits him to the soil. Cheerful at morn he wakes from short repose, breaths the keen air and carols as he goes. With patient angle trolls the finny deep, or drives his venturous plowshare to the steep, or seeks the den where snow tracks mark the way, and drags the struggling savage into day. At night returning, every labor sped, he sits him down, the monarch of a shed, smiles by his cheerful fire, and round surveys his children's looks that brighten at the blaze, while his loved partner, boastful of her hoard, displays her cleanly platter on the board, and haply to some pilgrim thither led, with many a tale repays the nightly bed. Thus every good his native wiles impart, imprints the patriot passion on his heart, and even those ills that round his mansion rise, enhance the bliss his scanty fund supplies. Dear is that shed to which his soul conforms, and dear that hill which lifts him to the storms. And as a child, when scaring sounds molest, clings close and closer to the mother's breast, so the loud torrent and the whirlwind's roar but bind him to his native mountains more. Such are the charms to barren states assigned, their wants but few, their wishes all confined. Yet let them only share the praises due, if few their wants, their pleasures are but few. For every want that stimulates the breast becomes a source of pleasure when redressed. Whence from such lands each pleasing science flies, that first excites desire and then supplies. Unknown to them when sensual pleasures cloy, to fill the languid pause with finer joy. Unknown those powers that raise the soul to flame, catch every nerve and vibrate through the frame. Their level life is but a smoldering fire, unquenched by want, unfanned by strong desire. Unfit for raptures, or if raptures cheer, on some high festival of once a year. In wild excess the vulgar breast takes fire, till, buried in debauch, the bliss expire. But not their joys alone thus coarsely flow, their morals, like their pleasures, are but low. For as refinement stops from sire to son, unaltered, unimproved, the manners run. And love's and friendship's finely pointed dart falls blunted from each indurated heart. Some sterner virtues o'er the mountain's breast may sit like falcons cowering on the nest. But all the gentler morals, such as play, through life's more cultured walks and charm the way. These far dispersed on timorous pinions fly, to sport and flutter in a kinder sky. To kinder skies where gentler manners reign, I turn, and France displays her bright domain. Gay, sprightly land of mirth and social ease, pleased with thyself, whom all the world can please. How often have I led thy sportive choir, with tuneless pipe, beside the murmuring lyre. Where shading elms along the margin grew, and freshened from the wave the zephyr flew. And haply, though my harsh touch, faltering still, but mocked all tune, and marred the dancer's skill, yet would the village praise my wondrous power, and dance, forgetful of the noontide hour. Alike all ages, dames of ancient days, have led their children through the mirthful maze, and the gay grandsire, skilled in justic lore, has frisked beneath the burden of threescore. So blessed a life these thoughtless realms display, thus idly busy rolls their world away. Theirs are those arts that mind to mind endear, for honor forms the social temper here. Honor, that praise which real merit gains, or even imaginary worth obtains. Here passes current, paid from hand to hand, it shifts in splendid traffic round the land. From courts to camps to cottages it strays, and all are taught in avarice of praise. They please, are pleased, they give to get esteem, till seeming blessed, they grow to what they seem. But while this softer art their bliss supplies, it gives their follies also room to rise. For praise too dearly loved or warmly sought enfeebles all internal strength of thought. And the weak soul, within itself unblessed, leans for all pleasure on another's breast. Hence ostentation here, with tawdry art, pants for the vulgar praise which fools impart. Here vanity assumes her pert grimace, and trims her robes of frieze with copper lace. Here beggar pride defrauds her daily cheer, to boast one splendid banquet once a year. The mind still turns where shifting fashion draws, nor weighs the solid worth of self-applause. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16. Iván Aleksandrovitch Goncharóf, born 1812, by Nathan Haskell Dole. Among the Russian novelists of the first rank stands Iván, the son of Alexander Goncharóf. His life has been almost synchronous with the century. He was born in 1812 in the city of Simbarsk, on the Volga, below Nizhny Novgorod. His father, a wealthy merchant of that flourishing town, died when the boy was only 3 years old, leaving him in the care of his mother, a conscientious and lovely woman, who, without a remarkable education, nevertheless determined that her son should have the best that could be provided. In this she was cordially assisted by Iván's godfather, a retired naval officer who lived in one of her houses and was a cultivated, lively, and lovable man, the center of the best society of the provincial city. His tales of travel and adventure early implanted in the boy a great passion for reading and study about foreign lands and the desire to see the world. He was at first taught at home. Then he was sent to a private school which had been established by a local priest for the benefit of neighboring landowners and gentry. This priest had been educated at the theological school at Kazan, and was distinguished for his courtly manners and general cultivation. His wife, for it must be remembered that the Russian priesthood is not celibate, was a fascinating French woman, and she taught her native tongue in her husband's school. This remarkable little institution had a small but select library, and here young Goncharóf indulged his taste in reading by devouring the voyages of Captain Cook, Mungo Park, and others, the histories of Karamzin and Rollin, the poetical works of Tasso and Fenelon, as well as the romantic fiction of that day. He was especially fascinated by The Heir of Redcliffe. His reading, however, was ill regulated and not well adapted for his mental discipline. At 12 he was taken by his mother to Moscow, where he had the opportunity to study English and German, as well as to continue his reading in French, in which he had already been well grounded. In 1831 he entered Moscow University, electing the philological faculty. There were at that time in the university a coterie of young men who afterwards became famous as writers, and the lectures delivered by a number of enthusiastic young professors were admirably calculated to develop the best in those who heard them. He finished the complete course, and after a brief visit at his native place went to St. Petersburg, where he entered the Ministry of Finance. Gogol and Goncharóf himself have painted the depressing influence of the officialdom then existing. The chinovnik, as painted by those early realists, was a distinct type. But on the other hand, there was a delightful society at St. Petersburg, and the literary impulses of talented young men were fostered by its leaders. Some of these men founded a new journal, of which Salanitsuin was the leading spirit, and in this appeared Goncharóf's first articles. They were of a humoristic tendency. His first serious work was entitled Obyčajná Historia, an ordinary story, a rather melancholy tale, showing how youthful enthusiasm and the dreams of progress and perfection can be killed by formalism. Alexander Aduyev, the romantic dreamer, is contrasted with his practical uncle, Peter Ivanovich. The second part was not completed when the first part was placed in the hands of the critic Bielinsky, the sovereign arbiter on things literary. Bielinsky gave it his imprimatur, and it was published in the Sovremennik (Contemporary) in 1847. The conception of his second, and by all odds his best romance, Oblómof, was already in his mind, and the first draft was published in the Illustrated Album under the title Son Oblomova, Oblomof's Dream, the following year. In 1852, Goncharóf received from the Marine Ministry a proposition to sail around the world as private secretary to Admiral Putyátin. On his return, he contributed to various magazines sketches of his experiences, and finally published a handsome volume of his travels entitled Fregat Pallada, the Frigate Palace. In 1857 he went to Carlsbad and completed Oblómof, on which he had been working so many years. It appeared in Otechestvenia Zapiski, Annals of the Fatherland, in 1858 and 1859, and made a profound sensation. The hero was recognized as a perfectly elaborated portrait of a not uncommon type of Russian character, a good-natured, warm-hearted, healthy young man, so enervated by the atmosphere of indolence into which he has allowed himself to sink, that nothing serves to rouse him. Love is the only impulse which could galvanize him into life. Across his path comes the beautiful Olga, whom the Russians claim as a poetic and at the same time a genuine representative of the best Russian womanhood. Vigorous, alert, with mind and heart equally well developed, she stirs the latent manhood of Oblómof. But when he comes to face the responsibilities, the cares, and the duties of matrimony, he has not the courage to enter upon them. Olga marries Oblómof's friend, Stolz, whom Goncharóf intended to be a no less typical specimen of Russian manhood, and whom most critics consider overdrawn and not true to life. The novel is a series of wonderful genre pictures. His portraits are marvels of finish and delicacy, and there are a number of dramatic scenes, although the story as a whole lacks movement. The first chapter, which is here reproduced, is chosen not as perhaps the finest in the book, but as thoroughly characteristic. It is also a fine specimen of Russian humor. Goncharóf finished in 1868 his third novel entitled Abruev, The Precipice. It was published first in the Viestnik Yevropui, European Messenger, and in book form in 1870. In this he tries to portray the type of the Russian nihilist, but Volokov is regarded rather as a caricature than as a faithful portrait. In contrast with him stands the beautiful Věra, but just as Volokov falls below Oblómof, so Věra yields to Olga in perfect realism. One of the best characters in the story is the dilettante Rysky, the type of the man who has an artistic nature but no energy. One of the most important characters of the book is Věra's grandmother. The German translation of The Precipice is entitled The Grandmother's Fault. Goncharóf has written a few literary essays, and during the past few years has contributed to one of the Russian reviews a series of literary recollections. But his fame with posterity will depend principally on his Oblómof, the name of which has given to the language a new word, Oblomovshchina, Oblomovism, the typically Russian indolence, which was induced by the peculiar social conditions existing in Russia before the emancipation of the serfs in 1861. Indifference to all social questions, the expectation that others will do your work, or, as expressed in the Russian proverb, the trusting in others as in God, but in yourself as in the devil. Selection: Oblómof by Iván Aleksandrovitch Goncharóf. In Garokovaya Street, in one of those immense houses, the population of which would suffice for a whole provincial city, there lay one morning in bed, in his apartment, Ilya Ilyitch Oblómof. He was a pleasant appearing man of 2 or 3 and 20, of medium stature, with dark gray eyes, but his face lacked any fixed idea or concentration of purpose. A thought would wander like a free bird over his features, flutter in his eyes, light on his parted lips, hide itself in the wrinkles of his brow, then entirely vanish away, and over his whole countenance would spread the shadeless light of unconcern. From his face this indifference extended to the attitudes of his whole body, even to the folds of his dressing gown. Occasionally his eyes were darkened by an expression of weariness or disgust, but neither weariness nor disgust could for an instant dispel from his face the indolence which was the dominant and habitual expression not only of his body, but also of his very soul. And his soul was frankly and clearly betrayed in his eyes, in his smile, in every movement of his head, of his hands. A cool, superficial observer, glancing at Oblómof as he passed him by, would have said, "He must be a good-natured, simple-hearted fellow." Anyone looking deeper, more sympathetically, would, after a few moments' scrutiny, turn away with a smile, with a feeling of agreeable uncertainty. Oblómof's complexion was not florid, not tawny, and not positively pallid, but was indeterminate, or seemed to be so, perhaps because it was flabby, not by reason of age, but by lack of exercise or of fresh air, or of both. His body, to judge by the dull, transparent color of his neck, by his little plump hands, his drooping shoulders, seemed too effeminate for a man. His movements, even if by chance he were aroused, were kept under restraint, likewise by a languor and by a laziness that was not devoid of its own peculiar grace. If a shadow of an anxious thought arose from his spirit and passed across his face, his eyes would grow troubled, the wrinkles in his brow would deepen, a struggle of doubt or pain would seem to begin. But rarely indeed would this troubled thought crystallize into the form of a definite idea. Still more rarely would it be transformed into a project. All anxiety would be dissipated in a sigh, and settle down into apathy or languid dreaming. How admirably Oblómof's house costume suited his unruffled features and his effeminate body! He wore a dressing gown of Persian material, a regular Oriental calotte, without the slightest suggestion of anything European about it, having no tassels, no velvet, no special shape. It was ample in size, so that he might have wrapped it twice around him. The sleeves, in the invariable Asiatic style, grew wider and wider from the wrist to the shoulder. Although this garment had lost its first freshness, and in places had exchanged its former natural gloss for another that was acquired, it still preserved the brilliancy of its Oriental coloring and its firmness of texture. The calotte had in Oblómof's eyes a multitude of precious properties. It was soft and supple. The body was not sensible of its weight. Like an obedient slave, it accommodated itself to every slightest motion. Oblómof, while at home, always went without cravat and without waistcoat, for the simple reason that he liked simplicity and comfort. The slippers which he wore were long, soft, and wide. When, without looking, he put down one foot from the bed to the floor, it naturally fell into one of them. Oblómof's remaining in bed was not obligatory upon him, as in the case of a sick man, or of one who was anxious to sleep, nor was it accidental, as in the case of one who was weary, nor was it for mere pleasure, as a sluggard would have chosen. It was the normal condition of things with him. When he was at home, and he was almost always at home, he invariably lay in bed, and invariably in the room where we have just found him, a room which served him for sleeping room, library, and parlor. He had 3 other rooms, but he rarely glanced into them. In the morning, perhaps, but even then not every day, but only when his man came to sweep the rooms, and this, you may be sure, was not done every day. In these rooms the furniture was protected with covers. The curtains were always drawn. The room in which Oblómof was lying appeared at first glance to be handsomely furnished. There were a mahogany bureau, 2 sofas upholstered in silk, handsome screens embroidered with birds and fruits belonging to an imaginary nature. There were damask curtains, rugs, a number of paintings, bronzes, porcelains, and a quantity of beautiful bric-a-brac. But the experienced eye of a man of pure taste would have discovered at a single hasty glance that everything there betrayed merely the desire to keep up appearances in unimportant details, while really avoiding the burden. That had indeed been Oblómof's object when he furnished his room. Refined taste would not have been satisfied with those heavy, ungraceful mahogany chairs, with those conventional étagères. The back of one sofa was dislocated. The veneering was broken off in places. The same characteristics were discoverable in the pictures and the vases and all the ornaments. The proprietor himself, however, looked with such coolness and indifference on the decoration of his apartment that one might think he asked with his eyes, "Who brought you here and set you up?" As the result of such an indifferent manner of regarding his possessions, and perhaps of the still more indifferent attitude of Oblómof's servant Zakhar, the appearance of the room, if it were examined rather more critically, was amazing because of the neglect and carelessness which held sway there. On the walls, around the pictures, spiders' webs, loaded with dust, hung like festoons. The mirrors, instead of reflecting objects, would have served better as tablets for scribbling memoranda in the dust that covered them. The rugs were rags. On the sofa lay a forgotten towel. On the table you would generally find in the morning a plate or 2 with the remains of the evening meal, the salt cellar, gnawed bones, and crusts of bread. Were it not for these plates, and the pipe half smoked out and flung down on the bed, or even the master himself stretched out on it, it might easily have been supposed that the room was uninhabited, it was so dusty, so lacking in all traces of human care. On the étagère, to be sure, lay 2 or 3 opened books or a crumpled newspaper. On the bureau stood an inkstand with pens, but the pages where the books were open were covered thick with dust and had turned yellow, evidently long ago thrown aside. The date of the newspaper was long past. and if anyone had dipped a pen into the inkstand, it would have started forth only a frightened, buzzing fly. Ilya Ilyitch was awake, contrary to his ordinary custom, very early at 8 o'clock. Some anxiety was preying on his mind. Over his face passed alternately now apprehension, now annoyance, now vexation. It was evident that an internal conflict had him in its throes, and his intellect had not as yet come to his aid. The fact was that the evening before, Oblómof had received from the starosta, steward of his estate, a letter filled with disagreeable tidings. It is not hard to guess what unpleasant details one steward may write about: bad harvests, large arrearages, diminution in receipts, and the like. But although his starosta had written his master almost precisely the same kind of letter the preceding year, and the year before that, nevertheless this latest letter came upon him exactly the same, as a disagreeable surprise. Was it not hard? He was facing the necessity of considering the means of taking some measures. However, it is proper to show how far Ilya Ilyitch was justified in feeling anxiety about his affairs. When he received the first letter of disagreeable tenor from his starosta some years before, he was already contemplating a plan for a number of changes and improvements in the management of his property. This plan presupposed the introduction of various new economical and protectional measures, but the details of the scheme were still in embryo, and the starosta's disagreeable letters were annually forthcoming, urging him to activity and really disturbing his peace of mind. Oblómof recognized the necessity of coming to some decision if he were to carry out his plan. As soon as he woke, he decided to get up, bathe, and, after drinking his tea, to think the matter over carefully, then to write his letters, and, in short, to act in this matter as was fitting. But for half an hour he had been still in bed, tormenting himself with this proposition. But finally he came to the conclusion that he would still have time to do it after tea, and that he might drink his tea as usual in bed, with all the more reason because one can think even if one is lying down. And so he did. After his tea he half sat up in bed, but did not entirely rise. Glancing down at his slippers, he started to put his foot into one of them, but immediately drew it back into bed again. As the clock struck 9:30, Ilya Ilyitch started up. "What kind of a man am I?" he said aloud in a tone of vexation. "Conscience only knows. It is time to do something. Where there's a will— Zakhar!" he cried. In a room which was separated merely by a narrow corridor from Ilya Ilyitch's library, nothing was heard at first except the growling of the watchdog, then the thump of feet springing down from somewhere. It was Zakhar, leaping down from his couch on the stove, where he generally spent his time immersed in drowsiness. An elderly man appeared in the room. He was dressed in a gray coat, through a hole under the armpit of which emerged a part of his shirt. He also wore a gray waistcoat with brass buttons. His head was as bald as his knee, and he had enormous reddish side whiskers, already turning gray, so thick and bushy that they would have sufficed for 3 ordinary individuals. Zakhar would never have taken pains to change in any respect either the form which God had bestowed on him, or the costume which he wore in the country. His raiment was made for him in the style which he had brought with him from his village. His gray coat and waistcoat pleased him, for the very reason that in his semi-fashionable attire he perceived a feeble approach to the livery which he had worn in former times when waiting on his former masters, now at rest, either to church or to parties. But liveries in his recollections were merely representative of the dignity of the Oblómof family. There was nothing else to recall to the old man the comfortable and liberal style of life on the estate in the depths of the country. The older generation of masters had died. The family portraits were at home, and in all probability were going to rack and ruin in the garret. The traditions of the former life and importance of the house of Oblómof were all extinct, or lived only in the memories of a few old people still lingering in the country. Consequently, precious in the eyes of Zakhar was the gray coat. In this he saw a faint emblem of vanished greatness, and he found similar indications in some of the characteristics of his master's features and notions, reminding of his parentage, and in his caprices, which, although he grumbled at them under his breath and aloud, yet he prized secretly as manifestations of the truly imperious will and autocratic spirit of a born noble. Had it not been for these whims, he would not have felt that his master was in any sense above him. Had it not been for them, there would have been nothing to bring back to his mind his younger days, the village which they had abandoned so long ago, and the traditions about that ancient home, the sole chronicles preserved by aged servants, nurses, and nursemaids, and handed down from mouth to mouth. The house of the Oblómofs was rich in those days, and had great influence in that region. But afterwards, somehow or other, everything had gone to destruction, and at last by degrees had sunk out of sight, overshadowed by parvenus of aristocratic pretensions. Only the few gray-haired retainers of the house preserved and interchanged their reminiscences of the past, treasuring them like holy relics. This was the reason why Zakhar so loved his gray coat. Possibly he valued his side whiskers because of the fact that he saw in his childhood many of the older servants with this ancient and aristocratic adornment. Ilya Ilyitch, immersed in contemplation, took no notice of Zakhar, though the servant had been silently waiting for some time. At last he coughed. "What is it you want?" asked Ilya Ilyitch. "You called me, didn't you?" "Called you? I don't remember what I called you for," he replied, stretching and yawning. "Go back to your room. I will try to think what I wanted." Zakhar went out, and Ilya Ilyitch lay down on the bed again and began to cogitate upon that cursed letter. A quarter of an hour elapsed. "There now," he exclaimed, "I have dallied long enough. I must get up. However, I must read the Starosta's letter over again more attentively, and then I will get up. Zakhar!" The same noise of leaping down from the stove, and the same growling of the dog, only more emphatic. Zakhar made his appearance, but again Oblómof was sunk deep in contemplation. Zakhar stood a few moments, looking sulkily and askance at his master, and finally he turned to go. "Where are you going?" suddenly demanded Oblómof. "You have nothing to say to me, and why should I waste my time standing here?" explained Zakhar, in a hoarse gasp which served him in lieu of a voice, he having lost his voice, according to his own account, while out hunting with the dogs, when he had to accompany his former master, and when a powerful wind seemed to blow in his throat. He half turned round and stood in the middle of the room and glared at his master. "Have your legs quite given out, that you can't stand a minute? Don't you see I am worried? Now, please wait a moment. Wasn't it lying there just now? Get me that letter which I received last evening from the starosta. What did you do with it?" "What letter? I haven't seen any letter," replied Zakhar. "Why, you yourself took it from the postman, you scoundrel!" "It is where you put it. How should I know anything about it?" said Zakhar, beginning to rummage about among the papers and various things that littered the table. "You never know anything at all. There, look on the basket. No, see if it hasn't been thrown on the sofa. There, the back of that sofa hasn't been mended yet. Why have you not got the carpenter to mend it? 'Twas you who broke it. You never think of anything." "I didn't break it," retorted Zakhar. "It broke itself. It was not meant to last forever. It had to break sometime." Ilya Ilyitch did not consider it necessary to refute this argument. He contented himself with asking, "Have you found it yet?" "Here are some letters." "But they are not the right ones." "Well, there's nothing else," said Zakhar. "Very good. Be gone," said Ilya Ilyitch impatiently. "I am going to get up. I will find it." Zakhar went to his room, but he had hardly laid his hand on his couch to climb up to it before the imperative cry was heard again, "Zakhar! Zakhar!" "Oh, good Lord!" grumbled he, as he started to go for the third time to Oblómof's library. "What a torment all this is! Oh, that death would come and take me from it!" "What do you want?" he asked, as he stood with one hand on the door and glaring at Oblómof as a sign of his surliness, at such an angle that he had to look at his master out of the corner of his eyes, while his master could see only one of his enormous side whiskers, so bushy that you might have expected to have 2 or 3 birds come flying out from them. "My handkerchief, quick! You might have known what I wanted. Don't you see?" remarked Ilya Ilyitch sternly. Zakhar displayed no special dissatisfaction or surprise at such an order or such a reproach on his master's part, regarding both, so far as he was concerned, as perfectly natural. "But who knows where your handkerchief is?" he grumbled, circling about the room and making a careful examination of every chair, although it could be plainly seen that there was nothing whatever on them. "It is a perfect waste of time," he remarked, opening the door into the drawing-room in order to see if there was any sign of it there. "Where are you going? Look for it here. I have not been in that room since day before yesterday. And make haste," urged Ilya Ilyitch. "Where is the handkerchief? There isn't any handkerchief!" exclaimed Zakhar, rummaging and searching in every corner. "Oh, there it is!" he suddenly cried angrily. "Under you! There is the end of it sticking out. You were lying on it, and yet you ask me to find your handkerchief for you." And Zakhar, without awaiting any reply, turned and started to go out. Oblómof was somewhat ashamed of his own blunder, but he quickly discovered another pretext for putting Zakhar in the wrong. "What kind of neatness do you call this everywhere here? Look at the dust and dirt! Good heavens! Look here! Look here! See these corners? You don't do anything at all." "And so I don't do anything," repeated Zakhar in a tone betokening deep resentment. "I am growing old. I shan't live much longer. But God knows I use the duster for the dust, and I sweep almost every day." He pointed to the middle of the floor and at the table where Oblómof had dined. "Here, look here," he went on. "It has all been swept and all put in order, fit for a wedding. What more is needed?" "Well, then, what is this?" cried Ilya Ilyitch, interrupting him, and calling his attention to the walls and the ceiling. "And that? And that?" He pointed to a yesterday's napkin which had been flung down, and to a plate which had been left lying on the table with a dry crust of bread on it. "Well, as for that," said Zakhar as he picked up the plate, "I will take care of it." "You will take care of it, will you? But how about the dust and the cobwebs on the walls?" said Oblómof, making ocular demonstration. "I put that off till Holy Week. Then I clean the sacred images and sweep down the cobwebs." "But how about dusting the books and pictures?" "The books and pictures?" "Before Christmas. Then Anicia and I look over all the closets. But now when should we be able to do it? You are always at home." "I sometimes go to the theatre or go out to dine. You might do house cleaning at night?" Oblómof looked at him reproachfully, shook his head, and uttered a sigh. But Zakhar gazed indifferently out of the window, and also sighed deeply. The master seemed to be thinking, "Well, brother, you are even more of an Oblómof than I am myself," while Zakhar probably said to himself, "Rubbish! You as my master talk strange and melancholy words, but how do dust and cobwebs concern you?" "Don't you know that moths breed in dust?" asked Ilya Ilyitch. "I have even seen bugs on the wall." "Well, I have fleas on me sometimes," replied Zakhar in a tone of indifference. "Well, is that anything to boast about? That is shameful!" exclaimed Oblómof. Zakhar's face was distorted by a smirking smile, which seemed to embrace even his eyebrows and his side whiskers, which for this reason spread apart, and over his whole face up to his very forehead extended a ruddy spot. "Why, am I to blame that there are bugs on the wall?" he asked in innocent surprise. "Was it I who invented them?" "They come from lack of cleanliness," insisted Oblómof. "What are you talking about?" "I am not the cause of the uncleanliness." "But you have mice in your room there running about at night. I hear them." "I did not invent the mice. There are all kinds of living creatures, mice and cats and fleas, lots of them everywhere." "How is it that other people don't have moths and bugs?" Zakhar's face expressed incredulity, or rather a calm conviction that this was not so. "I have plenty of them," he said without hesitation. "One can't look after every bug and crawl into the cracks after them." It seemed to be his thought. "What kind of a sleeping room would that be that had no bugs in it? Now do you see to it that you sweep and brush them out of the corners. Don't let there be one left," admonished Oblómof. "If you get it all cleaned up, it will be just as bad again tomorrow," remonstrated Zakhar. "It ought not to be as bad," interrupted the master. "But it is," insisted the servant. "I know all about it." "Well then, if the dust collects again, brush it out again." "What is that you say? Brush out all the corners every day?" exclaimed Zakhar. "What a life that would be! Better were it that God should take my soul." "Why are other people's houses clean?" urged Oblómof. "Just look at the piano tuners' rooms. See how neat they look. And only one maid." "Oh, these Germans!" exclaimed Zakhar, suddenly interrupting. "Where do they make any litter? Look at the way they live. Every family gnaws a whole week on a single bone. The coat goes from the father's back to the son's, and back from the son's to the father's. The wives and daughters wear little short skirts, and when they walk they all lift up their legs like ducks. Where do they get any dirt? They don't do as we do, leave a whole heap of soiled clothes in the closet for a year at a time, or fill up the corners with bread crusts for the winter. Their crusts are never flung down at random. They make zwieback out of them, and eat them when they drink their beer." Zakhar expressed his disgust at such a penurious way of living by spitting through his teeth. "Say nothing more," expostulated Ilya Ilyitch. "Do better work with your house cleaning." "One time I would have cleaned up, but you yourself would not allow it," said Zakhar. "That is all done with. Don't you see I have entirely changed?" "Of course you have, but still you stay at home all the time. How can one begin to clean up when you are right here? If you will stay out of the house for a whole day, then I will have a general clearing up." "What an idea! Get out of here. You had better go to your own room." "All right," persisted Zakhar, "but I tell you, the moment you go out, Anastasia and I will clear the whole place up, and we two would finish with it in short metre. Then you will want some women to wash everything." "Oh, what schemes you invent! Women! Away with you!" cried Ilya Ilyitch. He was by this time disgusted with himself for having led Zakhar into this conversation. He had quite forgotten that the attainment of this delicate object was at the expense of considerable confusion. Oblómof would have liked a state of perfect cleanliness, but he would require that it should be brought about in some imperceptible manner, as it were of itself. But Zakhar always induced a discussion as soon as he was asked to have any sweeping done, or the floors washed, and the like. In such a contingency he was sure to point out the necessity of a terrible disturbance in the house, knowing very well that the mere suggestion of such a thing would fill his master with horror. Zakhar went away, and Oblómof relapsed into cogitation. After some minutes the half-hour struck again. "What time is it?" exclaimed Ilya Ilyitch, with a dull sense of alarm. "Almost 11 o'clock! Can it be that I am not up yet, nor had my bath? Zakhar! Zakhar!" "Oh, good God! What is it now?" was heard from the anteroom, and then the well-known thump of feet. "Is my bath ready?" asked Oblómof. "Ready? Yes, long ago," replied Zakhar. "Why did you not get up?" "Why didn't you tell me it was ready? I should have got up long ago if you had. Go on. I will follow you immediately. I have some business to do. I want to write." Zakhar went out, but in the course of a few minutes he returned with a greasy copybook, all scribbled over, and some scraps of paper. "Here, if you want to write. And, by the way, be kind enough to verify these accounts. We need the money to pay them." "What accounts? What money?" demanded Ilya Ilyitch, with a show of temper. "From the butcher, from the grocer, from the laundress, from the baker. They are all clamoring for money." "Nothing but bother about money," growled Ilya Ilyitch. "But why didn't you give them to me one at a time, instead of all at once? You see, you always kept putting me off. Tomorrow, always tomorrow. Well, why shouldn't we put them off till tomorrow now?" "No, they are dunning you. They won't give any longer credit. Tomorrow's the 1st of the month." "Ah!" cried Oblómof in vexation. "New bother! Well, why are you standing there? Put them on the table. I will get up immediately, take my bath, and look them over," said Ilya Ilyitch. "Is it all ready for my bath?" "What do you mean, ready?" said Zakhar. "Well, now—" With a groan he started to make the preliminary movement of getting up. "I forgot to tell you," began Zakhar. "While you were still asleep, the manager sent word by the dvornik that it was imperatively necessary that you vacate the apartment. It is wanted." "Well, what of that? If the apartment is wanted, of course we will move out. Why do you bother me with it? This is the 3rd time you have spoken to me about it." "They bother me about it also." "Tell them that we will move out." He says for a month you have been promising, says he, and still you don't move out, says he. We'll report the matter to the police. Let him report, cried Oblómof resolutely. We will move out as soon as it is a little warmer, in the course of 3 weeks. 3 weeks indeed! The manager says that the workmen are coming in a fortnight. Everything is to be torn out. Move, says he, either tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Eh, eh, that's too short notice. Tomorrow? See here, what next? How would this minute suit? But don't you dare speak a word to me about apartments. I have already told you that once, and here you are again. Do you hear? But what shall I do? Demanded Zakhar. What shall you do? Now, how is he going to get rid of me? Replied Ilya Ilyitch. He makes me responsible. How does it concern me? Don't you trouble me any further, but make any arrangements you please, only so that we don't have to move yet. Can't you do your best for your master? But Ilya Ilyitch, little father, Batyushka, what arrangements shall I make? Began Zakhar in a hoarse whisper. The house is not mine. How can we help being driven out of the place if they resort to force? If only the house were mine, then I would, with the greatest pleasure. There must be some way of bringing him around. Tell him we have lived here so long. Tell him we'll surely pay him. I have, said Zakhar. Well, what did he say? What did he say? He repeated his everlasting "Move out," says he. We want to make repairs on the apartment. He wants to do over this large apartment and the doctor's for the wedding of the owner's son. Oh, my good Lord! Exclaimed Oblómof in despair. What asses they are to get married! He turned over on his back. You had better write to the owner, sir, said Zakhar. Then perhaps he would not drive us out, but would give us a renewal of the lease. Zakhar, as he said this, made a gesture with his right hand. Very well, then. As soon as I get up I will write him. You go to your room, and I will think it over. You need not do anything about this, he added. I myself shall have to work at all this miserable business myself. Zakhar left the room, and Oblómof began to ponder. But he was in a quandary which to think about, his starosta's letter, or the removal to new lodgings. Or should he undertake to make out his accounts? He was soon swallowed up in the flood of material cares and troubles, and there he still lay, turning from side to side. Every once in a while would be heard his broken exclamation, "Ah, my God! Life touches everything, reaches everywhere." No one knows how long he would have lain there, a prey to this uncertainty, had not the bell rung in the anteroom. "There is some one come already!" exclaimed Oblómof, wrapping himself up in his khalat. "And here I am not up yet! What a shame! Who can it be so early?" And still lying on his bed, he gazed curiously at the door. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Library The World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 16, by Various. Selected excerpts by the Gouncourt Brothers. The Brothers de Gouncourt. Edmund, 1822 to 1896. Jules, 1830 to 1870. Edmund and Jules Huot de Gouncourt, French writers who became famous alike for the perfectness of their collaboration, the originality of their methods, and the finish of their style, were born, the first in Nancy in 1822, the other in Paris in 1830. Until the death of Jules in 1870, they wrote nothing for the public that did not bear both their names, and so entirely identical were their tastes and judgment that it is impossible to say of a single sentence they composed that it was the sole product of one or the other. Charming writers, Victor Hugo called them. In unison, a powerful writer, two minds from which springs a single jet of talent. Born of a noble family of moderate wealth, they were educated as became their station in life. Both had an early leaning toward the arts, but Edmund, in deference to the wishes of his family, took a government appointment and held the office till the death of his mother, when he was 26 years of age. Their father had died while they were boys. Drawn together by their common bereavement and the deathbed injunction of their parent, that Edmund should be the careful guardian of his younger brother, whose health had always been delicate. The young men then began a companionship which was broken only by death. They set out to make themselves acquainted with southern Europe, and at the same time to escape the political turmoils of Paris, and extended their travels into Africa, which country they found so congenial that in the first ardor of their enthusiasm they determined to settle there. Business arrangements, however, soon recalled them to Paris, where ties of friendship and other agreeable associations bound them fast to their native soil. They took up their residence in the metropolis, where they lived until a short time before the death of Jules, when, to be free from the roar of the city, they purchased a house in one of the suburbs. Their intellectual development may be traced through their journal and letters to intimate friends, published by the surviving brother. From these it appears that most of their leisure hours during their travels were taken up with painting and drawing. Jules had attempted some dramatic compositions while at college, and Edmund had been strongly drawn to literature by the conversation of an aunt, of whom he saw much before his mother's death. It was while engaged with their brushes in 1850 that it occurred to the brothers to take up writing as a regular vocation, and thus was begun their remarkable literary partnership. Their first essay was a drama. It was rejected, whereupon, nothing daunted, they wrote a novel. It was entitled 18 blank, and it is interesting to observe that here, at the very outset of their career, they seem to have had in mind the keynote of the chord on which they ever afterwards played. The 18th century was the chief source of their inspiration, and it was their life's endeavor to explore it and reproduce it for their contemporaries with painstaking fidelity. The novel engaged their serious and earnest attention, and when it was given to the publisher, they watched for its appearance with painful anxiety. Unfortunately, it was announced for the very day on which occurred the coup d'etat. The book came out when Paris was in an uproar, and though Jules Janin, one of the most influential critics of the day, unexpectedly exploited at great length in the Journal des Débats, its circulation in that first edition was not more than 60 copies, most of which were distributed gratuitously. The blow was a hard one, but the brothers were not thus to be silenced, nor by the subsequent failure of other dramatic ventures. In an effort to found a newspaper, they had been little more than imitators. They now entered the field they soon made their own. The writers of their day were for the most part classicists. A few before Victor Hugo were romanticists. The de Goncourts stood for the modern, what they could see and touch. In this way they became realists. What their own senses could not apprehend, they at once rejected. All they saw they deemed worthy to be reproduced. They lived in a period of reconstruction after the devastation of the Revolution. The refinement and elegance of the society of the later Bourbon monarchy, still within view, they yearned for and sought to restore. A series of monographs dealing with the art and the stage of these days, which appeared in 1851-2, won for them the first real recognition they enjoyed. These were followed by various critical essays on the same subjects, contributed to newspapers and periodicals, and a novel, La Lorette, which had a large sale and marked the beginning of their success from a financial point of view. This makes us realize, they wrote in their journal, that one can actually sell a book. Their reputation as men of letters was established by the publication in 1854-5 of Histoire de la Société pendant la Révolution, and the same pendant le Directeur, the aim of which, they said, was to paint in vivid, simple colors the France of 1789 to 1800. This object they accomplished, so far as it concerned the society of which they themselves were descendants. But the reactionary spirit in them was too strong for an impartial view of the struggle, and their lack of true philosophic spirit and broad human sympathy led them to make a picture that, interesting as it is sadly distorted. Their vivid colors are lavished mainly on the outrages of the rioters and the sufferings of the aristocrats. But for wealth of detail, the result of tireless research, the history is of value as a record of the manners and customs of the fashionable set of the period. Of the same sort were their other semi-historical works, Portraits intimes du XIIIe siècle, separate sketches of about 100 more or less well-known figures of the age. L'Histoire de Marie Antoinette and La Femme et XIIIe siècle, in which the gossip and anecdote of former generations are told again, almost as graphically as are those which the authors relate of their own circles in their memoirs. Their most important contribution to literature was their Art de XIIIe siècle monographs, gathered and published in 17 volumes, and representing a dozen years' labor. This was indeed a labor of love, and it was not in vain, for it was these appreciative studies, more than anything else, that turned public attention to the almost forgotten delicacy of the school of painters headed by Watteau, Fragonard, Latour, Boucher, Dabricourt, and Greuze, whose influence has ever since been manifested on the side of sound taste and sanity in French art. A volume entitled Idées de Sensation, and their journal and letters complete the list of the more important of their works outside the field of fiction. The journal will always be valuable as an almost complete document of the literary history of France in their time, made up, as it is, of impressions of and from the most important writers of the day, with whom they were on terms of intimate friendship, including Flaubert, Gautier, Renan, Sainte-Beuve, Hugo, Saint-Victor, Michelet, Zola, and George Sand. In fiction, the Gouncourts were less prolific, but it is to their novels mainly that they owed their reputation for individuality, and as true path-breakers in literature. They have been called the initiators of modern French realism. Their friend Flaubert perhaps better deserves the title. Their determination to see for themselves all that could be seen, the result of which gave real worth to their historical work, even where their prejudice robbed it of weight, was what put the stamp of character upon their novels. How much importance they attached to correct and comprehensive observation may be gathered from their remark, "The art of learning how to see demands the longest apprenticeship of all the arts." They took life as they found it, examined it on every side, rarely going far under the surface, and then sought to reproduce it on their pages as the artist would put it on canvas. Capable of terseness, of suggestiveness, quick to note and communicate the vital spark, they were yet rarely content with it alone. Every minute particle of the body it vivified. They insisted on adding to their picture. Nothing was taken for granted, as nothing was accepted by them at second hand. So nothing was left to the imagination of the reader until their comprehensive view was his. It was in this way that they were realists. They did not seek out and expose to public view the grossness and unpleasantness of life. Their own preference was for the beautiful, and in their own lives they indulged their refined taste. But they looked squarely at the world about them, the ugly with the beautiful, the impure with the pure, and they did not hesitate to describe one almost as faithfully as the other. Curiously, the discrimination against the masses and the bias that mar their history do not appear in their fiction. They began writing history, which was nothing but romance, says one of their critics, and later wrote romance, which in reality is history. Indeed, their novels are little more than sketches of what occurred around them. Madame Gervaise's is a character study of the aunt of strong literary predilections who influenced Edmund. Germany, Lausiters, is the biography of their servant, at whose death, after long and faithful service, they discovered that she had led a life of singular duplicity. Sir Philomene is a terribly true glimpse of hospital life, and Manette Solomon, with its half-human monkey drawn from the life, is transferred without change from the Parisian studios under the Empire. René Maupassant comes nearest to the model of an ordinary novel, but no one can read of the innocent tomboy girl struck down with fatal remorse at the consequences of her own natural action on learning of her brother's dishonor, without feeling that this picture too was drawn from the life. Several of their stories were dramatized, but with scant success, and a play which they wrote, Henriette Maréchal, and had produced at the Comédie Française, through the influence of Princess Mathilde, their constant friend and patroness, was almost howled down, chiefly, however, for political reasons. After the death of Jules de Gouncourt, his brother wrote several books of the same character as those which they produced in union, the best known of which are La Fille Alicia and Chérie, a study of a girl, said to have been inspired by the journal of Marie Bashkirtseff. The best critics in France, notably Sainte-Beuve, have given the brothers Gouncourt a very high place in literature and conceded their originality. English reviewers have been less ready to exalt them, mainly on account of the offensive part of their realism. They have objected also to their superficiality as historians, and to their sympathy with the sentimental admirers of such types as Marie Antoinette. But they too have been ready to praise the brothers as leaders of a new fashion, and especially for their devotion to style. In this respect, the Goncourts have few rivals in French literature. Balzac himself was not more finical in the choice of words, or more unsparing of his time and energy in writing and rewriting, until his exact meaning, no more or less, had been expressed, and they covered up the marks of their toil better than he. In a letter to Zola, Edmond de Goncourt said, "My own idea is that my brother died of work, and above all from the desire to elaborate the artistic form, the chiseled phrase, the workmanship of style. He himself spent a long life at this fine artistry, and died in Paris in July 1896. Two famous men from the Journal of the de Goncourts. March 3rd, 1862. We took a walk and went off to find Théophile Gautier. The street in which he lives is composed of the most squalid countrified buildings, of courtyards swarming with poultry, fruit shops whose doors are ornamented with little brooms of black feathers, just such a suburban street as Hervier might have painted. We pushed open the door of a house and found ourselves in the presence of the Lord of Epithet. The furniture was of gilded wood, covered with red damask, after the heavy Venetian style. There were fine old pictures of the Italian school. Above the chimney a mirror innocent of quicksilver, on which were scraped colored arabesques and various Persian characters. Such a picture of meager sumptuousness and faded splendor as one would find in the rooms of a retired actress who had come in for some pictures through the bankruptcy of an Italian manager. When we asked him if we were disturbing him, he answered, "Not at all. I never work at home. I get through my copy at the printing office. They set up the type as I write. The smell of the printer's ink is a sure stimulant to work, for one feels the copy must be handed in. I could write only a novel in this way now. Unless I saw 10 lines printed, I could not get on to the next 10. The proof sheet serves as a test to one's work. That which is already done becomes impersonal, but the actual copy is part of yourself. It hangs like filaments from the root of your literary life, and has not yet been torn away. I have always been preparing corners where I should do my work, but when installed there, I found I could do nothing. I must be in the midst of things, and can work only when a racket is going on about me, whereas, when I shut myself up for work, the solitude tells upon me and makes me sad." From there, Goethe got on the subject of the Queen of Sheba. We admitted our infirmity, our physical incapacity of taking in musical sound, and indeed, a military band is the highest musical enjoyment of which we are capable. Whereupon Goethe said, "Well, I'm delighted to hear that. I am just like you. I prefer silence to music. I do know bad music from good, because part of my life was spent with a singer, but both are quite indifferent to me. Still, it is curious that all the literary men of our day feel the same about music. Balzac abhorred it. Hugo cannot endure it. Lamartine has a horror of it. There are only a few painters who have a taste for it." Then Goethe fell to complaining of the times. "Perhaps I am getting an old man, but I begin to feel as if there were no more air to breathe. What is the use of wings if there is no air in which one can soar? I no longer feel as if I belonged to the present generation. Yes, 1830 was a glorious epoch, but I was too young by 2 or 3 years. I was not carried away by the current. I was not ready for it. I ought to have produced a very different sort of work." Then there was some talk of Flaubert, of his literary methods, of his indefatigable patience, and of the 7 years he devoted to a work of 400 pages. "Just listen," observed Goethe, "to what Flaubert said to me the other day. 'It is finished. I have only 10 more pages to write, but the ends of my sentences are all in my head.' So that he already hears in anticipation the music of the last words of his sentences before the sentences themselves have been written. Was it not a quaint expression to use? I believe he has devised a sort of literary rhythm. For instance, a phrase which begins in slow measure must not finish with a quick pace, unless some special effect is to be produced. Sometimes the rhythm is only apparent to himself and escapes our notice. A story is not written for the purpose of being read aloud, yet he shouts his to himself as he writes them. These shouts present to his own ears harmonies, but his readers seem unaware of them. Goethe's daughters have a charm of their own, a species of oriental languor, deep dreamy eyes, veiled by heavy eyelids, and a regularity in their gestures and movements which they inherit from their father. But this regularity is tempered in them by womanly grace. There is a charm about them which is not all French. Nevertheless, there is a French element about it. Their little tomboyish tricks and expressions, their habit of pouting, the shrugging of their shoulders, the irony which escapes through the thin veil of childishness intended to conceal it. All these points distinguish them from ordinary society girls, and make clear a strong individuality of character, which renders them fearless in expressing their likings and antipathies. They display liberty of speech, and have often the manner of a woman whose face is hidden by a mask. And yet one finds here simplicity, candor, and a charming absence of reserve, utterly unknown to the ordinary girl. November 23rd, 1863. We have been to thank Michelet for the flattering lines he wrote about us. He lives in the Rue de l'Assette, at the end of the Jardin Luxembourg, in a large house which might almost be workmen's dwellings. His flat is on the 3rd floor. A maid opened the door and announced us. We penetrated into a small study. The wife of the historian has a young, serious face. She was seated on a chair beside the desk on which the lamp was placed, with her back to the window. Michelet sat on a couch of green velvet and was banked up by cushions. His attitude reminded us of his historical work. The lower portions of his body were in full sight, whilst the upper half were half concealed. The face was a mere shadow surrounded with snowy white locks. From this shadowy mass emerged a professorial, sonorous, sing-song voice, consciously important, and in which the ascending and descending scale produced a continuous cooing sound. He spoke to us in a most appreciative manner of our study of Watteau, and then passed on to the interesting study which might be written on French furniture. "You gentlemen, who are observers of human nature," he cried suddenly, "there is a history you should write, the history of the lady's maid. I do not speak of Madame de Maintenon, but you have Mademoiselle de Launay, the Duchess de Grandmont's Julie, who exercised on her mistress so great an influence, especially in the Corsican affair. Madame du Dauphin said sometimes that there were only 2 people sincerely attached to her, D'Alembert and her maid. Oh, domesticity has played a great part in history, though men servants have been of comparative unimportance. I was once going through England, traveling from York to Halifax. There were pavements in the country lanes, with the grass growing on each side as carefully kept as the pavements themselves. Close by, sheep were grazing, and the whole scene was lit up by gas, a singular sight. Then, after a short pause, have you noticed that the physiognomy of the great men of today is so really in keeping with their intellect? Look at their portraits, their photographs. There are no longer any good portraits. Remarkable people no longer possess in their faces anything which distinguishes them from ordinary folk. Balzac had nothing characteristic. Would you recognize Lamartine if you saw him? There is nothing in the shape of his head or in his lustreless eyes, nothing but a certain elegance which age has not affected. The fact is that in these days there is too great an accumulation of people and things, much more so than in former times. We assimilate too much from other people, and this being the case, we lose even the individuality of our features. We present the portrait of a collective set of people rather than of ourselves. We rose to take our leave. He accompanied us to the door. Then, by the light of the lamp he carried in his hand, we saw, for a second at least, this marvelous historian of dreams, the great somnambulist of the past and brilliant talker of the present. The suicide from Sister Philomene. The next morning the whole hospital knew that Barnea, having scratched his hand on the previous day while dissecting a body in a state of purulent infection, was dying in terrible agonies. When at 4 o'clock, Malavoie, quitting for a few moments the bedside of his friend, came to replace him in the service, the sister went up to him. She followed from bed to bed, dogging his steps, without, however, accosting him, without speaking, watching him intently with her eyes fixed on his, as he was leaving the ward. "Well?" she asked, in the brief tone with which women stopped the doctor in his last visit at the threshold of the room. "No hope," said Malevoix with a gesture of despair. "There is nothing to be done. It began at his right ankle, went up the leg and thigh, and has attacked all the articulations. Such agonies, poor fellow. It will be a mercy when it's over." "Will he be dead before night?" asked the sister calmly. "Oh, no. He will live through the night. It is the same case as that of Ragodeau 3 years ago, and Ragodeau lasted 48 hours. That evening at 10 o'clock, Sister Philomene might be seen entering the church of Notre Dame de Victoires. The lamps were being lowered. The lighted tapers were being put out, one by one, with the long-handled extinguisher. The priest had just left the vestry. The sister inquired where he lived, and was told that his house was a couple of steps from the church, in the Rue de la Banque. The priest was just going into the house when she entered behind, pushing open the door he was closing. "Come in, sister," he said, unfurling his wet umbrella and placing it on the tiled floor in the anteroom, and he turned toward her. She was on her knees. "What are you doing, sister?" he said, astonished at her attitude. "Get up, my child. This is not a fit place. Come, get up." "You will save him, will you not?" said Philomene, caught hold of the priest's hands as he stretched them out to help her rise. "Why do you object to my remaining on my knees?" Come, my child, do not be so excited. It is God alone, remember, who can save. I can but pray." "Ah, you can only pray," she said in a disappointed tone. "Yes, that is true." And her eyes sank to the ground. After a moment's pause, the priest went on. "Come, sister, sit down there. You are calmer now, are you not? Tell me, what is it you want?" "He is dying," said Philomene, rising as she spoke. "He will probably not live through the night." And she began to cry. "It is for a young man of 27 years of age. He has never performed any of his religious duties, never been near a church, never prayed to God since his first communion. He will refuse to listen to anything. He no longer knows a prayer even. He will listen neither to priest nor anyone. And I tell you, it is all over with him. He is dying." Then I remembered your confraternity of Notre Dame de Victoires, since it is devoted to those who do not believe. Come, you must save him. "My daughter." "And perhaps he is dying at this very moment. Oh, promise me you will do all at once. All that is in the confraternity book, the prayers, everything in short. You will have him prayed for at once, won't you?" "But, my poor child, it is Friday today, and the confraternity only meets on Thursday." "Thursday only? Why? It will be too late Thursday. He will never live till Thursday. Come, you must save him. You have saved many another." Sister Philomene looked at the priest with wide-open eyes, in which through her tears rose a glance of revolt, impatience, and command. For one instant in that room there was no longer a sister standing before a priest, but a woman face to face with an old man. The priest resumed. "All I can do at present for that young man, my dear daughter, is to apply to his benefit all the prayers and good works that are being carried on by the confraternity, and I will offer them up to the Blessed and Immaculate Heart of Mary to obtain his conversion. I will pray for him tomorrow at Mass and again on Saturday and Sunday." "Oh, I am so thankful," said Philomene, who felt tears rise gently to her eyes as the priest spoke to her. "Now I am full of hope. He will be converted. He will have pity on himself. Give me your blessing for him." "But, sister, I only bless from the altar, in the pulpit, or in the confessional. There only am I the minister of God. Here, my sister, here I am but a weak man, a miserable sinner." "That does not signify. You are always God's minister, and you cannot, you would not refuse me. He is at the point of death." She fell on her knees as she spoke. The priest blessed her and added, "It is nearly 11 o'clock, sister. You have nearly 3 miles to get home. All Paris to cross at this late hour. Oh, I am not afraid, replied Philomene with a smile. God knows why I am in the street. Moreover, I will tell my beads on the way. The Blessed Virgin will be with me. The same evening, Barnier, rousing himself from a silence that had lasted the whole day, said to Malivois, You will write to my mother. You will tell her that this often happens in our profession. But you are not yet as bad as all that, my dear fellow, replied Malivois, bending over the bed. I am sure I shall save you. No, I chose my man too well for that. How well I took you in, my poor Malivois. And he smiled almost. You understand, I could not kill myself. I did not wish to be the death of my old mother. But an accident, that settles everything. You will take all my books, do you hear? And my case of instruments also. I wish you to have all. You wonder why I have killed myself, don't you? Come nearer. It is on account of that woman. I never loved but her in all my life. They did not give her enough chloroform. I told them so. Ah, if you had heard her scream when she awoke, before it was over. That scream still re-echoes in my ears. However, he continued after a nervous spasm, if I had to begin again, I would choose some other way of dying, some way in which I should not suffer so much. Then, you know, she died, and I fancied I had killed her. She is ever before me, covered with blood, and then I took to drinking. I drank because I love her still. That's all. Barnier relapsed into silence. After a long pause, he spoke again, and said to Malivois, You will tell my mother to take care of the little lad. After another pause, the following words escaped him. The sister would have said a prayer. Shortly after, he asked, What o'clock is it? 11. Time is not up yet. I have still some hours to live. I shall last till tomorrow. A little time later again inquired the time, and crossing his hands on his breast, in a faint voice he called Malivois and tried to speak to him. But Malivois could not catch the words he muttered. Then the death rattle began and lasted till morn. A candle lighted up the room. It burnt slowly. It lighted up the 4 white walls on which the coarse ochre paint of the door and of the 2 cupboards cut a sharp contrast. On the iron bedstead with its dimity curtains, a sheet lay thrown over a motionless body, molding the form as what linen might do, indicating with the inflexibility of an immutable line the rigidity from the tip of the toes to the sharp outline of the face of what it covered. Near a white wooden table, Malivois, seated in a large wicker armchair, watched and dozed, half slumbering and yet not quite asleep. In the silence of the room, nothing could be heard but the ticking of the dead man's watch. From behind the door, something seemed gently to move in advance. The key turned in the lock, and Sister Philomene stood beside the bed. Without looking at Malivois, without seeing him, she knelt down and prayed in the attitude of a kneeling marble statue, and the folds of her gown were as motionless as the sheet that covered the dead man. At the end of a quarter of an hour she rose, walked away without once looking round, and disappeared. The next day, awaking at the hollow sound of the coffin knocking against the narrow stairs, Malivois vaguely recalled the night's apparition, and wondered if he had dreamed it, and going mechanically up to the table by the bedside, he sought for the lock of hair he had cut off for Barnier's mother. The lock of hair had vanished. The Awakening, from René Maupassant. A little stage had been erected at the end of the Maupassant's drawing room. The footlights were hidden behind a screen of foliage and flowering shrubs. René, with the help of her drawing master, had painted the curtain, which represented a view on the banks of the Seine. On either side of the stage hung a bill, on which were these words, written by hand: La Brioche Theatre, this evening. The Caprice. to conclude with Harlequin, a bigamist, and then followed the names of the actors. On all the chairs in the house which had been seized and arranged in rows before the stage, women in low gowns were squeezed together, mixing their skirts, their lace, the sparkle of their diamonds, and the whiteness of their shoulders. The folding doors of the drawing-room had been taken down, and showed in the little drawing-room which led to the dining-room a crowd of men in white neckties, standing on tiptoe. The curtain rose upon the caprice. René played with much spirit the part of Madame de Larry. Henry, as the husband, revealed one of those real theatrical talents which are often found in cold young men and in grave men of the world. Naomi herself, carried away by Henry's acting, carefully prompted by Denosel from behind the scenes, a little intoxicated by her audience, played her little part of a neglected wife very tolerably. This was a great relief to Madame Bourgeot. Seated in the front row, she had followed her daughter with anxiety. Her pride dreaded a failure. The curtain fell, the applause burst out, and all the company were called for. Her daughter had not been ridiculous. She was happy in this great success, and she composedly gave herself up to the speeches, opinions, congratulations, which, as in all representations of private theatricals, followed the applause and continued in murmurs. Amidst all that, she thus vaguely heard one sentence, pronounced close by her, reached her ears clear and distinct above the buzz of general conversation. "Yes, it is his sister. I know, but I think that for the part he is not sufficiently in love with her, and really too much in love with his wife. Did you notice it?" And the speaker, feeling that she was being overheard by Madame Bourgeot, leaned over and whispered in her neighbor's ear. Madame Bourgeot became serious. After a pause, the curtain went up again, and Henry Maupin appeared as Pierrot, or Harlequin, not in the traditional sack of white calico and black cap, but as an Italian Harlequin, with a white three-cornered hat, and dressed entirely in white satin from head to foot. A shiver of interest ran through the women, proving that the costume and the man were both charming, and the folly began. It was the mad story of Pierrot, married to one woman and wishing to marry another, a farce intermingled with passion, which had been unearthed by a playwright, with the help of a poet, from a collection of old comic plays. René this time acted the part of the neglected woman, who in various disguises interfered between her husband and his gallant adventures, and Naomi that of the woman he loved. Henry, in his scenes of love with the latter, carried all before him. He played with youth, with brilliancy, with excitement. In the scene in which he avows his love, his voice was full of the passionate cry of a declaration which overflows and swamps everything. True, he had to act with the prettiest Columbine in the world. Naomi looked delicious that evening in her bridal costume of Louis XVI, copied exactly from the bride's minuet, a print by Gouncourt, which Barus had lent for the purpose. A sort of enchantment filled the whole room and reached Madame Bourgeot. A sort of sympathetic complicity with the actors seemed to encourage the pretty couple to love one another. The piece went on. Now and again Henry's eyes seemed to look for those of Madame Bourgeot over the footlights. Meanwhile, René appeared disguised as the village bailiff. It only remained to sign the contract. Pierrot, taking the hand of the woman he loved, began to tell her of all the happiness he was going to have with her. The woman who sat next to Madame Bourgeot felt her lean somewhat on her shoulder. Henry finished his speech. The piece disentangled itself and came to an end. All at once Madame Bourgeot's neighbor saw something glide down her arm. It was Madame Bourgeot, who had just fainted. "Oh, do pray go indoors," said Madame Bourgeot to the people who were standing around her. She had been carried into the garden. "It is past now. It is really nothing. It was only the heat. She was quite pale, but she smiled. I only want a little air. Let Monsieur Henry only stay with me. The audience retired. Scarcely had the sound of feet died away when, "You love her," said Madame Bourgeot, seizing Henry's arm as though she were taking him prisoner with her feverish hands. "You love her." "Madame," said Henry. "Hold your tongue, you lie." And she threw his arm from her. Henry bowed. "I know all, I have seen all, but look at me." And with her eyes she closely scanned his face. Henry stood before her, his head bent. "At least speak to me. You can speak at any rate. Ah, I see it. You can only act in her company." "I have nothing to say to you, Laura," said Henry in his softest and clearest voice. Madame Bourgeot stared at this name of Laura, as though he had touched her. "I have struggled for a year, Madame," began Henry. "I have no excuse to make, but my heart is fast. We knew each other as children. The charm has grown day by day. I am very unhappy, Madame, at having to acknowledge the truth to you. I love your daughter. That is true." "But have you ever spoken to her? I blush for her when there are people there. Have you ever looked at her? Do you think her pretty? What possesses you men? Come, I am better looking than she is. You men are fools, and besides, my friend, I have spoiled you. Go to her and ask her to caress your pride, to tickle your vanity, to flatter and to serve your ambitions. For you are ambitious. I know you. Ah, Monsieur Mauperin, one can only find that once in a lifetime, and it is only women of my age, old women like me. Do you hear me? Who love the future of the people whom they love. You were not my lover, you were my grandchild." And at this word, her voice sounded as though it came from the bottom of her heart. Then immediately changing her tone, "But don't be foolish. I tell you, you don't really love my daughter. It is not true. She is rich." "Oh, Madame." "Good gracious, there are lots of people. They have been pointed out to me. It pays sometimes to begin with the mother and finish with the dower. And $1 million, you know, will gild a good many pills." "Speak lower, I implore. For your own sake, someone has just opened a window." "Calmness is very fine, Monsieur Mauperin." Very fine, repeated Madame Bourgeot, and her low, hissing voice seemed to stifle her. Clouds were scudding across the sky and passed over the moon, looking like huge bats' wings. Madame Bourgeot gazed fixedly into the darkness, straight in front of her, her elbows resting on her knees, her weight thrown onto her heels. She was beating with the points of her satin shoes the gravel of the path. After a few minutes she sat upright, stretched out her arms 2 or 3 times wildly, and as though but half awake. Then, hastily and with jerks, she pushed her hand down between her gown and her waistband, pressing her hand against the ribbon as though she would break it. Then she rose and began to walk. Henry followed her. "I intend, sir, that we shall never see each other again," she said to him, without turning round. As they passed near the basin, she handed him her handkerchief. "Wet that for me." Henry put one knee on the margin and gave her back the lace, which he had moistened. She laid it on her forehead and on her eyes. "Now, let us go in," she said. "Give me your arm." "Oh, dear Madame, what courage!" said Madame Mauperin, going to meet Madame Bourgeot as she entered. "But it is unwise of you. Let me order your carriage." "On no account," answered Madame Bourgeot hastily. "I thank you. I promised that I would sing for you, I think. I am going to sing." And Madame Bourgeot advanced to the piano, graceful and valiant, with a heroic smile on her face wherewith the actors of society hide from the public the tears that they shed within themselves. and the wounds which are only known to their own hearts. End of section 28.